Um, yes, today I'm going to be streaming live also on our YouTube channel. So those of you who are watching on the YouTube channel, you're welcome to come over to Twitter. But yeah, we're going to be doing it that way. I like to start welcoming. I like to start welcome all those of you who are on Twitter to this discussion. I'm aware that on so many other spaces right now, this seems to be the ongoing discussion. So I appreciate that you are able to come and join us here. So please, if you can also, please go ahead and share this. Go ahead and share this so that we can have as many people as possible join us. Okay, today we're going to be looking at the Lagos the Lagos State gubernatorial race, the Enugu State gubernatorial race, the Cross River State, and some other states here and there, and be looking at why there is so much controversy and drama amongst the states. Okay, for those of you on the YouTube, you can make your comments there. Okay, you can make your comments on the comment section. And those of you on Twitter, please, you're welcome to request the mic from time to time. And you can also help me to share this, share the space so we can have as many people as possible join us in the space. Okay. We're still starting, so we'll just keep sharing the link. Keep sharing the link. You know, it's funny because right now a lot of people have gone back to their states, their individual states, including people like me. We've gone back to our states to go there and participate in the elections there. Like we don't want to be left out. We're just there to make sure that we lend our voice to what is going on in our states. So that's why it's kind of difficult to get everybody discussing one issue or one event, because you can imagine that in the whole 36 states of the federation, things are going on simultaneously. You can imagine after tomorrow, there'll just be the D-Day and all this will be over. So it's also understandable that a lot of stakeholders, as we speak, they're all running around trying to put finishing touches to whatever they have planned for tomorrow. Those who have planned to rig, they are busy trying to rig, making sure that everything is put in place. Those who have information about rigging that is being planned against them, they're also putting all mechanisms on ground to make sure that they are not rigged. How they're going to achieve this, I don't know, because rigging is something that is constant in the Nigerian political space. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Today we wanted to try Twitter because as it looks, as it seems, people don't want to come on YouTube to talk, but because probably some of them don't want to show their videos, but they prefer to be on Twitter where it's just your voice that people are seeing, and rather than just stay on one platform, we just said let's try this multiple platform. Okay, so if you're already on YouTube, you can sit back, you will listen to the contributions that people will make on Twitter space. And if you're already on Twitter space, please help share this and invite other people to the space. And yeah, you can also help us to just share this on your on your platforms. Share it on your social media platforms, your social media handles. Just share it. Just copy the link and share. And those of us who may not be on the ground or may not be actively involved with the candidates and they're running around, we will keep discussing and analyzing the issues. I don't know if it helps anybody to make the right decision, then we have succeeded in our mission. That's actually what we're doing here. Just to be able to sensitize people, it's just a few hours to the election, but we have seen so much controversy in Lagos. Top on the list of the controversies in Lagos is the tribal sentiments that are expressed by so many people. Okay, and this is just, in my own opinion, a fraudulent injection into the political space. And this is not the first time. They do this every year. Every year, they bring in tribal sentiments to try to to create confusion or to win um, a certain a certain group of people, a certain constituency. People, and people are very, very sensitive about tribe and about religion. So they will always use whichever one suits them. Okay, some people will choose religion, some people will choose tribe. Right now in Lagos, it is the tribe that is the paramount. Tribe is what they are using right now to try to create confusion, and especially they're doing it with the Igbo and the Yoruba, claiming that Igbo people want to take over Lagos. Excuse me, claiming that Igbo people want to take over Lagos, and that Igbo people have been just creating a lot of problem for Lagosians. But that really true? Is that the truth? I don't think so. But it's not for me to decide. That's why we're having this discussion. And in some other places, you see one party or one party's candidate endorsing another candidate from another party. In some places too, you will see where um, claims and counterclaims about structures being collapsed for the other people. And you wonder what is so. Based on that, we're beginning to make predictions about what we think will happen on Saturday. And we have to do this so that on Saturday we can go back and look at the reasons that made us come to those predictions. So many people were wrong when they were predicting or when they were analyzing the past um, the past the presidential election that just happened. We were predicting based on so many statistics, but a lot of those things failed. They failed because at the polls, what eventually happened was nowhere near our expectations. We never expected that what finally became the outcome of that election was what it became. So, as the governorship elections are coming up, there is so much, people are so cautious. They are so cautious, but a lot of them are also very disappointed. There's um, there's there's expected voter apathy. They're expecting that the turnout will be very, very low because a lot of people think that it might be more dangerous to participate this time around than they did the other time. While a lot of people also think that it doesn't make sense, the votes are not going to count. And I don't blame them. After they spent a lot of very precious time, a lot of their precious time at the polling unit, at the polling stations, at the polling unit. And at the end of the day, they were told that their votes don't count. If you were the one, you will be very, very disappointed. So, especially those of you in Lagos, I would like to hear from you. What is the sentiment uh, out there in Lagos? What is happening? What is the overriding sentiment? What is top on people's list when they're discussing the gubernatorial elections in Lagos? And what is your own attitude to the whole thing? What do you suggest? I'm expecting to have people on the speaker section so that we can begin to take opinions from them. Okay, thank you so much for joining. Those of you who have joined on Twitter, and those of you who are watching on YouTube, let me do this. If you feel like joining the conversation directly on Twitter, you are welcome. I'm going to post a link on our YouTube, and you can just come in and join in the discussion. People are already coming, so let me post the link. For those of you who are on YouTube, you can join the discussion at that link. You can click on that and join the discussion. Okay? Like I said, we're just experimenting on something where we're streaming live on YouTube because you know why I think streaming live on YouTube is also good? Because Twitter does not save its space for forever, for a very long time. It's deleted after a while. But if it is captured on YouTube, it has the capacity of staying much longer. So I am that's why I'm also streaming streaming it on YouTube. Okay, if the experiment works, we'll do that quite often. But if not, well, we'll just go back to doing only what we're doing on Twitter. Okay, so I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting to have people come on. People are beginning to come, but we are still waiting. Yes. Thank you so much for joining on Twitter. I need to hear from those of you who are around Lagos. How is it shaping up? What are we expecting to see tomorrow? You guys know very well that I'm a member of the African Action Congress, and while in a state like Enugu, we are not working with our governorship candidate there. Like I've told you for several times, it's just for choice of words, is just uh, uh, an opportunist. Let me just call him an opportunist, okay? But he's just a snitch. Is it a snitch that's the right word for him? Or saboteur or whatever, backstabber, anything you use for someone who is not serious, who wants to take your the trust you put on them and rubbish it and go and look for someone to sell it to them. Whatever word you have for that, that's the word we have for our candidate in Enugu State who already was sacked. But in a place like Lagos State, as a member of African Action Congress, I have a candidate in Lagos State. So I'm interested in what happens there. Okay, so I would like to hear from those of you in Lagos. But apart from our own candidate in Lagos, I know that other political parties, PDP has a candidate, APC has a candidate who is the incumbent governor Sanyo-Olu, but they also have a stiff challenge coming from the candidate of the Labour Party, you know. But generally, there's been this heavy controversy. You can see uh, I'm really devoting a little more time to Lagos State. This controversy, they've thrown in the the tribal card into the mix, and they don't care. They don't care what it is doing. They don't care the havoc as long as they win an election. This happens every 4 years. After this time, in fact, every election, it happens after every election, everything goes back to normal. So we're trying to make sure we sensitize you not to fall for their tricks. These people, don't let them deceive you. Don't let them, don't let them make you fall for their tricks. Okay. If you are on Twitter for the first time, if you're on a space for the first time, don't be shy, don't be afraid to ask for the microphone and speak. We're talking about the Lagos governorship elections, Enugu governorship elections, Cross River governorship elections, and other governorship elections. It's one governorship election, but the elections as it is happening in so many states. In some states, it is quiet. There's not much controversy, trailing these elections. But in other states like Enugu, it has been super hot, super controversial, and that's why we want to talk about it. It's been super controversial, and not to undermine the efforts of other candidates. Let me just state here that there are some other people in this election, members of the State House of Assembly. If you happen to come across this space and you are a politician, you're welcome to grab the mic and use this opportunity to sell your candidature. Okay, so please, if you come in and you're a politician, I encourage you to come into the speaker section of the space we're having, and please share your manifesto with us. But amongst those of you on the space right now, I would love to hear from you which states you have been following keenly. And if there are any controversies in those states, let me know. If there are no controversies, let me know. But particularly with Lagos State, what do you think about this tribal thing they've thrown into the mix? What do you think about it? Do you see any merits in it? Do you think it is true? Do you think it is not true? I just want to highlight on those things. So please, please, please. And for those of you on YouTube, once more, I'm sending you the link. You can click on that link and you can join us right here on Twitter. Those of you on Twitter, I need to hear from you. I need you to request the mic, or I already sent a request to some of you. Just click on it and speak so I can know from you what is happening. Whichever state you're listening to us from, whichever state has caught your fancy, whichever state you are focused on, would like to hear what's happening there. Okay. Atobinwa Amadi on YouTube, thank you so much for joining us. Larry on Twitter, I thank you. Shores, uh, I almost thought this was Shore. Okay. Shores Anambra first daughter. I know you. I know you. Okay. Um, some of you may be walking. Let me see. Let me see. There is a request I need to accept. So let me just accept it and continue. All right. And then I'm inviting people to speak. Um, okay. So Larry, you're already a speaker. Maybe we should start with you. Good evening, Larry. How are you?
Fine, sir.
Okay, so you've seen the topic.
Yeah, there's a lot of controversial conversation both online and offline,
Okay.
towards this election period.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to clear some of them up. Now,
Okay.
after I feel that not really and or what I really want. This is what I'm saying is, so before they say they never wanted anybody from the old system, but they campaign for people from the old system.
Mm-hmm.
In Lagos State, they say no, they say no. Before now, they say they was and they take the new system, and the new system doesn't have experience. The new system should go out from the local government chairman.
Mm-hmm.
Now, currently, they say they want to kick the whole system out.
Mm-hmm.
That they want somebody that doesn't have experience to lead again. Now, it is quite myopic
Mm-hmm.
for me, which is in as much as you want a good Nigeria, you want a good government, we should also tread with caution. And I also discovered recently that Nigerians are still in love with their oppressors,
Mm-hmm.
that are not really against the oppression. They just want, let my father, let my brother be part of the people that are oppressing Nigeria. So I also be enjoying the oppression. It's not really in the benefit of the Nigerian people. There's a lot of controversial conversation and a lot of things. And a lot of eyes are laid on the bench. And for
Larry, your connection is not very good. We can hardly hear what you're saying. Sorry. Not really. We can hear you, Larry. Okay, Larry has dropped, and Larry has dropped. But don't forget, we're still talking about the gubernatorial elections in the different parts of the country. Lagos State, Enugu State, Cross River State, and some other places are flashpoints. They are flashpoints because they have a lot of controversy trailing the conduct of elections in those places, especially trailing their candidates. And we're looking at those controversies, okay? And we're starting with Lagos State, where they've thrown into the mix, uh, where they say that Igbo people want to take over Lagos, that indigenous people want to take over Lagos. Lagos should be left alone for the indigenous people. So I'm just looking for reactions on this. What do people think? Should that be a factor for choosing who should lead us? I thought it was about competence. I thought it was about your character. I thought it was about your capacity to deliver. I thought it was those principles that people look to when they are choosing a leader. Okay, so that's why it's interesting to hear from us from those areas, especially those of us that live in those areas. It's important that we hear from us. And please, if you have any issues with my audio, kindly let me know from time to time. Energy, I see you. I see a lot of you. Shores, first that I see you. If you guys can take the phone, it will be nice to hear you comment. I know you guys are so much on Twitter. I don't even know when you sleep. I mean, It's crazy how you guys are able to do what you do. I don't have half as much energy as you guys have. So I let me just use this opportunity and appreciate what you guys do. You guys do that's quite a lot, and it is commendable. So now that you're here, it'll be nice to see you grab the mic and do justice to the topic. Why all the controversy? Why all the drama in this state? What is going on? What is creating all this drama? Anybody can take it up from here. Um, Larry, you're back. If you accept your request, then you can take it from here. Oluafion, can you hear me? Oluafion, uh, Hefty Dre. How are you, Hefty Dre? Please, okay, Energy. Thank you so much. Energy, you're here. Please, you can go ahead.
How you doing now?
I differ energy and they wait for people like you to come and rescue me. You people are Twitter, Twitter, Twitter dons.
How is Anambra election going on? Sorry, Enugu election.
And
We have a candidate in Enugu for this year.
no, we don't have we have somebody on the ballot, but he's a useless candidate. He's a useless buffoon. People have told me to mellow down the words I use for him, but I have no pity for him. He bought our he bought our tickets and then started shopping for where to sell the tickets. And when we discovered he was one of those people that was sacked during that December, and part of his group has been going around TV and talking rubbish. So, as far as we are concerned, his name may be on the ballot because of the election thing, but yeah, you know the new the new thing, election guideline. Yes.
I was telling the guys 2 days ago, I put it in our group chat that one thing our party needs to do. And first thing, I'm not even a party member of AAC, I always just get our party.
You're adopted member.
Sorry, is to start shopping for candidates.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, and I don't always like to use US election or whatever. But
Yes.
when the Republican discover that they are losing a lot of votes
Yes.
from black people, what they do from black and women population, which is a subset of population that is really huge. What they did in the meantime is they went ahead to shop for candidates. So it's something intentional that political party needs to do. Because with the like on candidates delivers good results. So all of guys just pick tickets 2 days to the deadline, 4 days to the deadline. It leads to what we have right now. It's really painful. If you look at the reason why we have the type of outcome we have for this election, is because we have people in our damn ballots that are not having. I know of a particular candidate for senatorial candidates in the East. This guy is always sitting down in obedience space. He only joined our space maybe 1 or 2 times. And in my mind, I'm like, bro, you are a senatorial candidate of AAC, like AAC senatorial candidate, and you will never. I don't even know whether this dude came to Nigeria for the election. So that's how
do you know? But energy. You know why I don't blame AAC. Remember that we had to start from scratch again. while others were building.
Exactly.
Yeah, a lot of people. Let me tell you what actually happened, and this is what happened with the obedient movement, whether somebody wants to believe it or not. People who were excited with what was happening, people who wanted to be part of what was happening, they were not seeing us anywhere. They didn't see Shore in the radar. They didn't see anything. All they saw about Shore was cut today, cut tomorrow, cut. Time was passing, cut. But they didn't understand that we were fighting for our party. So by the time we got our party, which was a few days to the deadline, that was we started scrambling with everything. That's why people were saying, is she already running? I didn't know. Meanwhile, all these other people had already indicated their interest how many years ago, like 2 years before the election. So the fact that we participated in this election is a huge miracle. People are surprised. Why are people still happy? Why are you not sad even with the election? Say because this was what they planned not to happen. They believed that we will not be seen in that ballot. It was a done deal. By dragging Shore up and down, by using Leonard, that was what they believed. But against all odds, we participated. That is the biggest victory. But I agree with you. Now we need to go
Yeah.
back to the drawing board and begin to scout
Yeah.
for our own candidates. Now all these people they
Uh,
came and bought their because our phone was free now, remember. So they just took that
mm,
advantage, just come and pick the phone.
we need to start building now from the ground up. Shop for our own candidates.
Mm-hmm.
Get our party into the right hand in each state.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because on some states the chairman is just dormant. Like the chairman is not doing anything. The way the folks in Lagos are working, I wish every state is like that. Right? The way I believe Edo State is also working, I wish every state is like that. So
Anyway,
can get right hand and we
oh,
can shop for candidates. I think we can make progress as a party. Anyways, let's move to the topic of discussion
sure,
that
sure,
you are,
sure, 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 sure.
which is Lagos Enugu Cross River Other Guber. Why the controversy and drama?
Mm-hmm.
The little I know about Enugu,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially with the old Frank in Wiki Jr. and Edelga.
Mm-hmm.
I think Edelga is from Labour Party, right?
Sure, sure, sure.
So, and he's trying to write on the wave of LUP 78.
Yes.
LUP top to bottom.
Sure, sure.
If you look at the new LP top to bottom, it's a huge contradiction to the whole shout of competency, character that the obedient people start shouting about. And people like us have already said it right from the scratch that you guys are deceiving yourself. You don't care about competency. You don't care about all of this, right? So, and what we said before now, you can see it being played out because we had before that it's not about parties, it's about candidates.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where it's always good for a man to be consistent. The inconsistency in their nature is what is coming to bite them. Now they have a divided house. The APC candidate is still there. Franklin Wike Jr. is there from, I believe, is it Abga?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, no, yeah, Abga, yes. So, in fact, Aisha Yusufu had a space earlier today with Franklin Wike Jr. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
the space is still on right now, I don't know.
I Zoom meeting, Zoom meeting, not a space.
No, it's actually a space. I joined the space for a few minutes. Maybe they
Oh,
have so much.
yeah, okay. I don't know. They're doing a Zoom. It's a Zoom meeting that I saw.
Yeah, they have the space as well. They have
Okay,
about 300 at the
okay,
joint.
okay.
So it's so so you see the likes of Aisha and a couple of other obedient celebrity because now we've created some celebrity
Mm.
from obedient movements.
Mm-hmm.
And these are the people that whether we like it or not, they will be shaping opinions of youths.
Mm-hmm.
Because there are a lot of gullible youths in Nigeria.
Sure.
So, there are a lot of youths that don't think, heed, and they are just waiting for the to tell them this is where you go to. And because they don't want to be rejected, they want to feel among.
Exactly.
You know, they will just go ahead. So it's a hobby task for us going forward. That's why we have to do a little bit of something different than it is. So basically, in Enugu, they have a huge conflict between them right now. And those youths are watching, they are saying conflicting message. They are saying, oh, are we doing LUP, top to bottom, or we're voting competencies, right? So I think that's the main division that you have right now in Enugu. And you have that kind of division also in Akwa Ibom. In
Mm-hmm.
Akwa Ibom, there's this Mama Mary or whatever.
Mm.
She's been crying since 2 days ago now. Her husband is a governorship candidate on that Boot party. And this woman is a huge obedient, strong
Mm-hmm.
obedient.
Mm-hmm.
So now, that why she campaigning for Boot party. They don't want her to campaign for her husband. So it's and now she's been doing several video like every other market day. I commend her right the way. I actually even tweeted about her that I love the way she's strong, that she's true by her family.
So
But this goes to show like a division, and in their turn right now, do they want to build a party, or they just want to do competency, character, or party does not matter? We were telling them political party matter because they want to make excuse for Peter Obi and his guys that left PDP, and they are looking for how can we defend ourselves. So they came with this line: party doesn't matter. Now that phrase "party does not matter" now is coming back to bite them in building LP structure. So I think that is what is happening in my own understanding in Enugu and Akwa Ibom.
it's
Uh,
yeah. Go
in
ahead.
the
Go ahead, please.
southwest,
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
a little bit different because Lagos has been a huge focus for everybody, right? For some reason, everybody loves Lagos.
Mm-hmm.
So we have three gentlemen, two Christian, one Muslim. So the dynamics there is going to change. The whole Muslim Christian dynamic is not going to play a part because two of the three leading candidates are Christian. So the issue of Christian vote definitely is going to be divided. So anybody counting on Christian votes has already lule in that situation. So that is a fact. So the dynamics changes a little bit in Lagos, and it got a little bit into a terrain that we should not have gotten to. Some of us took the baits. After Labour Party won Lagos State, there are a lot of shouts up and there that, oh, we now own Lagos. Who is now the landlord of Lagos? Who is the real landlord of Lagos? Of shouts, up and down. And as a matter of fact, there are some delusional obedience that came up with the rhetoric of Lagos is nobody's land, right? And just what should have happened when that type of rhetoric comes out is a strong message from the Labour Party structure to say, to put a publication out and say, this is not us, right? But as usual, what we have seen in this election cycle is when disobedient people are making reckless statements, threatening people, saying stuff, the party structure, the leadership of their movement keep quiet, knowing fully well that they can use principle of public plausible deniability to wiggle themselves out of the situation. And what I mean by this is what you have seen happen is they will come back and tell you, oh, it's not everybody, it's just some overzealous elements, right? So they are still using that same principle when these guys come and say, oh, blah, 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 Lagos is not about some of this land. And then there's a guy, Peter Obi, USA Open Spaces, saying all those useless king, we're going to push them away, we're going to this and that. And that guy, I think, is from Delta. So basically, that played into what I call APC propaganda, right? APC propaganda machine now. These guys
Mm-hmm.
were heavily trained. they can twist anything. So the APC propaganda machine help them to magnify the thought process of these two few people. So I feel like if they have stopped those guys, like if they have been word that comes out from, the obedience movement or the Labour Party, it would have been better. But they kept quiet like they always do, trying to use principle of possibility than they would say. But now, APC went ahead to now, make sure they capitalize on that. That is why you see all this tension in Lagos, where they're making it look like, oh, the Igbo people, they say they want to conquer Lagos. Yoruba people don't allow for them, just because few people or some people within the obedient camp, you know, make reckless statements. The statement is reckless.
But let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, my brother.
Mm-hmm.
In the past elections in Lagos State, even when the obedience were not in the scene, this exact rhetoric, this exact narrative was also used. Because I remember in the 2019 election, when it was not even with the obedience, when it was PDP and APC, that's what even was his name. I think it was the Oba of Lagos that was making statements about Igbo people and this same thing about who owns Lagos, who doesn't own Lagos. It has to be an indigene. All that those sentiments were being expressed that time. So why is it always happening? Because listen to you right now, one will begin to think that it's just the obedient movement. But if it has been happening way before the obedient movement, then don't you see it is deeper than whatever the obedient movement would have done?
So that's why I say, if when you look at issues, I look at it from a lens field of where issues generate from. The issue from this year generate from careless statement by some people. It would have been stopped if the movement made statement to condemn it. Just like there's this guy that actually make a statement and say Lagos is Yoruba land. Right? If there's a public document like that to say this is it, let's bury this. Nobody will capitalize on that propaganda. Right? There's nothing for you to take advantage on again. The people that you're trying to trace it to has already said no. And then there was a video from Abia State where there's the Labour Party video, where in that video the person that's narrating from the first place we will take is Lagos. So they also circulated that as well. Right? Coupled with the video of Peter Obi USA that said, we will kick out their things and all the rest of. So basically what I'm trying to say is reckless statement like this cannot just be ignored. Did APC took advantage of the thing to their gain? Yes, definitely. Right? So we should not say they did not take advantage of it. They did take advantage of it. And now, in regards to the past, what I remember in 2019, there was a first time back between the Igbo and I think the Obakiolu of Lagos, I believe in 2019. That was when they make the reckless statement of we push you into the lagoon.
Sure.
If you remember, right?
I remember.
So, I know there was a fourth time back, but I'm not privy to what led to that reckless statement by that king. Right? And maybe people from Lagos can provide better insight. Now, it is in this year that I believe, and I'm not sure how true this is, that I believe the power brokers of the Igbo community in Lagos, this is what I was told, but I'm not sure how true it is. They've been pushing for to say, see, our voting block, we only vote if we get a deputy governorship slot. That whosoever give us a deputy governorship slot, that's what we vote for. That they've been, pushing for that for a while. I'm not very sure whether it is true or whether it is not true. Are you getting me? So I'm yet to validate that. But somebody mentioned it in a discussion that I was part of. but not yet. So whether that is what leads to that discussion, I do not know. But the fact of the issue is we know that issues were happened in previous election, but the whole twisting a actual Lagosian and say is from the southeasterner, that actually only happened in this election. Because Madibo is a Yoruba person, is actually a Lagos Easterner that is a southeasterner. Now, whether somebody from another culture or from another place should govern a different state, that is a discussion for another day, right? That me, I feel like we can have it in an educative manner, in a form of saying, you get what I mean? To say, what are the pros, what are the cons? Because it's not just an argument that we're going to say, oh, everywhere is now being globalized. People should govern anywhere they want to govern, right? If that's my opinion, yeah, that's my opinion, right? But I want to hear other side of the argument. And I can also think about other side of the argument so that we can look at, a holistic approach to this from my education perspective to educate ourselves. You get what I mean? Because as I've also said, and I've said this in 3 or 4 different spaces, there are 2 questions here. There's a question of number 1, representation, number 2, identification. Representation in the sense that, and this doesn't apply to Lagos, by the way, because everybody are from Lagos that's contesting Lagos, I believe they are from Lagos. Now, representation in the form that even people within a state, sometimes they have not gotten chance to rule their own states, right? So I will understand if an individual of a state says, look now, I'm from XYZ local government, I'm from this senatorial district. We have not been given a chance to rule our states. Nobody in my local government or nobody in my hometown have ever ruled my states. You get what I mean? Now, why would somebody from another state come and rule my state? I've not been actually represented.
But do you know something? Energy. You see what task we have, the duty that we have as people who are privileged to have platforms like this, people who are privileged to be able to buy data and speak on platforms. Our duty is not to, even though in this broadcast we are trying to point out, we're trying to ask why are these things happening. But when we find it out and we know it, we have to be cautious so that we don't carry these flawed narratives into our people, even by just discussing it. Because one thing is very, very clear. One thing is very, very clear, that there is no truth. It's absolute lie what these people say. But what you said is correct. It is propaganda. They take the truth, they twist it around, and it causes problems. I can tell you from an Igbo man's perspective that, and I'm not generalizing here, but a greater percentage of Igbo people in Lagos are not interested in owning Lagos. The average Igbo man does not have any business owning your place. He has his place in Igbo land. You know me, I'm unapologetic Igbo man. When I talk, I'm not shy about it. Let me describe for you the average Igbo man, because this is the controversy in Lagos. The average Igbo man is a trader, is a businessman. Whether he's a doctor, lawyer, engineer, it is just a cover name. He's a businessman. He's trying to make money from what he's doing. Now, when he goes into a place, and you will find him anywhere. Go to Sokoto, go to Bauchi, anywhere you will find him, because he cannot just sit down in his house and sell things to the people in his yard. He has to move out. So he moves out. Probably he learns his trade in Onitsha market. So it's congested for him. He takes this trade, goes to a new place, virgin place. When he comes there, I can assure you, unless you show me, he does not go and possess anybody's land. He doesn't go to the bush and clear the bush and set up his thing there. No, he comes and he finds a house that is built by an indigene of the place who is a landlord, and he will ask the landlord, please, can I have a room in your house? The landlord will say yes, and the landlord will tell him how much to pay, and he will pay, because part of his plan in going to the new place, he would have saved money to at least pay the first month rent. He will pay that rent. This is very important that people understand. After paying the rent, he will start to live in the house. He will start selling his goods. So usually he will get a house or a shop. His first thing is a shop, not a house. He'll get a shop. He will start sleeping in that shop, probably from inside the market. He will sleep on the floor of that shop. In the morning, he will open and sell his market. He will continue to do this. He will go, he will find out what nobody is able to sell in that village, in that locality. The thing that makes other people go to another town, he will go and buy that thing and sell it cheaper than, and make it more convenient, just basic trading principles. He will begin to grow. When he grows from his shop, he will now rent another shop and make it bigger. Then he will now begin to train people. It is not true that it is only their people that they train, but you have to have an inclination to what he does. You have to want to do that thing that he does to join him. Anybody that joins him, he trains the people. Usually they have people that sell market for them, secretaries, boys. Some of them will be Igbo, some of them will be from the indigenes there. When he has trained them and his business is growing big, this is the same principle for a Yoruba man, an Hausa man, Ibibio, Ijo, Efik, Nupe. It is Canadian, Indian, Chinese person, the same trading principles. When you grow, you now rent extra shop, 2 more shops. Now he now has a house that he's living in. All this while, my brother, he is paying rent in all these places. He's not owing. After he has grown big, he now asks for a land so that he can now build his house. He now builds his house, or he buys the land from the same indigene, not by dispossessing the land, not by forcing them. He pays and they give him a land. Usually, he will look for where the land is cheap, which is in an area that is not very, very flashy. He will probably, sometimes he's the first person to do road to come into that land, but he starts there. When he builds his house, other people will now be, because of his activities. And I'm just making a general statement. It's not always like that. And it's not only Igbo man that does it. But I'm just trying to paint a picture for you. By the time he builds that house, sometimes he's the first person to do road into that place. Other people will start building house. Very soon, that place that he bought land cheap, he might even buy 6, 7, 8 lands in that place because it's very cheap. Before you know it, he begins to resell the land to other people, begins to become a big land business person. Other people will now see him begin to sell land. Say, this one is now selling land in our house, in our land, in our community, not knowing that he bought it. It's just a business idea. And there is no law that says there is a limit to which you can do these things. I've queried people sometimes when they say, this person is becoming too much. And I'll ask that person, is there a limit to how much money somebody can make? No. Is there a limit to how much you can expand your business? No. So it is our duty to correct these wrong impressions. I was talking with a friend of mine here in Toronto who was championing this Lagos thing. You can honestly, if you see how deep this whole thing has gone into the fiber of our society, you won't believe it, even in the diaspora. He was always posting these things, always posting this thing. And I'm thinking that he lives here in Canada. He gets a good job in Canada. We are all here. So many of us, so many Nigerians are here. We buy houses. We build homes. We're just doing everything that we like, expanding. Our brothers and sisters are coming here. We can be anything that we want. Anything that we want here, we can be in a big city. But the indigenous people here, there are the indigenous people here, the Indians, American Indians, they are here. They are the owners of the land. They live in reserves. Imagine if some of them just come and say, all of you people have taken over this place, so you people must go. How come you are you? And I asked him, how come you're building a house here? How come you're faring very well here, and nobody has told you to go back? It was difficult for him to answer. And I told him, it's about time Lagos decides what it is. If Lagos wants to be a metropolis, a big city like New York, Paris, Toronto, it just has to decide that that's what it is. And it will be run like any big city. It will have equal opportunities for people. The laws of economics will be what determines what happens there. And what they must do is make sure that they have institutions that promote their culture, their tradition, uphold those institutions, have ways of, if somebody is breaking, like if you say on a particular day, this is, we all observe, we don't come out because it's a masquerade festival or something. If it's, put it in your constitution, make sure that people abide by it. That's how any other place is. Like here, if you want to start any occasion, even if you don't want to pray, even if you don't want to sing the national anthem, the first thing you must do is you must do an what they call acclamation or something, where you say that you recognize that this land belongs to the Inuit, the Ojibwe, the all the First Nations. You say all of that, land proclamation. You say all that before you start any occasion here, any civic occasion. So these are the things that you do, but you can't stop people from expanding, or you can't come up. People say it when they say, "Oh, you are coming to take our jobs." You see, in so many places they turn around like they did in South Africa. They started killing Nigerians. They say, "Oh, Nigerians are taking up their job." Meanwhile, Nigerians just came there and they continue to grow and grow and grow. So I really want to see us discuss this thing from a perspective of educating the people, so that we don't. Yeah.
Dr. Chide,
Yes, my
the
brother.
way I look at this argument, listening to your point of view
Yes.
about the business acumen of a Igbo man,
Yeah.
and thank God you mentioned it's not specific to Igbo people.
No.
But Igbo people are just known to be traders.
Sure.
Now, the part I do not agree with is that Lagosians are inherently maybe tribalistic, or they want to push out, or they want to limit people. I'm not from Lagos.
No. Let me correct you. I have not. We are analyzing the people who are saying it. It's not negotiations. You see, the people in Lagos, because not everybody that the people causing this thing are fewer than the people not. It's only a few people, mischief makers that are. You know that the propaganda machine you talked about. Yeah.
So now, because I know for it, say admit or not, Lagos is the only state in Nigeria that is most welcoming.
Exactly.
It's most welcoming than any other state, and that is a fact. There are historical facts and evidences to back it up. There is a place right now in after Agogi. I wanted to buy a property there sometimes, and the guy that wanted to sell the land to me or the house to me was a people man.
Sure.
And when he showed me the Sea of O, he actually bought the land in the year 1992. And the people in Agogi gave him a chieftaincy title in the Yoruba land in 1992.
Exactly.
A chieftaincy title, because his title showed on his land document when he showed me.
Yes.
So that shows you that people in Lagos are welcoming. They're not only welcoming just to people from outside Lagos like me, they're welcoming to everybody.
Sure.
It's a place where everybody can go and thrive.
Okay.
Like I said, did APC propaganda machine make use of this opportunity? Yes. I've already told you I cannot tell you what happened pre-2019, right? Now, what however happened this year is there are opportunity of propaganda and APC took it further.
So let me ask you this question. Are you trying to
Okay.
say, and this is a very important question. So you believe that without those statements that were made, I'm coming. Without those statements that were made by obedience, this they wouldn't have started saying this again, this election period. Is that what you're
So
trying to say?
I will tell you three things that informed what really happened, right? One thing, of course, the recklessness and of APC people are there, and some people inherently they are tribalistic, right? But from the other side, the statement by to say Lagos is no man's land.
And so that you know my question. My question to you is, if those statements, you see, all of those if those statements were not made, did you believe that they would not still be that tribal?
It wouldn't have heightened to this extent, in my opinion.
There's something you said. No, it's not about your opinion. No, you did. I think you should go and investigate what happened in previous years, because that's what I'm trying to. If you understand this point,
That's what I'm saying. I'm not privy to what caused the reckless statement by Akeolu in 2019.
okay.
Right? I do not know what caused it, and I try to lay a precedence of maybe this is what caused it. Right? I say I'm not sure. If anybody could educate me on that, I am willing to listen.
No, it's easy, my brother. If you Google it, you see the point there is, and that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Can you educate us then about what caused the statement from Akeolu in 2019?
It is the same. See, it is the same thing. The same thing that has been causing it all the time. And that's just what I'm trying to tell. It is pure political. So listen, my brother. It is pure political propaganda. Did you see MC Olumo at the polling booth there? His whole so focus on that statement. You don't have to have done anything to him. He's just trying to tell you that if you are coming to vote here, you must vote this person because this person has to win. So when the Oba was speaking, that if you are living here and you don't vote for this person, all of you will be thrown inside the lake. That was just the only thing. It's trying to bully you and say you must. That's the point I'm trying to make to you, my brother. It's not about like you just trying to call a dog a bad name so you can hang it. I know me. I speak the truth the way I see it. It's not the first time, but immediately, and this is coming from. That's why I told you it's mischief. Like you've said now, people are welcoming all over the place. Just like the narrative, and I see someone raising their hands. I'm going to call you in very soon, please. Um, just like the narrative you hear out there that you cannot go to Igbo land and buy a house. I'm telling you, I am prepared to put down 1 million naira for someone to go to Enugu. I will do a live video. Go to somebody that is selling a land and tell them you want to buy a land. Don't tell them where you're from. After they finish showing you the land in Enugu or anywhere, now tell them that you are a Yoruba person and we will be on live. Let me see if that person will change. I swear to you, it's not true. Nobody. Look, the Igbo man wants to do his business. He just wants to, this is how much I'm selling the land. 2 million. It's advertised. You pay, you take the money. But the question you need to ask yourself, which is the thing that people don't like to really look at. You ask yourself, why would a business person in Lagos, a Yoruba person in Lagos, get up and go to my village to go and buy land? Why? Why? Is it that my village is so developed, Enugu is so developed? No, he doesn't have a reason to do that. Why would somebody leave Kano to go to Enugu State? Why? Why would a businessman go to Onitsha where there's no port. No. But the person who imports the goods, you cannot build a port for them in Onitsha. The port in Port Harcourt is not working. So he is forced to go to Lagos to clear his goods. I mean, this is what brought about the agitation when you see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu talking. I mean, these are very simple things. You don't have any federal presence there in Enugu. I'm from Enugu State, I can tell you. I went to school in 2000, in 2007, studying in a prefabricated lecture hall, prefabricated, temporary shed that was built after the war. But I visited Uniben, I visited Ife, and I was shocked. I was shocked. I'm telling you, I thought we used to say that Lions and Lionesses, University of Nigeria Soccer was the biggest. When I went to Uni Jos, I felt like crying. When I went to Ife, I felt like crying. I saw the is it more the that great hall in Ife. I would felt like crying. I went to Unilag. I said it's not true. I went to Uniben. I'm telling you this. So there is actually nothing attractive in East. So these people have to now move to Abuja, move to Kano, move to Lagos. Do you understand that sentiment? And I'm going to come back to you, but let's take sorry, my eyes are hurting. Gerald, Gerald,
Yeah, good evening.
go ahead, Gerald.
Regarding the ethnic tension that is happening so far in Lagos,
Yes.
that's what I want to discuss about.
Mm.
And well, something happened on 25th.
Sure.
After maybe like a day or 2 days after the elections, and the results of official records came out, and there was a victor, and they came out and they started gloating that they won Lagos, that they own Lagos, they're about. And now let us go back to let's take a trip down to the memory lane. That is not the first time an opposition will win Lagos in the presidential elections. As far as I can remember, PDP won Lagos in 2003. PDP also won Lagos in 2007. PDP also won Lagos in 2011. Yes. And all that period, nobody came to gloat in the faces of the locals and the people of Lagos that they own Lagos and they own Lagos and Lagos belongs to them. Okay. It was just normal elections. It was won and it was lost. And everybody moved on like nothing happened. But this time around, it's something totally different. And because you won a battle, now came started gloating in the faces of the locals and telling them that their land is no man's land, that they own this place. In fact, they even went as far back as hosting spaces, saying how they are going to uninstall the monarchs in the states and put their own. Then it led to all this tension. And we will not expect the locals here to just keep quiet and watch all that will happen. It's not going to be, they won't keep quiet. So that action and reaction are equal and opposite. Their gloating led to this. Now, this thing has created a strong tension as I'm speaking to you. Even in suburbs in Lagos State, as I'm talking to you, everybody is fired up because this thing has spread like wildfire everywhere. So I just pray and hope that the elections on Saturday will be peaceful, calm, and there will not be any. Of course, if I'm going to say that there will be some incidents, pockets of incidents, no doubt about that. But I just hope that it will not escalate beyond what we can control as a people.
You know what? Thank you so much. You know my fear, my concern, and that's it's just very sad. It's very sad that our society, we're not ready. We're really not ready, and that's why my heart bleeds when I see people like Omoyele Showore. And yeah, I just want Showore to just go back. Just see, maybe I've not said this before, man. I just want Showore to just go back. Just go back to his family, like let's just shut down this whole thing. We're not ready. We're not ready. We are not, absolutely not ready. You see all this activism that we did, bullshit, man. You look at what people are saying, young people. I'm like, are these the same comrades? Are these the same activists who were on the same side with me? We could degenerate to start to discuss this thing with these people. Come on. I'm telling you, look, you must love where you're coming from. You must defend where you're coming from. And you know, I'm somebody who people never understood when they were saying, Chidi, you and this Biafra thing. I said, don't see, don't come near me when you're talking about Biafra. Biafra is, for me, I support that Biafra. I want it to come. Since Nigeria does not want to treat the Biafra man, doesn't want to recognize him. And through my activities, through my belief in this Biafran struggle, it has educated a lot of people, because they say, somebody like Dr. Chidi is, is adamant on this thing. Maybe let me listen. And they've come to understand. And even, you see, when I think about Omoyele Sowore, I don't think of him as a Yoruba man. I think of him as a comrade who has sacrificed his very life to see that justice prevails in our country. And I have my comrades, I have people who have rallied around him, and we have really, really pushed for justice in our land. All of a sudden, even with the emergence of the obedience movement, the same people, let me even go back to NSAS. We came to NSAS, they convinced some of us that Sowore suddenly now is trying to hijack NSAS, and people bought it. After NSAS was crushed. Now we claim obedient movement emerged, and they now convinced you that, people, not, why am I even going far? Oduduwa movement came out, Sunday Igboho. They said, Sowore, go back to Yoruba people, go to Yoruba people and organize yourself. Sowore said, no, that's not what I'm after. Do your Yoruba thing, do your Igbo thing, but I'm for everybody. That's how we roll. To stay in 2023 and be listening to young people sound the way we are sounding, it brings tears to my eyes. That we cannot see what is going on. Don't you understand? After Saturday, all this will disappear. We should not be engaged. Don't you understand? After Saturday, all this will disappear. So we cannot engage in it the same way they are engaging in it. You should understand these are mischief makers. They will do anything to get you to. It's for them to win. That's all it. All this propaganda, all this nonsense you're hearing. Why now? That because they were bragging. Is it the bragging that brings the choose the look? If the person is in AD, vote for the AD person, the person that is competent, the person that will make. If we are saying that, listen, only an indigene of Lagos is qualified to run for an election, then let us just make sure that only indigenes come out. Even right now, like my brother said, all the people running are indigenes. They are indigenes. So if anyone wins, it's still an indigene, even though there is no law that says that in our constitution. If there is, please, I don't know. I don't know that the electoral law says that you must be from this place. If it says that, then let's make sure that's what we're doing. But now, even though those people are indigenous, you have just looked and there is a fear. This is all politics, and we are smart people. We are smart people, but we are not exhibiting that smartness. That is what is really, really annoying me. And these people will just come, get some of us killed, derail us, just deceive us. And after the election, our eyes will open again. Can you imagine? It's very, very appalling. Trust me, it has nothing to do with somebody won the election. It was like that before. Somebody was asking, Energy were asking me, what was it that the Oba said? I Googled it. The Oba said, Anyone that does not vote Ambode will be thrown into the lagoon. And do you know what? I remember that time he was addressing people that came to see him. Someone they meeting, and some people came to see him, and he's telling them this.
Dr. Chidi, sorry for breaking you. I think you need to go and listen to what your bad told this guy today. Or is it today or yesterday? The Labour Party candidate too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Publicly he said someone is going to win the election.
Mm-hmm.
So you see, I don't know. I just want to just shoot that in before I comment.
No, and it's in line with what I'm saying. Energy. These guys we shouldn't take them serious. Look, when Wike, let me tell you what happened in Rivers State. Wike went to Rivers State, and Wike is PDP, right? And these are some of the quarrels I have with my brothers and sisters, the obedient. While Wike was in Rivers State, Wike now while Obi was in Rivers State, Wike told Obi, forget about Rivers State, forget about it. You people will not win here. That is really not right. You are Labour Party. You have a Labour Party candidate. A governor who is from another party tells you to your face, forget about your own candidate. And Obi actually forgot about their Labour Party candidate, did not bring her in, did not promote her, and was there. Everybody was clapping for Wike. You see, it is wrong. It is anti-party. You don't do it. But that time, Obedience were clapping. What did Wike do to them later? When Wike stung them like a scorpion, they turned around and said, Wike is. I said, you fell into the trap. That's exactly what's happening right now. I'm looking.
Mr. Chidu, can I just say something? It's about the Rivers election. And you focus on the obedience.
It's not even only that. Wait, my brother. It's not only that.
Since 2015, as far as I know, that's how the trajectory of elections in Rivers has always been. Obedience are really crying because it didn't go in their favor.
See,
it's not what happened.
You see, that's why when we tell you, if you come to African Action Congress, win or lose, big or small, good or bad, we are stuck to our ideology. We are stuck to our principle. We will not jump ship. If we tell you these people are bad, they are bad. These old politicians are bad. Don't think that because they say today, they say, oh, you're the best, I like you, jump up, you say they are good. Tomorrow they say, Shebi, we all, at a point, they even say that Buhari is the best thing that has happened to humanity after ice cream. That, Buhari, this currency thing, is the, you even said that this man, Lai Mohammed, is a very good man. All of them, where are they today? He said the money we just came out and told you people, Emefiele is a bad man. Don't say anything good about, don't praise him. He said, no, he's doing well. The money is to stop Tinubu from winning. But Tinubu then were the first to get that money. And they distributed their money anyways. And the monetary thing did not stop them. Immediately after election, didn't they reverse the money thing? So isn't it about time you listen to us when we are telling consistency? Now I'm hearing that Labour is different from Obedience. And now Obedience can support PDP. Look at what's going to happen. Let me predict this, and I come in peace. So, but my obedient brothers and sisters, let me tell you your future. Here, go and write this prediction. You were together, Labour top to bottom, LP 70, everybody happy, strong, united, and you went into the presidential and you moved and you shook everywhere. Now you are saying that now Obedient is not Labour. Obedient can be PDP. Obedient can be APC. So some of you, you know what will happen? For the governorship election, you are going to go to APC camp and support their person and follow them to do election. Let me now tell you how they do election. They will rig. They will do everything, and you are there with them, and you cannot say no. Your hand will be messed, spoiled. contaminated with them as you're supporting them to gain their governorship. After they win, when you people recongregate as obedient, what are you going to tell each other? Because now you have people who moved to go and do governorship under PDP. People have moved to go and do governorship under it. They've tested all those people. Will you come back and still say we know they give shishi? Is that what you're going to say? I'm watching to see. I'm watching to see what will now become your mantra. I'm watching to see how you people will now move together. Are you going to now look at ABC and say you people are bad? Or are we going to say everything is okay, everybody is okay? When you people were accepting that it's okay to play politics the old way, you forgot that part of playing politics the old way, enshrined in Nigerian politics, is the doctrine of rigging. It is part of politics in Nigeria. So when they rig, why are you shouting? Why are you looking surprised? Shaping that you want to play the politics the old way. So guys, what I'm trying to say with all these elections is that we need to be super smart. We need to not buy into propaganda. We need to be the ones telling people, no, go and vote who you want. Let's separate the propaganda from the truth, because people are going to, yeah, you're right, on Saturday, people are going to lose lives. People are going to lose their lives based on all of this nonsense that is going on. But after the election, all that will disappear. And the people who caused it, they will not be there with you. Won't see them. All of them will go to Abuja. The number they give you on their phone, you won't even see it.
Even after the election, the scars will remain, and the people will not forget the scars.
Of course.
These scars are like the scars will remain, and it will be acted upon. Trust me, I guarantee that 100%. As I'm talking to you right now in Badagry, there are a lot of as I'm talking to you right now in Badagry here in Badagry, there are already policy changes regarding how land will be sold and everything instantly. All the communities there are already changing their stance on how they will sell properties and land to people. As I'm talking to you now, so this is not going to end anytime soon. It is not going to end anytime soon. See, this thing has been there, but it has been dormant.
No, I don't agree with you. I don't. No, see, no.
I would like you to let it be, because I think I agreed with what he said. He said this thing has been there, but it has been dormant.
It has not been dormant now. You people say, okay, let me correct you guys. If you say,
I understand everything you are saying perfectly.
But don't say it's been dormant now. It's not been dormant.
I want to just give you instance.
Okay.
I want to give you some instance. Like me, the type of job I do, I move around in Lagos. I move around. I work with the Igbo guys and the Yoruba guys, because the company I work for, I go out to buy things, from the either Igbo or Yoruba. Sincerely speaking, before the election, I'm telling you, before the election, maybe last 2 years, before the election, all these people, Dr. Shibu, there is all this tribal talk here or there. So that's the dormant I believe this my brother is talking about.
No.
From the Igbo side and the Yoruba side.
Can I correct you? It depends on.
In my house.
No, my brother.
House.
If you say this is dormant now, then you don't know what is going on.
I mean before now. It's this what bring this thing to the highest level now is because of the politics.
It's just this election. No, it has been. No, you guys.
Every election year.
Exactly.
That's what we are saying.
No. What you say?
But the injury will be there.
No.
People will still have those things.
People.
So when the election time comes again, if somebody bring it up, back up
again. Exactly. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. This one is not. Somebody just said that before. It's been low. It's been dormant, but it is election period. In 2019, it came up again. In 2015, it came up again. It will die down after this election. Do you know when next it will come up? It will come up in 2027. It will also come up when anything happens. Any small thing that happens now. Wait, somebody has been raising their hands. Guys, let's give this person an opportunity. 247 media, 247 a news, I think.
Yeah, I have a news. 247 Amebon
I'm about news. Go ahead, 247. And
Yeah,
after you,
yeah. So,
Larry. Yeah.
Dr. Shibi, yeah, about the tribal stuff.
Mm.
I think I agree with you, and I also want you to also see where other people are coming from because,
Sure.
like me, I have lots of experience. The reason why I'm saying this thing is just dormant. Somebody will come in election year and trigger it off, through some kind of foul language and something that has is there.
Mhm.
But nobody is thinking about it. Nobody is thinking. Everybody is just going their own. But any small situation, you see to that Omo Yorubani, is a Igbo person. You see, it's there. It's there. That tribal thing is there. But it's just like people are not focusing on it. Like it's not something that people are thinking of. Only what people are thinking of is how to make their daily basis and everything. But election year, because of everybody is focusing on that time. So the politicians and the evil politicians, they know how to play tribal game
Exactly.
and everything.
Exactly.
So
It's so
so
we're on the same page now. That's what I'm trying to say. Let's not.
no, we just want you. We want you to come to our own page to let
No,
you
no,
know that
no,
it's
no.
not
That means
there.
okay. Let me
It's
correct
not
this.
there. It
No,
will
let me
trigger.
let me correct this because it looks like two of us are saying the same thing. I was of the opinion or the impression that someone is saying that it is only in this particular election that the thing has been furious. I'm just trying to say that. But if you agree with me that at every election cycle, an evil, mischievous person or group of people will use that as a card, to win an election. And I agree with you. Any day we are ready, that's why I say we are not ready. Any day we are
Now,
ready to
Dr. Chidi,
discuss.
Dr. Chidi, a
Go
little
ahead.
bit of agreement with you on that is this.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, that there's always been this Igbo Yoruba stuff, especially. But my disagreement is it wasn't this prominent or it wasn't this like fledged out like this election. Like I know that for a fact.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, bro.
Can I can I tell you why you're wrong?
So, hold on, Doctor. Let me finish with this.
Okay.
Now, if we are saying that, it's always there, that means this issue, what we're basically saying in favorable is that this always just happened unprovoked. Like, it's not like reactionary. It's not, it doesn't even have to do with anything. Nobody has to tweet about anything. Nobody has to say anything. They will just think about how to put Igbo people under the boss every election cycle.
But that isn't that the question that I asked you that you really didn't answer. I asked you, I said, do you believe that in this election cycle, all the pointers to what is causing this tribal thing, if there was no tweets, if there was no careless statement, you really believe that they will not resurrect it? That's what I'm asking you. And the answer is no.
I just say no.
It's a,
There will not. Hold on. If there is no careless tweet about Yoruba is no man's land,
yes, yes.
there will not be any wild stuff about, this is our land. I know that. I know that
Oh
for
my
sure.
God.
There
Okay.
must still be other rhetorics around, you know.
You are contradicting. Then you are contradicting yourself. Do you know why you're contradicting yourself?
There must, because if you have to understand different rhetorics in
No,
this election.
no, it's not about rhetorics. Let me tell you
I'm
why.
sure of it.
Let me tell you why. Let me explain so that we will be on the same page. Because me and you are actually from the same. We drink from the same water. We're from the same side. Listen, these people, first of all, we've accepted that this is the handwork of some evil guys. We already accepted that. They are mischief makers. They have ulterior motive. It is not about business. It's all about winning election. Let us establish that fact. These are not activists. They are not doing it because they care about the the hungry man in the street. No, they are doing it simply because they want to win election, period. So it is not because of the tweet. It is not because of the careless talk. Whether you talk, you didn't talk, you keep quiet, as long as it is election period, they will, it is a constant, they will bring it up.
Dr. Chide, you're forgetting the fact that in 2019,
Yeah,
when this Akiolu made that statement,
sure.
a lot of Yoruba people kicks against him and say no.
Even now, you think every Yoruba person agrees with what's going on?
No, I'm saying a lot of Yoruba people kicks against it. Now, if you make a tweet now, if let's say we make a poll, ask all Yoruba people on this space now that do you like the statement that Lagos is no man land? Just make that poll. Any Yoruba person will tell you, say no, Lagos is Yoruba land. Right? The same way that I always respect your opinion when you say, oh, I'm an all apologetic I always say that story of every place that Dr. Chidi is a tattoo chick. That's the same way I will say, see, I'm an unapologetic Yoruba man.
And I don't have any problem with that.
If APC taking advantage of it, I believe yes, they are. But you have to understand that a lot of people that are not even tribalistic, that are saying Lagos is Yoruba land, period. Our king needs to be respected, period. Whether they are playing into the propaganda or not, they are lending their voice because they are already acting.
Energy. Let me ask you this question, and I'll bring in Larry. Okay. Has please, in what way has Igbo people in Lagos disrespected the king in Lagos?
No, Dr. Chidi, I don't think this stuff, this tribal war going on right now, let me call it war, this tribal stuff going on right now, I think the Igbos don't disrespect anybody. Please, the Igbos don't disrespect, the Yoruba don't disrespect people. It is...
Let's just single these people out who are doing this thing.
Hold on, 257. Nobody is saying the whole Igbo is disrespecting people or the whole Igbo wants to take land. We can have some discussion around, there are some uncomfortable discussion that if we want to take politics out of it, we can have later on.
Exactly. Right? I'm interested. I'm interested in those discussions.
But the bottom of it is, the people, like when I started, it would have been better. This would have put this whole thing. See, it's always pain me when people say a chance of propaganda and they cannot jump on this to say, let's kill this thing. What I keep hearing from people is, don't think about it. It is nothing. Don't react to it. It is nothing.
Do, energy. Do you understand? No, hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Please. Hold on, guys. Please. Energy, you're on. But let's say this, okay? You know, when I started by telling you that no Igbo man is interested. I'm generalizing here. There may be one or two people that is the ambition. I don't know. But listen, I told you that there is no Igbo man that his mission in life is to come and possess Lagos as his land. Igbo people go, see, you don't understand them. They have to go home to Christmas to their Igbo land.
Dr. Chidi, either you come and possess or you don't come and possess. They are all Nigerians. You are free to stay
and so people like me, see, let me finish what I wanted to say in that perspective. What I'm trying to say, and that's, see, the kind of thing I get what you're saying. You expect condemnation or reprimanding of people who say that Lagos State is not Yoruba land. And people like me, we see that is not even the question. That's why I said, I talked about First Nations. The First Nations people, they own Toronto, they own Canada. All of us are comers here, and they've enshrined it in their constitution of Canada. They are recognized Yes, but that's as far as it goes. You cannot disrespect them. Just like you say, nobody should come to Lagos and disrespect the king. Nobody should come to Lagos and try to demean the cultures of the land. That's why I told you that is sacrosanct. This is who the people are.
Dr. Chidi, I hear what you said, but in the respectful way, your hold on, Larry, your disclaimer is coming from the wrong person.
Who should it come from?
The disclaimer is coming from you. It's not coming from the camp that is perpetrating this, this statement.
Okay, right? I'll come back to you, Energy. Let's hear Larry. Let's hear Larry. Energy. I'll come back to you. Let's hear Larry. I will come back to you. Let's diffuse a little bit. Larry, go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. JT, Energy, I'm about 24/7. See, Dr. JT, you have said this thing before.
Oh, Larry, your network. Actually, Energy. I need co-hosts, so please, you guys need to help me.
Energy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Go and change your phone.
Can't do go phone for me. Yeah, I was saying something. So the thing is, any foundation that or anyhow that you on this foundation is going to do it. Now, look at these things in the presidential election, and people buy into some of those ideas, and it worked for them towards presidential election. But I'll tell you the fact that some of them passed their boundaries when campaigning during the presidential election. One of it was, if you're campaigning in respect of competency, as programs that will progress this country, nobody is going to dispute that. But a lot of you say we want Igbo presidency. This one, I'm not also against your Igbo presidency. But if you want to bring somebody as an Igbo presidency, bring somebody that has character. Bring somebody that has the interest of the Nigerian people. That is what I'm more interested in.
Hold on, Larry. We are finished with the presidency. We are talking about governorship. So let's leave.
I'm going. It's a process.
Can you agree with what Larry said?
It's a process.
What?
So a lot of things in presidential.
No, wait. Let's hear Larry, please. Larry, your phone is really
Can you hear
disturbing.
me now?
Yes, we can hear you. But the network goes off from time to time. But go ahead, Larry.
Okay. Now the thing is, a lot of things happen in the presidential election that were not questioned. So at the cost of that, this is the more reason why a lot of this controversy and tension is currently going on in Lagos State. If some of these things were trashed out towards the presidential election, you'll be hearing most of these things. And if someone is contesting in Lagos State, if the president has the guys, how they the program, more people not say if we want people person to follow us, they are afraid of their state, that they will take over the state.
But Larry, let me ask you a small question, because I can't believe I'm hearing this thing coming from our camp. Is there an Igbo person contesting for governorship of Lagos State?
Yes.
Who is the Igbo person?
Let me
Wait. Now, wait, Larry, I'm asking Larry. Larry, who is the Igbo person?
From Labour Party.
He said Igbo person. God, what has happened to us?
Cannot say a sentence in Yoruba. It cannot.
So wait, guys, wait. You see, this is very, very interesting. No, guys, wait now, guys. Hey, now wow, guys, now wow. Can you hear yourselves? Can you really, really hear yourself? Somebody's saying the guy cannot speak Yoruba. That's what I told you people. We need to go back. We just need to go back. There are some discussions that, like I think it's Energy that said it. There are some discussions that we are afraid to discuss. So we need to go back to the room and agree some things. That's why we need a new constitution. Let us have a new constitution, and in that constitution, let us state clearly who is qualified to run an election. And let us say clearly that for you to run an election, you have to speak Yoruba. For you to run an election in Enugu, you have to speak Igbo language very well. Oh. Do you understand that? If your father is from Enugu State and your mother is Yoruba, that means you're Yoruba. I don't think like that. But that's what I'm hearing. And that's why you have to have a people's constitution. It may sound funny, but unless if you decide through a majority vote that this is what works for your people, then it gets enshrined in the constitution and there will not be any problem. The reason why we have all this problem is that we get up and we interpret the constitution the way we like it. I'm going to open the microphone again, but I'm going to let Larry summarize your talk, and then we'll go to the Fab, please. We'll not have the Fab and other people. Go ahead, Larry.
So, Dr. Kidi, let me make this thing clear. It's none of my business if he speaks Yoruba or not. But the most important thing we should be considering is, does this guy has what it takes to govern Lagos? Does he have a program? Maybe a lot of people are promoting.
Larry, it doesn't make sense. We're not hearing what you're saying. So either your network is not good, okay? Just fix it and come back, okay? And let's go back to the Fab.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Oh, we can't hear you, the Fab. Something happened.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, the Fab. Yes.
Thank you very much for the space. Thank you. No, it's nice having you around again this evening. I think this kind of discussion is a very important discussion, but we try as much as possible to run away from it. The truth is that this is just our shadow that we cannot run away from. See, we as AAC, we have a different ideology.
Different.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
We have a different ideology about this ethnicity, religion, and the likes. We believe so much that this ethnicity of a thing will not help our democracy, will not help our political space, and religion as well. It will not help us. That is not a prerequisite. That is not a criteria to push our democracy to the standard we want. But the fact that there's no way we are going to run away from this. We have to sit and talk about it. In this just concluded election, a lot of things played out. Lots, except if you want to deceive ourselves, a lot of things played out, especially in Lagos. We've seen regions in Lagos dominated by the Igbos that they are disenfranchising other political parties or voting in that particular area. What do you think will happen? That is, it's a subtle way of breeding violence. And we saw what happened in the southeast.
The Fab. No, let me. I just want clarification. I want clarification before you go on. Hold on now. You said regions where certain ethnic groups were disenfranchising other people. So
Exactly.
tell me what you mean by that.
Yes, disenfranchising in the sense that they never allow some other political party to vote for some certain candidate that they prefer.
Just call names now. The fact
Okay,
this is my channel. Just you know me. Just call names. Say this.
it's all right.
There's
I
no
mean, no, I'm
parables
not
here.
scared. I'm not scared. I said it the other time that this is a topic that we cannot run away from. We AAC. That's why I
Exactly. So
started
here
it.
we call names. Just call names.
Yes,
What are you talking about?
we saw the videos here and there where in Lagos where MC Oluomo boys were saying to some guys that if you know that you are not voting for APC, you must not vote here. Just
Exactly.
go to your house.
Yes.
The same thing applicable in Southeast
Mm.
as well. For party people in Southeast, they were telling the APC and PDP guys to go back to their house. They never allowed them to vote for Tinubu. They never allowed them to vote for Atiku, which is absolutely wrong. And we saw their presidential candidate toying on the pathway of religion and ethnicity. Let me tell you something, sir.
Mm.
There is no way that kind of movement would place. There's no way that kind of movement will not breed little uproar. The regions will feel insecure at the moment. Let me tell you something. This evening, Dr. Shidi, you are Igbo person and I'm Yoruba person.
Mm.
There's a certain region in a part in Lagos that the Igbos dominate in that Amu ward of here, something like that. That they are not allowing some certain people to vote, humiliating them not to vote. And I want you to know something this evening. It can never happen in the Southeast that there are some area dominated by the Yorubas and they are not allowing some people to vote. It can never happen in the Southeast. It shows how accommodating the Yorubas are in their what's it called, in their region. You know, the truth is that
Let me interject here, and I will let you see at every point. The reason why, because I can't come back and begin to analyze everything. You see, you started by saying that AAC were different. We have a different ideology.
of course,
If I ran for governorship of Enugu State, and
yes,
when I was running for governorship, I went around the places in Enugu State. They have a place they call Amausa. It's called Ausa Quarters. Okay. Now, when you go there, the mosque, the primary school, everything there is just dominated by Hausa people. Anybody that knows Owerri Road knows what I'm talking about. Now, it's a community. It's a community there. You can't, even the mosque, I can't walk into the mosque and begin to do or say certain things. If I go and say certain things and I get some reactions, that's either my stupidity or my insensitiveness. Do you understand? Now, for anybody that does what they are not supposed to do, for anybody that does something that is bad, you need to single that person out and castigate them for what they did. Remember, before you go on, my brother, remember that there is never a time when the whole of Yoruba people held a meeting. Remind me if I missed that meeting or if I didn't know about the meeting with how much I know about what's happening in Nigeria. I don't think there was a time Yoruba people came together and they held a meeting to disenfranchise Igbo people. And when you're talking, it's not only Yoruba and Igbo people, oh, there are all tribes in Lagos. But there was never a time. It is the handwork of some mischievous people. And if it's happening in the southeast, there was never a meeting of Igbo people. If there was a meeting, you know me now, I strong for I strong for Igbo people. Maybe I would have known. I didn't know. They would have maybe consulted me. But I can assure you there was no meeting of Igbo people saying that they would disenfranchise. It is always some guy, some mischievous guy. So we need to isolate it. It's not like something is happening in Lagos, but we now succeed in looking for.
Let me cut you, Dr. Shidi.
Go ahead.
When such atrocities are going on
Sure.
at that place, how many Igbo people stood and challenged
The same thing applicable in the now. I'm not this is something general now, because there are some Yorubas too that did that, which we AAC were strongly against it. We knew it that this kind of act will not take Nigeria anywhere.
You know where you're wrong. You know where you're wrong. That's why I had to cut you. When you say, when you say, let me, no, you're wrong. When you say it can never. Okay, no, but when you say it can never happen in this period, I guess that's the point I wanted to bring out for you. It's not in your.
I didn't say it can never happen in this period. I said it can never take Nigeria
No. Not you said, the Fab. You said that thing that happened in Igbo place can never happen in the other place. I'm telling you, it happens everywhere. The people who perpetrate it, they are bad people. They do it. Okay. You have to hold them responsible.
You also mentioned some MC Oluomo's. You also mentioned that in MC Oluomo's side. So MC Oluomo is the Yoruba side. He's mentioned. What he's trying to say is that it will not take Nigeria anywhere.
No. It's not the taking Nigeria everywhere that I'm talking. I'm talking about when he said that it can never happen in Igbo land that somebody will come.
Hold on, Dr. Shidi. You see, I think I don't want to be interjected. I think I'm losing my chain of thought already. Okay. So I said something the other time, when these activities are going on, how many people at that particular spot interjected them and tell them, no, you can't do this. You can't do this. Let everybody vote for their candidate. How many?
So no, it's wrong. See, the Fab, you don't want to be interjected now, but let me tell you what I do on my platform. Let me tell you, and you know me very well. It's my platform. I don't. If you start going, I will challenge.
I won't talk again. I'm not talking.
No, the Fab. When MC Oluomo did what he did, it was bad. Nobody challenged him. When the person that did what he did in wherever in Igbo land did what he did, he was not challenged. It was bad. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You say how many people challenge? People challenge. If people challenge, they challenge. If they didn't challenge, they didn't challenge. We in AAC, we have to stand and condemn what everybody is doing. That's where I'm agreeing with you. But you can't stand here and say, because do you know what you have just done, the Fab, without knowing it? You have quietly said that it was one-sided. That's not good. If we're going to be helping issues, we place ourselves in a place where we're not taking sides. We are condemning people doing this everywhere. But if you're trying to justify an action because of the narrative they put out there, that is wrong. That is not what we should be doing. There is no justification at all. The only thing is that we were focusing on what is happening in Lagos. But what we're doing now is you're justifying it and saying because it happened in the other place. And I'm telling you, it's not right. People do what they did everywhere. They are wrong. And that is it. That's purely what it is. You see this conversation, that's why I said we are not serious. Any day we are serious, we will talk about it, and we will not limit it to Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo. We'll expand it to the 300 or 400 or 500 other languages that are in Nigeria, or peoples. Because there are people that when you're discussing like this, they feel left out. We treat them like those are the people we're actually marginalizing. It's not just Igbo people and Yoruba people that this thing is happening to in Lagos. There are so many other tribes who are caught in the web. They don't even know where they belong, just because two people or some people are mischievous and they want to do this for their political gain. It's not right. I hope you understand what I'm telling you, DeFab. If we must talk and you agree that we are AAC, then we must talk bluntly like AAC. All this Yoruba Igbo thing, it's nonsense. It is for political means, and let's not fan their flame. That's what I'm trying to tell. Let's not fan their flame. It makes us look like we are not who we are. We don't follow anybody because of their tribe. We don't follow Shore because Shore is Yoruba. People that follow P2B, if they follow P2B because it's Igbo, then that doesn't get us anything. Except we begin to see ourselves for our competence, for our character, for what we stand our sacrifice, our commitment to justice, it's not going to get us anywhere. That's what this whole thing is all about. 24/7. Go on. Oh, sorry.
Let me say something.
Sorry, it's you. It's you. It's sorry. It's actually you. You're next.
Yeah, wait, let me tell you something, Dr. Chidi. I do not like the way you were gagging the farm. That's not what we stand for. You should let people say their mind, even if it doesn't favor you, or even if it's not, when you're not seeing it from their angle. You should give them the room to speak. This is not way. So, I mean, I have to take the mic to tell you this. I don't like it. If I was going somewhere, you should have given him the chance to finish, before, doing that back and forth. I don't like it. I mean, I think you should stop it. Let people talk. We are not supposed to have the same opinion. People are entitled to their opinions. All right? This is what I just want to say.
Okay, so let me tell you what I do, okay? And you're entitled to like it or not like it. It's a matter of opinion. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. When the fab was going, my duty is to correct some impressions as we go along. Okay, if you come here now, you tell me that you somebody says that you are a man, and why he's saying that you're a man, I'm going to stop there and say, no, I know this person you're talking about. That's what I'm doing. I'm not cutting anybody. It doesn't take anything for me to just make my point, and we'll continue. He has a long time to talk. 247. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, Dr. Chidi. Okay, thank you so much once again, Dr. Chidi. About this stuff, what I stand for. I'm an AAC member, and we stand against all these things. Like I said before, I said either you are Igbo, Yoruba, as long as you are Nigerian, either you are ethnic, you are this, you are Hausa, you are Fulani. As long as you are Nigerian and you are living anywhere in Nigeria, you are in fact, you can call any place your home. I believe in that first. Okay, that's what I believe. That's my stand as a Nigerian. And I'm also a Pan-Africanist, you see. So that's number one thing. First, we AAC we stand for. And you can see it plays out in our politics and the way we think, the way we talk, you see. It plays out like that. But first, at the same time, when we are, talking against this thing, we also need to talk about those people pushing this narrative outside too. And their candidates, the people that they represent. You see, all throughout this war, tribal war, you'll never see their candidates coming out to kick against it, to talk against it. You see, it is very, very wrong of them too. Very, very, very wrong of them. Like example, I want to give you, Dr. T, except we want to sweep this thing under the carpet. This election, this this presidency, and I'm telling you, it's that's exactly what is going on. That is going to happen in Lagos. It's all about tribal and religion. Dr. Chidi, I know you're also a pastor because I've watched some of your shows online before. And I heard when you say you're a pastor in Canada, right? And I think where I get to know your stories when you're talking about it, I think it's Apostle Suleiman, right? Yeah. So, you see, it is based on this, and this thing will not take Nigeria anywhere. That is what is playing out now. We understand. I personally understand that it's some political thoughts or political kind of dirty people that is bringing this thing, that is triggering it very, very, very hard. But for those people, because they see, unfortunately, except we are deceiving ourselves, these politicians, the Peter Obi, the APC, and the PDP people, they know what will trigger some people. They know how to play the tribal politics that it will favor them. So if some people are claiming Igbos, the Toby is not countering it. If some people are claiming the Yorubas, the Tunubu is not claiming, they are not countering it because they know that at the end it will favor them. You understand? That's where we stand outside the box. We are not like them. We will not be like them. We are for everybody. So
politicians themselves. That's why when others are talking about it, me, I feel like we're supposed to be saying, what about their candidates? Have they come outside to kick against these things? Have they come outside really to nail it that no, 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 no? You see, they've not been doing, and they are seeing all these things happening. Even this that you see, sometimes when you are engaging, sincerely speaking, see in this election, see the APC guys, because I see some APC, somebody that put a Tinubu's picture. I see the APC guys, and the Labour Party guys should hold them responsible for anything that happened in the election day in Nigeria. They should hold them responsible because they are the ones that caused all this nonsense that is happening in this country presently. The tribal war, they are the cost of it. They are the serious cost of it. Religion and tribal, they are the cost of it. When you engage the Labour Party guys online, you see the way they abuse you, the way they talk you down, and when they know that you're a Yoruba guy, or they know you are from one side, from the east or anywhere, they will curse you, they will tell you that's what you're taking for. When the APC guys do the same thing too, they know you are a Igbo or you are a Yoruba guy that is not supporting Tinubu, or they will abuse you, they will talk to you like the way they don't. I'm telling you, Dr. Chibi, we know we are different from them, and we will always be different. We are not following the crowd here, but our own time will still come. And when our time comes, it will be like a wave that will sweep them all. We sweep all of them all. We sweep tribal out of Nigeria. But Dr. Chibi, we should hold APC and the Labour Party guys. We should hold them responsible for anything that happens to anybody in this election.
Okay, thank you so much, my brother. You see, there's something like I don't like it when we begin to. It's almost like we're acting confused when we are the ones who are not confused. I'm telling you, in everything that is happening, we pride ourselves in the Take It Back movement, in the Revolution Now movement, in the African Action Congress as people whose ideologies and the things we see, it's not based on any tribe, it's not based on any religion. So you can understand why I feel frustrated if I'm hearing from our camp, from comrades, when you begin to fall for this their trick. It's a trick now. It's a trick. You can't come and say somebody is insulting your people. If somebody is pick, when I called, that's why when the Fab was talking, I said, call names here. Let's not talk in parables. I saw a video where Oluomo was saying this. That is wrong.
Dr. Chidi.
Let me finish. Let me. I'll let you talk, my brother. And when there are, you know that I am online. There are videos all over the place. We are talking about Lagos State. And the Fab made reference to something that happened in the East. It happened. There was a video where one guy was being slapped on the head and then, oh, he went and voted Tinubu. Is that wrong? Is that right? No, that is wrong. But because we were focused, so my thing was, don't go and say or justify what is going on in Lagos with the video of what was happening in the Southeast. Those two things are wrong. What we as AAC people, if somebody else was speaking and they are not somebody that belongs to our ideology, I'll be like, well, it's the person's opinion. But if you say that me and you are under the same ideology and you allow these sentiments to inform or to affect the way you talk, then I look at you and I'm thinking, are we both thinking the same thing? We need to separate ourselves and be able to point clearly to these people what they're doing. They are using politics to divide people. That's why I say it's only during the political season that you see this happening. Immediately after that, all this will disappear. It will disappear. Go ahead.
Before we move on and start selling their market.
Of course.
Well, Dr. Chidi, everybody on this space, I think, agrees with you, right? We agree with you. We know there's a political game going on. We are not oblivion to that. It's like when people start telling us in AC, you don't know how to play politics. We know how to play politics, but our own part that we say we don't want to is what you guys don't understand, right? So I feel like that's what is happening here, right? We understand that this is a political game, and that's why I said, oh, are APC jumping on this to use their propaganda machine to actually try to generalize? Yes. And we can go into details of why Igbo people every single time in ways that we can exclude it from APC, PDP in the future. Now, the other part is the reason why you see people in our camp like me that will be like, okay, I don't want to even talk about this. I will condemn it, but I will not jump and start condemning it. It's because the people in the Labour Party, the people in Obedience Party, like I said, they do all this thing of plausible deniability every single time. Whenever there is wrong in their camp, they either explain it away or they either say, oh, it's just 2 or 3 people, and you never see them say it is wrong. I can ask 2 or 3 APC people who are on this space right now what M. Solomon said, and I believe he said something again today that if you are not going to vote for APC, don't come out. So I can ask them and say, do you believe that is wrong? That is right. They will tell you it's wrong. They will tell you it's condemnable. I can even tweet. If I go on my timeline now, there's people that are decent within their around that will have tweeted it and say, we condemn this. What you not see people coming on doing in Labour Party is to condemn people getting beaten in the East because they wanted to vote for APC. You will hear ridiculous stuff like, oh, are you even supposed to vote for APC the way this country is at? You hear people saying, oh, it might be a sponsor stuff. Oh, how do you know this person is from Labour Party? You hear things like that. When a certain delusional man that lives in America that owns spaces, and this guy has a blue stick, by the way, says, oh, the Obas, we do this, we do this, we do this, and we brought it us. Do you know the excuse they came to make? We did not even mention his tribal. They start saying, oh, it's from Delta State. I said, doesn't matter. Everybody should come out and condemn and say, you don't say this. Tinubu, why do you think that if tomorrow people in Osun State will forever not like Tinubu? Despite that he might have likely come from there, I'm not sure, right? Why? Because Tinubu went to Osogbo and said, hey, I'm richer than the state of Osun. So you get, Yoruba people, their dignity, honor. No, they don't want nobody to tamper with it. That is till tomorrow. They will be like, oh, we don't want to vote for this guy. He insulted us. Maybe he's telling the truth or not is irrelevant. So you get. So that's what I'm trying to say. That if people, it was until yesterday when Waldebor Rose Fiver went on a TV station, they actually have to force him to address the issue of Lagos is no man land. And this issue has been boiling on social media for almost 3 weeks. He did not see it worthy that this is something to be addressed. Right? It was yesterday, I watched that interview today. That's when he now said he now addressed it that, oh, Lagos is over. To the extent that there's some evil celebrity that started twisting to say, oh, Lagos is actually owned by the Portuguese. Some people come back and say, hey, it's owned by somebody in Benin, and it's owned by, you hear different stuff. And you see people within the Obedient and Labour people around propagating this thing. So when people rise up and say, no, we defend our heritage, you have to understand from that perspective as well. Did APC play it or, amplify it to that political game? Yes, they played into it. But we will have affected all this all together. Yes, we could have. Because when those delusional people state that statement, we could have stopped it. When PDP took it to a certain extent and they came with some ridiculous banner to write the roads, Igbo people, if you don't respect our land and our king, we push you out. What do you think people like me did? I first tweeted, then I went on APC space, and I say, everybody in APC, if you are not better than this, then you are not deserving. I don't know who is championing this campaign. If you guys know them, they need to stop. You cannot say this to a whole set of people in your population. So, like you mentioned, Dr. Chidi, we are calling it out. We're putting it to them. But The same way that we're putting it to APC, that they cannot do this. If we go and do that in obedient camp, they will shut us down. They make excuse for it. That is the problem right here. So when you have things that are happening from both sides and you calling one out, and those people you are calling out, I went to an APC space of almost 450 people. I said my piece. None of them abused me. They listened and we moved on. Maybe I don't know whether Dougie was on that space. I think it was hosted by Moti. I requested them and they gave me mic. They listened. Let me go and say that on a space that is hosted by Labour Party that, hey, you guys should stop calling whatever. You see how they were abused. We see how they were experiencing it. That is the problem we have right now. So I think it's, both ways, but we have to understand that, they played into it. We cannot deny that. Like, APC amplified it. That is the truth. But if the people in one camp will not dig for the recklessness of the people that promote them, we're not ready for that discussion. We're not ready for it. So that's where we in some of us are saying, you know what, we're just going to allow both of you guys to do whatsoever you want to do.
Okay, my brother. You see, I'm going to come to who is raising their hand, Princess. I'm going to come to you. But first of all, you see what you just said now is the point I'm trying to make. The people who are making mischief out of this whole thing, they know themselves. And the number one reason they have for this is political gain. Period. It is political. Whether even you see these videos that they go and bring and munch it and redo it, we know their tricks. We know what they're doing. It is far away from the reality. And that's how I want us to approach this thing. Whatever narrative, that's why I took you through that long thing about the Igbo man and giving you a perspective. Because I'm an Igbo man, you can give me the perspective of the Igbo man. You, incidentally, I'm Igbo, incidentally, you're Yoruba, but there are so many other tribes here. You give me that's why you can tell me that in Osun State, this is what I can't come and argue with you. I'm actually privileged that I have somebody who can give me that perspective. So that's what this whole thing is all about. But when we now degenerate to the point where we are beginning to see things the way these people see it, which we know is wrong, whether it's in obedient, am I an obedient? Am I in Labour Party? Or do I campaign for P2B? Or neither do I campaign for Tinubu or Atiku? We've been here.
But Dr. Chidi, another thing is you have to understand that when people hear Labour Party now, what they hear or what they see is Igbo Party. That's the fact, right? When people hear Labour Party, they hear Igbo Party. And that is partly because when the obedience movement started, it starts with the first equivalency of equity and justice. And I said this in a space, they started 18, they said I'm inciting tribal whatever. Everybody here will agree with me. Like when the obedience movement started, they started with the principle of equity and justice.
Do you know the truth? Do you know the truth?
For the East and this and that, right?
Do you know the truth? Do you know the truth, my brother? And don't say I'm cutting you. I don't want us to go into, and see, all through this election, things are beginning to simmer down now. The peak of it was the presidential, right? And we came here and we said all kinds of things about the election. People just waved us aside and they said what we're saying is not true. Now, it shocked everybody, the outcome of the elections. So I'm not about going there to see the taste of the pudding is in the eating. Shebi, now the favorite word I used to say in my broadcast, I'll say last everybody will chop breakfast. Isn't that what I normally say? Now everybody don't chop the breakfast now. Shebi, people were even looking for Showre. Let Showre come and protest. What is Showre saying? And as we are even going into the governorship, there are some lessons which it is not even me and you that will begin to tell people about those lessons. It is only by participating in this thing that the discussion will continue. Remember that usually everybody will go to sleep. It will still be us that will be in the political space talking. It will it not be? Very soon everybody will just go back to their business. Nobody will be in the political space anymore. Nobody will criticize the government. Nobody will agitate. It will still be us. So that's not what I'm about to talking about today. I'm just saying that at least let us agree that all these sentiments you're seeing right now, once again, they are brought it up because of their mischievous political interest. It could come from anybody. What I don't want to see us doing is trying to justify it, vindicate anybody. No, because the ultimate, who's the ultimate person that suffers? God forbid, but you know that on Saturday this is what they like. This is where they want this thing to get to. They need to build the tension. They need to build it to the point where we are sounding the way we are sounding, and that is what is unfortunate. Somebody spoke to me the way I'm very, 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 very annoyed with that person. They don't understand. You don't understand what I'm trying to say. Come and tell me here that the way I'm talking to Prefab and gag. Who told you I'm gagging him? Why would you say that of me? Then you come back and tell me that it's a family thing. Bullshit. Don't do like that with me. I'm not playing jokes. I'm trying to tell you, we are from the same family. We talk a certain way. I can't come here now and try to tell you that Yoruba people, why would I say that? I'm just trying to state clearly out there. If somebody said something about Igbo people, is that person now? When the Oba said it, is that person? I call names. I'm against what the Oba said. I'm against what MC Oluomo said. But they don't represent the whole of Yoruba people. They made their own decision. They said their own thing, how they should be held accountable. If P2B said something, hold him accountable. Don't, because of him, throw the whole of Igbo people under the table. Because that's what they want to do. And we are falling for that trick. I don't know if I'm making sense, because it's frustrating. We are falling for it. It's not right. Imagine us, comrades, we degenerate to the point where we're saying, hey, Igbo people, hey, yeah, Yoruba people. Very soon now, we enter into religion. If it was religion that they pick, now we'll be saying Muslim, Muslim, Christian, Muslim. How about the Babalawo person? Are they not worshiping their own God? I don't really want to lose it in these things, but it's like, I normally I won't even be discussing this because this is not what we're all about. We're much bigger than this, but I agree. When the FAB said it is something we have to talk about, but I'm trying to tell you people, and that's one distinction I want to make to you. This thing has been there before. A lot of people just became more active in the political space more than they used to be before. But these things have been there before. If you're close to the agitation movement, you will understand that there are deeper things. When you hear somebody like Igboho talking, there are people who are like focusing on Yoruba tribe and saying what they are saying. When you hear somebody like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, there are people who are focused on the Igbo tribe. If you go to Biafra nation, you will hear more of this from them. So it's been there, but they pull this out just to, cause confusion. And after that, they will disappear and you won't see them again. After people have died. That's why I don't want us to fan that flame. Anyways, someone, hold on, energy. Someone, I think it was Princess that raised their hand. I don't see that hand anymore.
No, I think Doggy should go now.
Okay, Doggy, yeah. So, your co-host now, energy. Sorry, okay. I sent you the request. I didn't know you accepted it. Go ahead. So you can, Doggy, go ahead.
Doggy, please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. And actually, I like
the topic and the way it's going, the direction it's going. Because I believe I see myself as a progressive. And I'm not praising anybody here anywhere, but I've said it many times on spaces. I mean, the ideologies of the AAC guys, I love it. People who identify as Nigerians, not necessarily as Igbos, Hausa, Yoruba, and otherwise. And those people that does it are the AAC guys. You see Shawara coming out telling you, hey, I'm not an Igbo, I'm not a Hausa, I'm not a Muslim, I'm not a Christian. And that is actually commendable, sorry. But when people talk about tribalism or bigotry and otherwise, and I ask myself if they actually know the meaning of what they are saying or what they are campaigning for. Okay, for instance, I've had many, in this particular election season, where people are coming out to say, no, come on, we must keep bigotry, we must keep tribalism, we must keep discrimination, which is actually good. But saying it is not doing it. There are two differences. You're saying it because you want to make some political exploit or you want to sound good. See something, condemn it because it's bad, not necessarily because it's happening to you. Because it's bad, whether it's from your camp or against your camp, condemn it. There are many things I have seen on the TL that I've condemned, even perceived to have happened from the APC. I condemn them. Straightforward. I don't care. Okay. For instance, there is this, I know, okay, many people might agree with me anyway, but this one, where Oba took somebody, I mean, took one ballet from Igbo person, and they took away the title from him. For me, I don't find it good. I wrote about it already. I don't believe these guys that came against me, but I still stand that the timing is bad. The process is bad. Okay, the mistake has been done. If we must say it's a mistake because it hasn't been done, let it be. Then be sure that it never happens again, or maybe give a statement that it never happens again. But coming out now to say because of the tension in the country, we are not taking it away from you. For me, it further highlights that bigotry we're talking about. Like for me, this is how I say it, and that is what I stand for, and I condemned it. But long. The day the LP guys were stopped, I think in Etios or where, I condemned it. I came out and condemned it. Surprisingly, LP guys came attacking me for condemning the attack on them. I don't even know what they want. But the thing there is,
Doggy, you too, you. Doggy, you have changed.
I have not changed. I have not changed. I have always been like this. The thing is, when I speak against you, you think I am against you. No, I am against the part, no matter who it's happening to. For instance, in the build-up of the presidential election, I have always stood my ground that for me it's not tolerance for discrimination. For instance, Atiku cannot rule because he's a Northerner. A Northerner cannot continue after a Northerner. I've always said no. That is discrimination. If Nigerians find a Northerner worthy to lead after a Northerner, have no issue with it. If Nigerians find a Muslim worthy to lead after a Muslim, I have no issue with it. I don't even see people from the angle, I mean, from the lens of the tribe or from the regional cardinal point or maybe the religion or anything. For me, a Nigerian is a Nigerian, no matter where that person is from. But then that brings me another thing. The people that are saying, I've had it many times. So you are born and brought up in Lagos, you can actually be a Lagosian, or you are a Lagosian. I agree 100%. But then the people that are saying it that are from Delta State, that will not allow an Igbo man born and brought up in Delta State, and a Hausa man that's born and brought up in Delta State, and a Yoruba man born and brought up in Delta State, a Efik man born and brought up in Delta State, Gaza man born and brought up in Delta State, to be a Delta. Now you're saying it because you want to make some political expert. Will you leave it? For instance, me, you don't let us became it. Many people here know me as a Delta. because I'm living it. My father is from Anambra State. My mom is from Imo State. I am born and brought up in Delta State. I am not vying for any political office, but this is the culture I know. This is the tribe I know. This is the language I know. This is everything I know. And if you ask me where I'm from, I say I am from Delta State. Mind you that the LP guys are now dragging me for having this opinion, for having this kind of perspective. Oh, you have identity crisis. Oh, you're not even an Igbo. Oh, go to your Delta State. Oh, why do you even speak against the Igbos? Oh, why do you speak about the Igbos? Why do you speak for the Igbos?
Doggy, your dad is from Delta, not. Sorry, your dad is
no. My dad is from Anambra State. My dad is Anambra State. My house is in Anambra State.
So why do you want to take your Igbo-ness away?
No, they don't want me to speak against or for any to say anything to have to say in the Igbo because I am Deltan. I say I am a Deltan, so you have to be Deltan. Don't have a say in Igbo.
Can I say? Can I say something?
Hold on. I can say. Okay, say something.
Let me see. If the Fab is still here, let me apologize to him. You see, that's anybody that knows me knows I'm not that kind of person. And when I apologize to people, I'm trying to say that because perception is everything, and everybody's entitled to their opinion. He felt I was gagging him, and even if he continued to say that, that wasn't my intention. What I was trying to do with him is what I'm about to do with you now. You see, when you started saying that you like Shore because Shore says I'm not Igbo, I'm not Yoruba, I'm not Hausa. You have just defined Shore wrongly. Shore knows where he is from. Shore identifies with his people. Shore goes to his village, he talks about it, he goes there, he swims, he's a village boy, he tells you where he is from. He identifies with it, he's proud of it. So he's not this kind of person who says, no, his beliefs are different. In fact, you see the way you're talking right now. You see the way you're talking. You know where you're from. You know your Anambra. You know your other. You say one of them is from Anambra. One of them is from Imo State, right? And then you are Delta. That is the beauty. That's the kind of thing we want in Nigeria. You should be willing to be anything that you want to be and feel certain. I'm the kind of person that every place I stay, before a short, I stayed in Benue State for 1 year. 1 year, I nearly married a Benue woman. I can speak their language. I can understand TV. When I tell people, when I greet people in TV, they are shocked because that's me. I like to just immerse myself in the people where I live. And I'll say this and I'll stop. Do you know what will solve this problem? And that's why in AAC we keep talking about a brand new constitution. Because we understand ourselves. When we come together as a people and we say we want to write a constitution, we will take into consideration everything. If the overriding sentiment is that you cannot come and say that Lagos is no man's land, they will put it to debate. After that debate, you will see that in our section, Nigerian Constitution, subsection this, subsection that, you can never say that Lagos is no man's land. It will be enshrined there. And tell you something, there will be peace after that because you will have a constitution to quote. But because we have a set of rules that was forced on us, and then we are living a different life. That's why we keep having all these clashes. So people get up and they interpret. Look, like the Delta you're talking about. During the war, somebody came up and said, you're not Igbo, you're Igbo. People in River State, you're not Igbo. Yeah, and then they started changing that. Somebody just caused all that confusion. And up to today, look at the problem it is still causing. So I want, when we talk as people who have, because I see us as people who have been, let me get spiritual, anointed or the chosen. We are the chosen. When we, the chosen, are speaking, let us speak differently. No, let's not just talk like every other person. Let people hear different from us. We understand all these gimmicks that they are playing. It's just so annoying to me. Go ahead, Energy. I think. Oh, you want to continue, my brother? Doggy. Go ahead, Doggy. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, Chidi. I got you. But me here, this evening now on this space, I have watched Showore 2 or 3 times, asked on national TV, where are you from? And he answers, I am in Nigeria. That's not saying that he's not a Yoruba, or he's not from Ondo, or he's not from Wagadugu. I'm sorry, he's not from
Kiribo.
Jos, or he's not from.
He's from Kiribo.
Yeah. So he answering that. He knows he's a Yoruba from Ondo State or wherever he's from, but he chooses to be a Nigerian at that particular moment. I've seen that 2 or 3 times, and I love that about him. So when I say this thing, I know what I'm saying. And I am that kind of person. I am a Nigerian. And I fight for Nigeria. That Nigerianness. But what I'm saying is, for instance, what is his name? NSCK and Chibike, they have been going around dragging me for, claiming to be from Delta State, but my father from Igbo, and I'm having an identity crisis, and I'm not allowed to speak about the Igbo things and otherwise. The same people will turn and tell you, oh, he's born and brought up in Lagos, so he's actually a Lagosian. That's actually what I'm trying to say. Don't just say it, live it. Don't just, because you want to make some political exploit and you start preaching it. Live it. Show it. Let it be part of you. Show the example. Show Nigerians how to be a Nigerian by identifying with whatever you think is right for you. As a Nigerian, you are born and brought up in Lagos, be a Lagosian. And don't be a Lagosian by just saying, I am a Lagosian, and then come back to tell Lagosians that Lagos is no man's land. And then, on the time of election, let me just say it, I'm not afraid to say it. On the time of election, you go and print a card, a poster, putting the label there, placing the mother under, telling the one she's an Igbo woman, placing the wife on the other side, she's an Igbo woman, vote our own. You automatically telling the Yorubas, no, we are not Igbos, we are not Yorubas. If you say I am a Lagosian, be a Lagosian, then don't paint that picture of, hey, I am Igbo, or, oh, we are taking over. Don't do it. Don't just do it. Be full Lagosian by the virtue of being a Lagosian and nothing more. I am a Deltan. That does not mean I can't also identify as an Anambarian. But then to make a political exploit, I would then start shifting goalposts or trying to segregate myself from the Anambra to then Delta just to make political exploit. That is not good. That is discrimination. That's a bigotry. That is bigotry. I have the rights, I have the luxury, the privilege to be, to contest for election in Anambra State, in Delta State also, because I'm born and brought up in Delta State, because my father is from Anambra State. That's what the Constitution says. I am allowed. But then somebody coming to tell me you are not allowed to speak on things that affect Anambra State because I am not from, I am from Delta State. That is discrimination. That is bigotry. And the same you will turn and tell the world that, oh, he is from Lagos, he should, contest for election in Lagos and nothing should happen. Then you're just a hypocrite. And that's the problem I have with these LP guys. I am not saying that the LPC guys are not having it. There are some pockets of LPC guys that are doing that nonsense. And I call them out whenever I see them. See something, say something. Make Nigeria a place for us, all of us to cohabit. Whether you are from Calabar, you are from Jos, or from Kaduna, or from Kano, or from Lagos, or from wherever you are. Make Nigeria a place all of us can cohabit without these discriminative tendencies. We have to kill it in ourselves. And don't just kill it when other people are doing it. Kill it when your lights are doing it, when people in your same camp are doing it. Kill it. Attack it. Tell them, no, this is not the way to go. That should be the only way. If not, when you keep quiet because your guys are doing it, just like Everybody said about the MCO speech, why I haven't said anything is because before I came to it, more than 7-10 people have tagged me to it. I feel bullied to speak on it, and I will not speak on it anymore. And when I was going on the timeline, maybe one person tagged me, I would have condemned it. Which, I mean, okay, I don't know how many people are following me or have seen. I constantly condemn this whenever I come across it. Constantly condemn it. But then when people start tagging me, forcing me to say something, I feel a kind of bullied. I will not say it because you cannot force me to say what I don't want to say. Or you don't put words into my mouth. But I would have condemned it as long. It's long, and that it should be the only way. It's not when it favors you, you keep quiet. Okay, for instance, see yesterday, I attacked her. The thing about you and energy, you know the truth, you know what happened, you know how it happened. You will not come out to tell these guys, no, this is not what happened. Let this guy alone. But because it favors your camp, you keep quiet. Had it been against your camp, you would have come out to speak. And that is the problem, that is the issue. See something, say it, no matter who it favors. Say it so that we have a single community, society. So that we have a place we can all be comfortable to cohabit and say, yes, this is our place. So if you see something and keep quiet because it favors you, mind you, silence is also a form of accomplishment. Thank you.
All right. Princess, I know you wanted to talk before, but I don't know. In the heat of the argument, you dropped to the listener section. I've been trying to invite you. If you could please accept the invitation and go ahead and speak. But as African leadership, if you can go ahead, your hand has been up. African leadership. Energy, can you hear me? Or is my mic dead?
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, I can. Anyone hear me? I can hear you, African. I can hear you, Dr. Chile.
Okay, thank you.
I can't hear anyone. Let me drop and come back.
You can't hear anybody?
Yeah, drop and come back. African leadership. If you drop and you want to drop and come back.
Okay.
So I think I learned something from one dog dimension. And I think it boils down to what I mentioned earlier on about identification and representation, right? If you live in a place and you want to claim to contribute to that place, you have to be fully identified with the place. I'm not saying to take away your identity where you come from, but you have to fully identify with the place, with the sole interest of development of the place in your mind. Now, what we often have, and anticipating these problems, right? Even in Western nation, it might happen, and that's why in the U.S., for instance, I don't do every black people is voting in a certain way. I only do what my mind tells me. You get what I mean? So I only do what my mind tells me. So it comes to identify that, okay, yes, I am so, right? And identify with the people where you live. Identify with the culture, just like Dr. Chidi mentioned. Identify with the culture, with the people. And that's why, this Lagos Borough between three Yoruba men, one of the downside of it is we have a certain candidate now that cannot even speak his own mother tongue. And you want to govern in the states where, is a Yoruba land. And you cannot speak that language. A lot of people can say, oh, it doesn't matter. But in some sense, it does matter when you look at it from governance perspective. Right. If you are talking about entity of Nigeria, everybody knows that, oh, Nigeria is Nigeria, right? Everybody cannot be. Nigeria is not just Yoruba land or Hausa land or Igbo land. So if you can speak one of the languages, we can excuse you and say, oh, you can speak one of the languages. You don't have to speak all languages in Nigeria, and we have multiple languages. But when you live in a it's like you're going to Hausa land. I want to become a governor in Katsina, for instance, and you cannot even freaking speak Hausa language. Or you want to be a governor in Enugu, and you cannot speak Igbo. Like, how does that make any sense? And this is somebody that's been planning to be a governor or to hold political office. I mean, Belego has been contesting now since I think 2016. He contested for Keja local government area office chairman. He contested as Lagos State West Senatorial. All right, this is his third election that I know of. So how did he miss that portion? It's still what I'm thinking about. I don't understand. Anyway, let's go to African leadership. African leadership, let's go for it. African leadership don't drop. I say my phone is dropping.
No, I think he's requesting again. Maybe there's something wrong with his network. Okay, no. I think Princess is this.
Now, Dr. Chidi.
Yes.
Now,
please.
there are two questions that I say is an ugly discussion, but I don't have any candidates in mind. Right?
Okay.
Now,
I can't even hear you. Somebody's calling me, and then they keep calling me, and the thing keeps bumping off my microphone. Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
I can hear you now.
Okay. Sorry, somebody keeps calling me, and it keeps I'm using my phone. So go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. So let's say, so maybe that's right. Maybe because of self-preservation, or maybe for their love of that country, of the states they reside in, or because of anything, decide to have a voting block power that is always leaning towards just a single candidate. I think it's always going to be a problem. Let's say, for instance, now, association of Yoruba people living in Enugu always want to vote for a certain way.
Energy. I'm trying. When you started talking, I missed a lot of what you said. The early part of your question. What did you? What was the early part of your submission?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So the early part of my submission is this: like I said, if you're looking at the trouble, or you want to go and look at, okay, why do they bring this thing out, or why is this always an issue every election cycle? I'm trying to wrap my head around it, right, and say, I think where the issue is this, right? Let's say a group that is maybe not from that region, and possibly maybe they not identify and say, okay, we're from another different region. If they come together and say, oh, now we have a voting block, and we want to wield the power of that voting block in a certain way, for any reason, maybe to develop the states, or for self-preservation, or for political interest of that group of people, there will be some sort of trouble or problem, in my own opinion. And let me give you an instance. Let's say Association of Yoruba Group in Enugu State, or Yoruba Group in Enugu, or Yoruba living in Enugu, come together, and Yoruba are never united anyway, so you never see it, unfortunately. Let's say Association of Yoruba comes together in Enugu and said, we have number, we can control certain things, and we vote in a certain way. I believe there will always be a problem. and politicians that will not secure that voting block we always play this trick. In the same thing, let's say, association of, let's say, Hausa people decide tomorrow in Lagos and say, we want to vote a certain way. We just pick a consensus candidate and we give our voting block to him. Boom. I believe it's going to be a problem, especially if, let's say, the government's in power or any political party that is not getting the advantage of that voting block. We always sponsor any propaganda to say, see, they want to take our states.
Energy.
So that is what I believe is probably happening, in my own opinion, and I could be wrong.
Sure, energy.
Go ahead, sir.
You see, this conversation, that's why when I hear people saying it's only now, that is, I just laugh, because we're not trying to win an argument. You know that no matter who wins an argument, the truth is the truth. Okay, something that is not the truth is not the truth. It doesn't matter who wins an argument. It doesn't matter whether you like it or not. If you come and say that put two people to do a debate that Chidi is a woman, whoever wins the argument, it doesn't change. I'm still what I am. You see this discussion. You see this thing we are discussing now. Any day we are ready, any day Nigerians are ready to have this frank talk. The thing is very, very immediate. There's things we need to go deep and bring out and talk. Let me tell you, for instance, and this is just a tip of the iceberg. Okay, you see cultures like here in Canada, cultures that promote same-sex marriage, a man marrying a man, a woman marrying a woman. What they do to themselves is that they limit their chances of procreation. They will end up not having plenty children. So if there were two houses, in one house they believe in same-sex marriage, in the other house they believe in multiple wives. Actually, they believe in a man marrying 3-4 wives. Okay, they believe in polygamy. Guess what will happen? Come back 2 years later, you're going to see plenty children in that house that practices polygamy. You're going to see little or no children in that house that practice, because a man and a man will not meet to have children now, and a woman and a woman will not meet to have children. Places where they have to go and adopt children, or they will need. Do you understand? This is simple facts of life. Now, after some time, the people living in the house where they practice same-sex marriage will begin to throw tantrums and say, can you imagine? No, the wrong word is not tantrum, but somebody just wakes up down the road and he begins to say, why are there too many children in that other compound? There are too many children there. It's not right. And they begin to quarrel and they begin to do analysis to try to find out what the problem is. But if you look back, you will see where the problem started. Let me tell you this, my brother. You see the Southeast, if after the war, and that's why I say this discussion, we have to go back and go deeper to discuss it. If after the war, after the Abori Accord, people did what was agreed in that accord, the Southeast will be as developed as some other parts of Nigeria. You wouldn't have, people will migrate to, but not in the way they have migrated. I'm telling you the truth. And I think you say this sometime, I think in my program or somewhere, that you've traveled. You travel around, you see what's going on. It's still difficult for me to understand why you would identify Igbo people as business people, why you will make jokes about them, about container in the high sea, because they are the ones that import the containers more than anybody else. But you will refuse as a federal government, a responsible government, to cite. Look, ships come all the way to Toronto. Toronto, the sea, there's no sea in Toronto. You only have Lake was it? Sorry, I forgot now. You have that only the lakes in North America, not the sea. But do you know that they had to make a canal, dredge the river, Niagara River, not even up to a big lake, Niagara River. They had to dredge it. Yeah, Lake Ontario is what we have here in Toronto, to bring in ship. And these ships will come right into Toronto and dock, and they will remove containers. It beats my imagination why up till now, after how many years, it is difficult for that Igbo man trader to have something that allows him to clear his container in Onitsha. These are things that we quietly don't attend to. And it continues to build up over the years. This is where our irresponsible leaders have brought us to. Otherwise, we won't be having some of the discussions we're having today, where they have looked down on equity, on justice, just allowed it out of gross irresponsibility and wickedness.
But Dr. Chidi, every tribe in Nigeria traveled though. I know a lot of Yoruba people goes to the north, for instance. I could remember a lot of Yoruba people that goes to the north.
No, I'm making an example. It's not an example.
But the argument I'm trying to make is this, right? Let's say a day wakes up tomorrow, and I'm not saying this against Igbo people essentially, right? I think the East have always shown that they vote a single block and they vote just in one single direction.
That was the second point I didn't even make. So when we finish, because you asked a question.
The only election that I've seen their votes equally split or almost equally split is 1993. Right, where Tofa got about 53 and Abiola got about 47%. Since 99, is always like is just in a single direction. Maybe because of that, maybe because of self-preservation.
No, it's not. It's not. You asked the question, and let me help you. It is not. That's the point I started making, but I overshot myself. There is, you have to ask that, because you ask, what is that thing that seems to make these people vote together? It is that feeling of marginalization, that feeling of injustice.
That's still self-preservation now. Like maybe they feel like, okay, we're being attacked, so we need to stick together as a block and just go a single direction, right? So because I remember back in the days that Yoruba used to have issues in the north, right? And I know for a fact, let's say in the north, if all Yoruba are coming together and say we just vote this way, this is who we are voting for, boom, they will have problem. Is it fair for them to have problem? No. But they will.
You see, if in 2019, if the political consciousness among the citizens in Nigeria was like it is right now, and somebody like Omoyele Sowore became the president, people would have seen what we're talking about. It's not difficult to change things in Nigeria. You see, once there is injustice, you can never have peace. But immediately you bring justice into the equation, there will be peace. You'll be able to listen to people. If people have been agitating and saying, we are feeling pain, we are feeling marginalized, in fact, you know what? We don't want to be part of this marriage anymore. If you believe in justice, you will actually conduct a referendum. Canada here still conducts referendum. When you conduct a referendum, it is an opportunity for the people to decide by themselves what they want to do. If after that exercise, majority of the people say, we say we don't want to be part of Nigeria, look, you don't argue with them. You let them have their way. If the majority of the people come and say, no, We want to remain in Nigeria. It is better for us. We are better protected. That the other people who said, no, we want to leave, they cannot force the other people to leave. And it will be decided. There'll be peace. But guess where the trouble is? The trouble lies when somebody is crying and you say, shut up. When somebody is pointing to you every time, this is my place, say, go and sit down. To hell with you. When a woman who is pained, who is tired of a relationship, tired of a marriage, says, I don't want to be part of this marriage anymore. I say, whether you like it or not, you must be there. That's where there is a problem. And that is what you see that manifests, because there's something you say that is true. If you keep seeing it all the time, whether it is to their own advantage or not, it's immaterial. But the fact is, their vote looks to me like a protest vote. It is a vote that is saying something. It's saying, yes, we know it is not favoring us, and we know we don't have the number, but we are voting like this to show you that we are saying something. Energy, if you were the president,
because the reason I say that is this, Dr. Chidi.
yeah, and Doug has been raising his hand too.
Yeah, I will keep quiet in a minute. In 2019, for instance, during the governorship election, because Timi Agbaje is a Yoruba man.
Sure.
Sanwo-Olu is a Yoruba man.
Sure.
But Timi Agbaje played into the sentiments of the Igbo populations. Like, it's like carrying that thing on his head. And I was even sympathetic towards Timi Agbaje because I want Lagos to be gone from Tinubu, blah, blah, blah. Now thinking about it,
Please, no one should call me. Oh.
see, I support APC. But the thing those guys did, I think it kind of like the Southeast kind of spread that they need for a healthy democracy, that all the tribe cannot just go towards a party. Like, even if it's 10% or 20% of you, it's all way. Like, some of them are APC, some of them are PDP. Because back then I was looking like, these people, they're like traitor. But now looking at it, like, block vote is not just, I think is one of the reasons that unfortunately is making, is eating up it every single time during election cycle. Possibly, I could be wrong. If somebody can educate me. Doggy, please go for it.
Yeah, okay, good evening once again. Chidi, in as much as I know it's your opinion, it's your perspective, but I don't quite agree with you with some of the things you said here.
Okay.
Yeah. We're talking about the Aburi Accord, many people are talking about Aburi Accord and otherwise all these things. There's something you must consider, there's something you must not forget. At the time of the signing of the Aburi Accord, no matter what was agreed there, the moment General Yakubu Gowon said, no, we are no more doing this thing, the Aburi Accord dies. Why? Because he was the head of state at that particular time, and every decision ends on his table. I am not talking now to your sentiment. I am saying what is or what should be done. He was the head of state at that particular time. Hold on, please. Whatever decision he takes, that ends it. For instance, there was a Aburi Accord, and Aburi Accord said, yeah, everybody go your way. And then he comes back and said, no, nobody's going. That ends there. We should not forget it. Then talking about after the war, the development and otherwise, you must remember, okay, you must not, but you should remember that immediately after the war, during the war, It was even the Biafran rebels, that blew up the Niger River Bridge. But immediately after the war in 1967, it did not even take up to 6 months. That bridge was repaired immediately to have an access. Nigerian government that did other things that was done. Okay, for instance, now talking about development in the southeast, I blame it solely on the southeastern leaders. It may sound vague, but that's actually developmental achievement or execution that's done in this country. Somebody attracted it to that place. For instance, many people will tell you now that, oh, that's your work, he really tried and so really it worked. Did he actually, execute any project? He does not have that power, that constitutional right of any project. What does he do? He attracts or influences the project to his constituency. These are federal government projects executed by the federal government, but somebody attracts the project to that particular places. And these are the people who decide the government. For instance, in the electioneering process, you give your vote to a particular political party. We saw it happen between 1999 and 2015. The Yorubas were actually sidelined, especially in Lagos, got nothing until Tinubu aligned with Buhari. And then many projects came to the Yoruba area, especially Lagos. So those states. So if the Igbo leaders are not attracting projects to their domain, when it's time for election, you vote in. That's exactly what the energy is saying. You vote in block to a particular party. It may disenfranchise you further because when that government that you did not vote, maybe if they take the power, they will focus on the people that vote for them. And those leaders that decided to vote, for instance, you see kind of, let me use Akpabio, for instance, who, because of his political clout, gave some certain amount of votes to the APC, for instance. I'm just giving an example. Then he can lobby with the APC. Come on, I need so and so in my domain. Also, APC may, do the same. And then another thing now is talking about development in Southeast. If it should be something that will influence the political decision of the Southeasterners, you and I know that the second Niger Bridge, for instance, was first designed for, I think it was, Shehu Shagari, who first designed that bridge. I mean, I've forgotten the word. Commissioned that bridge, yeah. But it was not built, and it lingered till 1991. 1992, sorry, when Ibrahim Badamos Barangida wanted to, he commissioned it again, money was paid, nothing was done. In 2007, OBJ did the same thing, nothing was done. In 2011, yes, Pledge did the same thing, nothing was done. In 2014, again, nothing was done. Until September Buhari came and did it. But still, the Igbos are not, because of that particular bill, for instance, that we have been crying all our life to get it. Because of that, they still did not vote the person who gave them that thing.
Doggy,
I've
been waiting. Yeah, round off quickly, so I'll say something.
Give me like 2 minutes. Yeah, give me like 2 minutes, yeah. Another thing you talked about was the seaports you talk about. If anybody should be talking about seaports in Nigeria, it's not the Igbos. Ask me why. From on the port of Port Harcourt Area 1 to any place in Southeast, Ebony, Abakaliki is the farthest. It's around 300 kilometers from Area 1 or One. It's around 300 kilometers. From Area 1 or One to Onitsha, it's around 190 kilometers. To 60 kilometers. To where it's around 90 kilometers. To Edo State, Benin City, is around 290 kilometers. Meaning the Igbos are even enjoying the seaport in One and area 1, which is south or more than somebody in Edo State, apart from the people in Abakaliki. Now, Lagos to Para, it's around 300 kilometers. Meaning somebody in Para is not enjoying a seaport than somebody in Aba, or somebody in Onitsha, or somebody in Imo State. But then you are the one crying about seaport. But now let me remind you that somebody in Kogi, somebody in Sokoto is around 1,000 kilometers away from seaport anywhere in Nigeria, both One and Lagos, Tinkan or Apapa. Somebody in Borno is around 1,300 kilometers away from seaport. So the people who should be crying about seaport are not even crying, but you who are the doorstep of a seaport is not crying, oh, we are being marginalized because we don't have seaport. I don't understand it, because somebody told me you are marginalized because of seaport. Ask yourself question, am I really marginalized because of this seaport? That should be a question I should be asking myself. Because the people who have the right to be crying about seaport, the people in the north, anywhere that's called in northern Nigeria, from Kwara State, Kogi State, Abuja, wherever, they are far away from anywhere that is seaport.
Okay,
in
Doggy,
Nigeria
I've heard your 2 minutes is gone now. So let me tell you this. You see, we practice a democratic system. Okay, so, and if you come on my platforms, I try as much as possible. I'm not perfect, but I try as much as possible to allow people to express themselves. Okay, so you're entitled to your own opinion, but let me remind you, because I'm not very sure whether you're trying to say that when this concept of Igbo people being marginalized, the whole concept of the agitation is based on a wrong premise. It seems to me like you don't even agree with that whole agitation thing. You think it's all false.
I don't agree with this.
Okay.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, good. I agree. So you see, that's why I said I don't, and you're entitled to your own opinion. I think otherwise. So already we are on 2 different sides of the coin. But let me also speak to some things that you said. I always make reference to where I live now, because that's what I can use as comparison for Nigeria. Here in Canada, on any responsible government, what you do when you become the president of a nation, the reason why you actually asked to be given the mantle of leadership for a nation is because you have taken time. In African Action Congress, when we came out with our manifesto, the first time that we came up with our manifesto, we sat down and we studied everything. We saw the problems that Nigeria as a whole had. When we say Nigeria, it means when we go to Kogi, we looked into Kogi State, we understand what is their problem there. What we're asking Nigerians to do was to give us an opportunity to reset the country. So what you do is, when you become the president, it's not about who voted you or who didn't voted you. You fix the place so that any Nigerian, you see, that is the short-sightedness of our people. If there is no hospital in Gombe, and the reason why there's no hospital in Gombe is because they want to punish Gombe people. The day me, Chidewanyanwa, an Igbo man, goes to Gombe and I fall ill and there's need for emergency, I'll probably die. Do you see that? Here in Canada, every province, every small town has some basic things. That's just what we're asking for in Nigeria. It is not based on who you are, as long as it is Nigeria. As long as you are trying to use the resources that were produced in Nigeria. The needs of Lagos State is different from the needs of Edo State. The needs of Sokoto is different from the needs of Anambra. I'm only speaking about the Southeast based on their needs. You make the whole country work. Is a reasonable president who is not a cake and dumb does not look at regions. You look at the nation. When Canada looks at itself, it looks at what does Canada produce? What does Canada make? How healthy is our economy here? That's what they look at. And if one little town is the one that can make them, they make their schools everywhere. So in saying that, it is really not correct, although you're entitled to your own opinion, for you to say that underdevelopment or the lack of development in the South, it should be blamed on the people there, on attracting. You are not doing them a favor. By the time you bring 1,000 naira of our money as Nigerians, a good president with a good team of people working under him, that is what they do with the budget. They look at the whole problem in the country and they assign it on on the needs of the people, so that at the end of the day, everything, the country is working. If you have 4 tires and one of the tires is busted, do you think your car will be working well? No. If you buy a brand new engine and your headlamp is not working, and when I ask you, say, don't mind that, is my son that was supposed, it's his fault. Let that headlamp not be working now. Okay, you come and drive your car in the night. Let me see. So it is a very wrong concept for us to begin to compartmentalize. It is irresponsible of government. That's what we've had in Nigeria, and that's why it's never worked until a government will come in power that will look at Nigeria as an entity and recognize and realize that if you fix every part of the country as a whole will be happy, will be peaceful, and will make it. That is what you have to expect from a country. It's not trying to sectionalize and say, because these people, or even how can you even use the Niger Bridge as a reference and make it look like, oh, Shagari, is this his money? You know, I campaign seriously against people saying, oh, the governor did this, like the governor was using his own money to do philanthropy. Here, who do I thank for fixing my road here? Who do I thank for making sure that I have 24 hours electricity? Who do I thank for water that is running here? Who do I thank for 20? Do you understand? I don't know. The governor comes and he goes. It doesn't affect. The mayor comes and he goes. It doesn't affect all those services happening. So we must begin to think in that manner. When people are complaining, you listen to them, you solve their problem.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Can I say something? Good. Now, I heard you when you say the need of people. But you know, need is necessity. Want is luxury. When people want something and some people need something, as a good leader, you go for need and not for want.
So let me ask, as you're answering this, I'll ask you this question so that to make you answer, because based on what you said, do you think that the seaport I was talking about in Onitsha negates or is counter to the need that people have in Sokoto and Zamfara, in places where there's desertification? Do you think I'm saying that those people shouldn't be attended to?
I actually wanted to ask you the question. Do you think the Southeasterners need a port more than somebody in Lokoja or somebody in Kebbi State? Mind you, the River Niger goes up to Kogi State, goes to Kebbi State.
So my brother.
So excuse me. Going to the demography of the seaports in Nigeria. I mean, I told you now, there's one in Ole, there's one in area one, there's two in River State.
Okay.
Which the Southeasterners are not far away from.
Okay.
And I told you that somebody in Borno State now must travel like over 1,000 kilometers to get to a seaport. So who needs seaport more and who wants it?
So I'm see, in answering this question, I've told you a responsible government looks at the needs of all the people. And these people in the South is they've been crying for you. Do you know what a good government will do?
They are crying for want and not for need.
Okay,
They are crying for
okay.
want and not for need.
Remember, this is your
If
opinion.
This
Is your
there are people serving them already.
this is your
in the north.
okay. You know what? I don't want to.
No people serving the people
I don't
in
want
the
to.
north.
I don't want to dwell on
So you're
this.
talking about need and not. You're not talking about want.
Okay.
The Southeasterners
This
want
has
a seaport. They don't need a seaport. We're talking about need. There are seaport that is very, very near to them. And like I said before.
Okay, my brother. You see, we have deviated so much from what the question is. The issue we are talking about, we were looking at the governorship.
Can you give me a minute, please? Like I said before, these projects are influenced by somebody. Buhari as a leader, or P2B as a leader, or Shawore as a leader. Somebody needs to influence those projects. Hey, come on, guy. This particular place, so we need a hospital in here. What do we do? Come on, we need this. So that person needs to influence the people. Okay, let me.
So if that person doesn't influence it,
hold on now. Yeah, then that is the problem. So somebody must influence it.
Okay, so let me
somebody has to.
Are you okay? Let me tread your line of thought. So what you're saying is that good governance is when you. I'm trying to frame this question correctly. So that is what is good for the people. That the people depend on. We have a government whereby we wait for the person to influence it, and when they don't influence it, people die. There's decay in an area, and we just say it's because the person didn't influence it, and it's okay. Is it okay, really?
Okay, Chidi. See it this way.
Hold on. Doggy, let me ask something. Dr. Chidi, is on the pot functional or not? Because I'm not sure about it.
No, let him. You see, what I'm trying to say, that's why I don't want to get into the nitty-gritties. You know, let's take us back. You were wondering, why do these people behave a certain way? You are wondering, why is it that they always come together and have, doggy, you need to pipe down, doggy.
Let me make this point, please.
No, doggy, just hold on now. We're letting you make your point. Hold on.
Hold on now.
Doggy, just hold on. So, Energy, you asked the question. You were wondering, why do these people always think a certain way? You know, there has to be a reason. Even me, what I'm telling you is my own opinion. It is what I feel. And I made an allusion that I alluded to the fact that whether you win an argument or don't win an argument, whether you discover the truth or you didn't discover the truth, it doesn't change the truth. The truth is there till you discover it. So you are searching for the reason why something is happening. And I'm saying it could be because of this, because this is what I know that these people are dealing with. This is what they are complaining. Doggy, what I hear you say is that the people are complaining about it, but you are telling them that they shouldn't be complaining about it. That's not their problem. It's not they should. But I'm telling this is what they are complaining about. This is why they are behaving the way they are behaving. And the only solution to this is you don't come to a person and you say, you people are stupid. You people cannot be saying this. You don't need it. What you do to them as a people is you ask them. Remember the story about Jesus Christ when he was being crucified on the cross. They asked the people, who do you want? They didn't make the best choice in a reasonable man's eyes, but
Dr. Chidi, let me say something.
Can I make this point?
But they ended up choosing the person that they chose, and it was given to them.
Hold on now, please. Let me make this point. Legislatures in let's put it errand boys or errand persons. They represent. What am I saying? they have to build their whatever it is, their laws or whatever they are saying based on the people's complaints. For instance, they must have
Doggy, if a government fails, you blame the legislation. When a government fails, you blame the legislation.
Can I talk?
Go ahead.
Now, what I'm saying is this now. The legislatures must conduct town hall meetings where they meet the constituents. The constituents now have to tell them what their needs are. And they go to the plenary with those things that the constituents say they want or need. And then go and debate it in the plenary. And if they're able to convince the larger public of the people, of the representatives there, that this thing must be cited there. And when the Southeastern leaders are not doing it well, don't tell me because they are little or because they are much. Like I said before, the Yorubas were not having this until one certain person came and they started having this. So somebody influenced those things. So it is the politicking. You may see it anyhow you want it. That is okay. But I'm telling you how it's even done that, even in that of Canada. That port you're talking about, somebody influenced it. Somebody was able to tell the people about the need of that particular seaport in that particular place.
So let me tell you what happens. Let me tell you what happens in the Canada where I live here and in other responsible governments. You see, the buck stops at the table of the head of the president, of the prime minister. It is a good prime minister.
I don't know why that word lobbying is.
My brother, see, lobby, do everything. So why do you have a president? Why do you have a good president? So he just folds his hands and things fail. He just throw, oh, something failed here. It's your legislation, it's your people. They didn't talk about it. Something fails over there. It's them now. They didn't complain. Nobody lobbied. Oh, over there. No, it's healthcare. All of those things. Is that how it works? No. It doesn't. If you are the chief commander, you are the head of the government, you're not able to steer your country. That's why you are the leader. Anywhere it is leaking, you ask questions. What's happening over there? I need to know. Tell me. Get me a report. You fix it. You don't say, oh, it is because they didn't talk about it now. Let the people die now. The people died because they didn't talk about it. It's their legislator. Who is the lobbying by? Who's supposed to lobby?
Dr. Chidi, there's one clarification I want us to have, and I think the clarification is fundamental disagreement I've always had with Doggy and some APC folks on this whole.
No wonder. I didn't know it was APC now. No wonder.
So, and I agree with him on
I don't even understand what we're taking to APC instead of having this conversation. I don't even know why.
No, Doggy, it shows. Anyway.
Hold on. Let me make my point. So, I agree that if any part of the country feels like they're marginalized, we need to hear them out to say, okay, what is the issue? And the part of what is the issue is this port. The port you mentioned, I agree with you, Dr. Chidi, when you talk about maybe the reason why Southeasterns vote in block in just a certain way is because they felt marginalized, they felt being together. But now, the example you draw, however, is what I'm questioning. Because I've had last same example about who were in Lagos because of the port around us, and I know there is a port called on a port, but I think, and I believe that's in Port Harcourt, right, Doggy? So my question.
There are two in Port Harcourt. Two. Area 1 and One.
Okay. My question, however, is, are those ports functional?
Yes,
because
they are functional. They are very, very functional. I ship to these places. They are very, very functional. Area 1 is functional, One is functional. Even Calabar is functional. So Calabar is not accepting, vessels with commercial ships and otherwise, with a container with tools, utility containers and otherwise. They are mostly on oil, but they still do utility, like they accept oil and they ship agricultural produce. Calabar, does everything apart from Roro, that is cast on the road, on ground.
I know
you. Port Harcourt does not.
I know you do a lot of container shipping. So because I'm trying to figure out, okay, and this does not justify to say, oh, Igbo people are not marginalized. If Igbo people say they are marginalized, then they are marginal. Same way you will never be a Yoruba man, right? So I cannot tell your story for you, right?
Brother,
It's the same way I believe that an American will not.
But I have been able to establish that some Yorubas are not enjoying the seaports in
Nigeria. No. See.
Hold on, I'm going somewhere with my discussion. Now, the whole reason that most people gave for this port situation is what I'm trying to get to the bottom of. Like, so if One is working, so why are people complaining about ports? Can we look at the other reasons why we can say Igbos are marginalized? Because I deal with facts and actual fact that I can see.
Energy.
So if you say
energy,
yes.
Let me tell you something. I have kids here, okay? And when you're raising kids, it's a very interesting thing. There was a time we did a party for them, very big party here. We invited their friends. There was DJ, and we invited. Normally now, they will count number of people. They'll tell you this number of kids. You have to send RSVP so that they will include you in the thing. You rent a party place. All those kind of Oyibo things. We were like, we know they do Niger party like that. So we just invited everybody, said, bring your family, bring your children. You know how we do our things. They were all shocked. When they came to this party that we are trying to impress our kids with, oh boy, no do. Their friends invited them to one party like that. When they got there, they ate only pizza and mineral, and they played with they call this laser darts. Our kids came back. You know what they said? That's the most fantastic party they've ever been to. Daddy, this party they went to is probably like 10% of what we spent for their own party. What am I trying to say? It's not we're trying to impress them, but this is what they like. I don't have the right to tell them. I will be a stupid dad to say, you are mad. This one is more expensive. How dare you say you don't like it? If I'm a wise dad, next time that I'm going to throw a party for them, I will call them to a conference. What kind of party do you guys like? They say, daddy, we want to go to that place. I will mark it. Do you know that sometimes it's even cheaper and less stressful for you? Do you know what it has cost Nigeria to be able to tell the Igbo man and the Biafran that you must insist in this thing? So the question is still there. Very valid question, my brother. That if our people have a proverb that, I know that I told you I'm a chief. So ebe nwata na-atụ aka, ọ bụ na nne ya nọrọ, ịma na nne ya nọ ebe ahụ. If a child is crying and pointing somewhere, little child, the wise thing you can do is to go and look at where that child is pointing. Maybe the father or the mother is there. Maybe there's an important thing, but you cannot stand and say, I know that place. I know everything about it. You don't have a right to. Because
so you're saying it from the place of communication and engagement.
That's what I told you. That's why I gave you the example.
That the government has failed, and which I agree to, and I've said it in different
energy. That's what I'm trying to explain to my brother here, who is analyzing what is analyzing. If the fact that the agitation is still there, the fact that the feeling of marginalization is still there, shows that somebody has not gotten this thing correctly. The day you get it right, all that will disappear. Like with a woman who says, I'm done with this marriage, I want a divorce. It is because she's been complaining about wearing high heel, and you are telling her my friend's wife wear high heel. She said, I don't like this high heel. I like to. He said, you must wear it. I don't like to go to that man. You must go there. I don't like to wear makeup. You must wear makeup. I don't like to do this thing we do in the night, a certain style. That's the style you must do. After some time, with all your sophistication and all your knowing, you people don't even let me land. Let me land. Let me land. Doggy, doggy, doggy. You have to let me land. Doggy, doggy. Let me land. Okay, okay. So let me land, doggy. I didn't have to do this, but let me land. So at the end of the day, that's what I asked you for. That is the meaning of referendum. You do referendum every time. Every time somebody says that, one man comes and says, this is what my people want, I can assure you that 100% of us want it. A responsible government always says, are you sure? You say yes. Are you sure? Say yes. Okay, if you're sure, let us take a vote. Then you allow them take a vote. Whatever they decide, you do it for them. It is them, not you. You can't cry more than the bereaved. You can't tell somebody where the thing is pinching them. They say it is here. Just let them have their way. But for you to come and say that you know more than them, how dare you? Understand? You know more than them. You know when they should cry. You know why they should cry. It doesn't make sense to me at all. And we've been, two or three of us have been talking so much. Princess came in. Okay, she's gone down again. Africa
is still here, or is it my phone?
Huh?
Princess is still here now.
No, but she's not in the speaker section.
She's in the speaker section.
Please, can you let her speak? I'm not seeing her from here. Please. Okay, Princess, go ahead, please. I see there's two princesses actually. Go ahead, Princess.
The princess of the Onuru.
I'm here.
Go ahead, please.
Let me just start from the beginning. Like I've been following Energy, and she's shady. So the problem started when the election was won, the presidential election on the 25th. You know why I can tell why Peter Obi won in Lagos? It's not because people see him as competent candidate, but because a lot of people, they were tired, and most Yorubas, they don't like the Muslim and Muslim ticket, and that was why they actually voted for Peter Obi. So what happened? Why the story is changing now after the election was won? Honestly, even a lot of people, they told the Yorubas, even to their faces, like, yeah, we won. The way they jubilate, honestly, as a Yoruba person, you will feel really cool. You know, it was all over the social media. It was everywhere. You know that they won. I even saw some video with your wife. Lagos is a no man's land. It was a big fight. Honestly, even someone like me, I was like, because I'm supporting Gladiable, I made a U-turn. So we just we wanna show them like, no, we voted. They vote. I don't vote for him. The people that voted him, they voted for him because they don't want Muslim and Muslim ticket. A lot of people hate Tinubu because of the HEMSAS. So now I can tell you the table has turned, and even all the thing the way they pull that thing on our faces, it's gonna affect Gbadebo because it's gonna lose on Saturday. I can put that one down. But you know, I've been asking this question for a long time. You know, somebody asked me one day, say, Auntie Blanket, is Lagos State a country? I said, no. Lagos is a state. You know, and people believe it's a country. People think it's a country. And I asked myself severally, why can't all the 36 states that we have in Nigeria be developed? What is in Texas will be in New York. What is in New York will be in New Orleans.
Thank you.
You know, every what will be in New Orleans will be in Chicago. Why can't each state have their pain? So someone that is in Ondo does not have to come to Lagos. someone that is Enugu does not to go to Kaduna.
Sure.
Because I have a friend that lives in Texas. Because I went to New York and it was she asked me. Her mother asked me. Her mother is almost 70 years, like a month ago. He said, "Oh, Banky, how was New York?" I said, well, "She has never been there because she's satisfied in Texas." Why can't? Okay, now do you know what I feel? This is where the problem is coming from. The way the whole state, the whole people in Nigeria, they are dragging Lagos. Assuming they've used it, maybe just like 20% of the strength that they used to drag Lagos, they use it to drag their own leaders, their governor, perhaps. Most they would have developed by now. Little thing is Lagos. That one is Lagos. They abandon their own trouble and problem. They not face Lagos. How will their place develop when they are not dragging their leader that is supposed to do the needful? So that's why things has been like this. Honestly, I'm waiting for a day that I want to just go to Airborne. I want to go to any place, and I will not even miss Lagos after, because I have everything there. We should just focus, change the way we think, propel our, focus to the right direction. Okay, yes, this is what we're going to do. We're going to drag everybody. Let Lagos envy Airborne. What is stopping Lagos is more envy Aba, more envy Asaba? Let that be competition. Let there be it. So Lagos will even the Shakara go even go down. I don't even know if people are seeing what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Let's all these leaders and let everywhere be developed. So Lagos will be less congested, and then you're like, hey, they're shouting Lagos. They will even cool down.
But Princess, you're forgetting something. Yeah. You're forgetting something. When you're asking whether Lagos is a country, and maybe that's another.
They asked me.
I understand. But you see, when you I don't know how to present it without you misunderstanding it. You have to understand Lagos was the capital of Nigeria. Did you forget?
Does it matter? No. Was Chicago the capital of America?
No, hold on now. No. Hold on now. You do know what it's like now? It's like Abuja right now. Look at the situation of Abuja. When Lagos, it does matter, my sister. When Lagos was the capital of Nigeria, everything happened in Lagos. Don't forget, as a capital, every head of everything is in Lagos. The capital of everything, banks, so everything is in Lagos. And besides, there are some things you can't take out of a place. By its location, okay, it's a business hub. It's close to a seaport. That it has some natural endowment that you can't take out of it.
Sorry, you mentioned Canada, that they don't have sea, but they dig something and they, you say things like that.
Yeah, of course.
If they could do that, then why can't they bring it down here? And you know something, even we need to change a lot of things about them. The only time they want to go to the east is December. Why do they want to go there to oppress people?
Because
why can't they make it every day to go there and fix their place?
No, it's not them. No, it's not you. You are not the one that fixed Lagos now. You see, you say something.
Did I say I fixed Lagos?
You said Igbo should go to Anambra. You said they should go.
No. They love to travel once every December. Why do they have to go December? Why can't they just keep going and fix things?
Because they are.
We don't need to wait for government. There's something that they can just go collective people. Let's develop our place so we can have bread in our place. So people can inhabit the place. So people will not be living. And sometimes the way they live in Lagos is even crazy,
Princess, do you know one thing? One thing you said that I agree with you is this. Okay. And that's where I strongly agree with you. I wish, honestly, that everywhere was developed in such a way that, when people come into Canada now, initially everybody was struggling to come to Ontario, and then they will be rejected. And then we now discovered that the other provinces where you didn't have congestion, that's what a responsible government does. Canada actually made it very easy for you that if you're going to come to the other provinces, all the things that made it difficult for you to come into Ontario, they waived it for you. They made it easier. So what happened? Some Nigerians first of all, they were resisting. No, that place is cold. That place is this, that. But we explained to them that every province you go, your children will go to school free. All Walmart will be there. The drugstore will be there. Post office will be there. Every single thing you find here, you will find it within your locality. Immediately, people understood that. Come and see the influx to those places. So if Nigeria was to be developed like you have said now, put the basic things in every place, it will reduce this migration. I agree with you 100%. But why is it not like that? Irresponsible government. Those are our problem. It is our leaders. It's not you and me. It's not the individuals. You can't blame them. You can't.
No,
you can't.
We can blame. We can blame you. We should, because you will see someone that lives in Anambra blaming, condemning what happened in Lagos. Like some days ago, the train accident, and that was the same day 10 people died in auto crash in Anambra. Everybody left Anambra. People that live in Anambra, they were condemning what happened in Lagos. So, come on, what's this?
Wow.
Yeah.
We are really in trouble.
Yeah.
We are really in trouble.
How can you be condemning something that 10 people died? Even the auto, and nobody. I was here. I said nobody is gonna say about it. Is it because it's not Lagos?
Princess, do you know how these things happen? Do you know how these things happen? You see, when there are things you cannot control, you have to ask yourself, why do things happen like that? They don't do meeting. If you see, if you do video, you see videos that go viral. Somebody can go and sit down and make a perfect video with the most expensive camera. They will publish it. It no go even past 100,000. Somebody will go and use Nokia phone with camera. They will just do one small video like that and post it up. And that video gets 12 million viewers. That's just the way it is. Nobody plans it. The reason why you hear these things about Lagos is because of what Lagos has become. It's the people that you see, they didn't sit down and say, let us begin to criticize Lagos. It is for the same reason that one person will do something somewhere in Kafanchan. The same thing they did in Kafanchan, nobody will hear about it. They do it in Lagos. It will become very popular. One person will go and sleep with 2 women, 3 women in a hotel, nothing. A celebrity will sleep with half women. It will go viral in Lagos. What are you going to do about it? You can't. So we can't begin to fight those kind of things. But at least we agree on something. Our government has failed, and that is why we are having all these kind of issues that we're having. I see Doggy, you're raising your hand. Princess.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Princess. I appreciate your contribution. Thank you very, very much. Doggy, you see why I was saying that I now know, because you're APC. When the way you were talking, I was wondering, what is your ideology? So it matters that you have an APC ideology, but go ahead.
Can we keep this out of APC, LP?
Okay. No, because okay, no problem. We can.
People are crying. We're having this. Okay.
We can. Let's try.
Hold on now. The argument you were making, if a woman says, "Oh, the marriage is, I'm too tired of this marriage, I want to divorce."
Sure.
For instance, the woman is basing her cry on, "Oh, this man is beating me. I want to divorce because he is beating me."
Yeah.
And then the husband check, "Oh, if I marry this woman, I have not beaten her."
Yeah.
Because she says she's beaten, does it make that a statement? The woman just say, "Oh, I have been beaten.
Yeah.
I'm leaving this marriage."
Yeah.
And the man check, "I have never beaten this woman since."
Yeah, but she wants to go based on that.
Agree with the woman.
Yeah.
No. She wants to go because the man is beating her.
No. Doggy, let me correct you now. That is absolutely where you have a problem.
Okay.
And if you were living here, you will have a serious problem. See, if you are in front of a woman here and you are smiling, and the woman tells you that the smile you're smiling is causing her emotional stress, could you please? And you
I'm talking about beating, not any.
My dear, you're using. You see your problem. you can't just do your own and let me do my own. Doggy.
Not my problem.
Okay,
Not my
your
problem.
issue,
I
your
want
issue,
to say another thing.
your issue. But wait now, let's deal with the first
Wait
one.
now.
No, how can you say one thing, you want to say second one? Wait, let's deal with the first one you say. You see that woman?
But when you were talking, I waited. Now let me talk. Now you were
No,
talking.
doggy, you have said number one. Let us treat with that number one. No, doggy, you need to wait now, doggy. Just hold your. I go let you talk now. Shebi na me dey moderate. Doggy, relax. When you see this woman thing, because everyone needs to learn from it. A woman says that you're beating her, that she wants a divorce, and you're the husband. You know you're not beating her, but she says you're beating her. She wants a divorce. And you are now asking me, because she says you're beating her, should we agree? What you should do is give her that divorce and let her go. If you think that because you know more than her and you're insisting that you're not beating her, good luck to you. I'm trying to tell you, it is not for you to come and explain to the person how they are feeling that thing. Don't you know there are some beating you can beat somebody with your mouth, with your words, that is more painful.
Can I stop now?
It's more painful. So in answer to your question, that woman that says that she's being beaten, what you should do is listen to her and either solve that problem. But if she insists that she wants a divorce, you need to give her that divorce and let her go. If you do anything other than that, you are bullying her. And good luck to you. Continue.
Okay, can I speak now?
You may speak. Yes.
I am not saying don't let her go. I am saying if she says, "Oh, my husband is beating me," and the husband check, I'm not beating this woman before, because she said I am being beaten. Does that make her claim correct? Wait, before you speak. As we speak today, me and you now, Lagos has over 2 decades now been trying to get special status. They have not been given that. Should they be claiming we are being marginalized because they are not given a special status? They have been clamoring for special status in this country. They have not gotten it. And of which you know that they deserve it, that social status. Because Lagos carries 10% of the burden, if not 20-30% of the burden of this country. They carry it. But now, hold on. Hold on now. Cool down now. As we speak today, talking about this QC part of the thing, the Onitsha River Port has been concession, signed, commissioned.
Doggy, if you keep going, I think we should leave this thing. No, you know, the reason why we should leave. No, Doggy, I beg you, we need to stop this thing. You know, I told you we've deviated, we've made this thing now issue about energy. Energy asked a question.
No. Before energy asked the question, it was you who brought this point of seaport. And you know, always
so you want to Doggy, you have made Doggy. You see, you have the APC. Doggy, the APC government failed. The APC government failed in doing that report. You will take more than 2 minutes. Okay, I'm going to time you 2 minutes and you're done.
No. Don't give me 2 minutes. I'm done, please. Now, as we're speaking today,
1 minute 45.
El Rufai has built a dry land port because he heard that there is a train, a railway coming to Kaduna. He has already built a dry land port. Ganduje has already built one for Kano State.
Right.
When that railway comes, they are going to have dry land ports there. I'm talking of state governors now. No southeastern state, for instance, Anambra State has seen it necessary to build a seaport, a river port, because we don't have sea in the southeast. No one has seen it necessary to build a river port in that river Niger. No Bulls or them have seen it necessary to build a river port in the Ras River.
APC.
And went to Buhari, and Buhari gave him.
Okay, I'm done with you.
Okay.
No, I'm done with you. It's okay. Yeah, thank you. You say me just bring your APC ideology here. When we want to talk about it, see, look at you just turn everything upside down, and you say it's because you're APC. That's why you see through those glasses, bringing hope that they matter. Can you imagine? No. Discrimination. Well, of course now. You think I like APC? No, I don't like APC. I beg, let Richie. Let Richie talk. Let Richie talk. Please, let Richie talk.
That's actually discrimination.
No problem. I don't like APC government though. So if you
I don't want you to like APC government.
Okay, let's Richie talk. Let's Richie talk. Let's Richie talk. Okay, doggy. Let's Richie talk. Thank you very much. Richie, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to ask you a question. When Dr. Gidi is giving you an illustration about marriage of Nigeria, I just want you to know that, there is an agreement that is what will lead to marriage. And if someone say that he is no more comfortable with the agreement, that he want to break the agreement, he doesn't necessarily or maybe under months for the two parties, even to even have the reason. Maybe it's because of this or because of that. Once they don't want, they don't want.
Sure.
So once one is say that I don't want, the argument should be broken. Whether whatsoever it could be. Once one party say he doesn't want, that they want to break the agreement, it shouldn't be something that they should be go up and down for. That is my own contribution on that.
Thank you very much.
And the issue of the Lagos, okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Richie. No, sorry, go ahead. Talk about the Lagos state government. That's even what we are discussing. Go ahead, Richie.
Okay. Lagos State, LAGOS-ENUGU-C.RIVER-OTHER GUBER. Why the controversy and the drama? Number one, in the time of Lagos zone, I can't believe that there is an RPUB agenda. Because if
we're not gonna kill me here. You're not going to IPO. This comrade. Wait till you happen to that. Wait. Richie, hold on. Richie, you. Richie, you. Which one? You're not gonna kill me.
Because no. The reason why I said it, there is a lot of drama that maybe some ethnic group are playing, which is not good at this time. You understand me? And which is bringing some little, you understand me? Some little problem. You understand me? Ethnic problem presently, and whereby people are saying that maybe there are different agendas. You understand me? That it's not only maybe based on the maybe Lagos state election alone, maybe the governor election alone, because it's do like maybe there is an agenda majorly towards Lagos. You look at your border now. He was in Lagos now, maybe campaigning for. I don't know why it can't be in Enugu or in the other state or in Cross River. You understand me? To campaign for all those candidates, whereby he left his own state.
He has been everywhere. He's been everywhere, sure. He was in all those places. Lagos is his last place.
I didn't see any flyer or anything that talk about him being in Enugu to campaign for the governor.
He was in Enugu. It was in Enugu. It was in Enugu now. That's the kind of thing I try. See, my brother, you see, that's the kind of thing that when I say, people say...
Was he in Ibadan? Was he in Ibadan?
Hold on now. This is the kind of thing I say, and it looks like I'm cutting people. Like, if we're here and we're in the media space, we should just say what is like the truth, what is happening out there. If you're talking about P2B, and I like to call names. If you follow the news, well, I'm not LP supporter. They're doing their own thing. He was in Enugu. He was in, I think, Abia State. He was in so many other states. And he was in Anambra too. And now he is in Lagos State. Okay, I think Lagos State is the final place. So when we give information, we give accurate information. That's what makes us different. Okay, but let's Richie, if you don't mind, I noticed that Dr. There's so many people that have their hands up. Dr. Oates, please go ahead. OAT. Oates, like Coca
Hello,
Oats.
hello, Dr. Chidi.
Go ahead, my brother.
Well, the discussion that I met on the ground, I think I was listening to Princess talking about Lagos and why some other the people from other ethnic nationalities should go back to their domain to develop their domains. That was what actually caught my attention, and that's exactly what I want to talk about. I don't know if that falls within the ambience of what the theme of the discussion is. But if I'm permitted to talk about it, I think that the mistake that most of us are making, is trying to go down the path of racism. For me, I think the problem is not about citizens who actually have freedom enshrined within the constitution of the country, even though we don't agree with the constitution as an authentic document. But I think one of the basic rights that each citizen of a country should have is the freedom of movement. The freedom to live anywhere they want within the federation. So saying that people should go back to their domains to develop their states, I think it's out of
No,
it.
I didn't say they should. Sorry, I didn't say they should go back. I just want everywhere to be developed. I'm not saying they should go. We are Nigeria, one nation. I believe in this country. Maybe you didn't get me right.
Yeah, let me just.
I just want everywhere to be developed. No, the way you're saying it, as if I want them to go back. I guess I want everywhere to be developed. So there won't be this kind of crisis. I'm not saying they should go. Yeah.
Okay, so if I got you right, so you're saying that the responsibility of developing everywhere does not rest, on the citizens of whatever domains they are coming from, right? Is that right?
Mm-hmm. We should just drag our leaders so everywhere can be developed, just like what happened in America. That's what I think.
Okay.
And they can live anywhere they want to live. Yeah.
Okay, great. So in that case, one thing I always want us to be aware of the reasons why other parts of Nigeria are not developed. So Lagos is able to generate revenues, is able to get money because of the fact that they have the ports. But let's ask ourselves: other domains, other big cities in Nigeria, what do they have? So not every state in Nigeria will have a port, all right? But what other natural resources, what other minerals, what other naturally occurring, resources do other states have? Are they allowed to explore those things? Are they allowed to make money from other things? Are those resources not in some exclusive lists that the federal government controls? And even the presence of those resources on the exclusive list of the federal government does not stop those resources from being exploited by some malicious, philanderers from around the world. We know of what is happening in Osun State, for example. In Osun State, you have gold in Elisha, and you have some other minerals. But you have Chinese people getting license from the federal government and encroaching Osun, Osun lands and exploring this gold and other resources. And the state is not doing anything. In fact, they don't have power to do anything, because those who are coming, the explorers are telling the government that, look, we have gotten license from the federal government to come here and take away your gold. So that's just a scenario. Osun has gold that the state is supposed to be exploring to improve the lives of its citizens, but the federal government, by virtue of its dangerous constitution, is saying that Osun is not able to explore its own resources, but giving license to some Chinese to come in and take away the gold and the
loot they are getting from that is being shared by those who we do not know. So that's one of the key problems that we are facing in that country. Go to another state, go to Nasarawa State. They have others. They have a lot of valuable stones there, mineral resource, solid minerals in Nasarawa State. But you have some companies, some Chinese companies, going to Nasarawa State, creating some zones, some domains in Nasarawa State that nobody can enter without some special bodyguards and security operatives, leading them there. They are exploring a lot of things and taking them out of Nigeria. And we have a government. So how do those states, how do they develop? So do we want the citizens to go and to roam about, make money from their labors and go back to their communities to maybe donate to the government, donate money to them so that they can develop the state where they are supposed to be living? So the problem goes back to the doorstep of whoever is the president of Nigeria. One thing that I respect, I'm not a fan of Jonathan's government. The corruption in his government was, abhorrent and, highly repugnant. But this man, towards the end of, and this is even more annoying, towards the end of his government, he called this conference, which was supposed to, call all the ethnic nationalities together to rewrite the constitution of Nigeria. So that was a good move. But what happened to it? What happened to it at the end of it? The new government, the new president came in, collected, there was this ceremonious meeting between the outgoing and the current president, and that was the end of the document. So the constitution is the major problem. And until that document is fixed, we can continue to lament on how Lagos is developing at a certain pace, while other states are being underdeveloped. Nothing is going to change. So I think
much.
The citizens are not to blame. That's my point.
Thank you so much, my dear. You see, like we don't like to tell ourselves the truth. At a point I just became so frustrated. I said, sure, we should just do and go back, and let's all of us, maybe we should just fold our arms and just watch things happen. We never learned. When the thing don't hit us where we go learn. Oh, we must learn. All this, do you know how much they usually get out of one person, one government official, or one army general that stole money that was used for Boko Haram? Do you know how much development that can bring in an area? PDP, APC, our past leaders, because if they succeeded, we wouldn't be where we are. All their little successes, all their little achievements, it is by far below par. It is nothing for us to clap for them, because on one hand, maybe they spent a certain amount of money developing the country. On the other hand, they ate almost 10 times the amount of money that the whole nation got to be part of. So is that any reason for you to congratulate them? I mean, look at the Jonathan government that you're talking about. Go and look at the amount of money that was embezzled. We want to talk about Obasanjo, we want to talk about Yaradua, we want to talk about who, or Abacha, or IBB. So all those people are the people that brought us to the place where we are today. And yet, we that are in this generation, suffering from the effects of these people, we now turn around and begin to pander to certain narratives. No, now, we shouldn't crack. We shouldn't yield under any pressure. All these politicians, all of them, they know what they are all in a clique. I know when I say it, people will be very angry with me. See, anybody who is playing Nigerian politics according to the books, You know, there's a manual for playing Nigerian politics. If you play according to that manual, all of you are in the same group. When we're telling obedience, don't let Obi go and be sleeping with, be in bed with all these people. You got angry with me. Look at the politics now. Now, you don't even know where you belong anymore. It's labor, obedient, obedient, labor. You know, and look at the sentiments that are being expressed in Lagos. It's no longer about competence. I don't know who did it, but they managed to just hinge this thing on tribal sentiments. Very, very bad place for us. Very unfortunate that in 2023, by hook or crook, by whatever mathematics, by whatever magic, they got us to be talking about tribe. Very shameful, very unfortunate. And I agree with you. No, I don't even agree. After this election, everything will go back to normal because it's created. A lot of these things are created. The real issue, the people that will talk about it, they won't talk about it. All these people that are talking about tribe, Igbo, Yoruba, immediately after election, all of them will congregate at another level because there's only two tribes, the oppressed and the oppressors. All those oppressors, they will enter the same flight. They will loan each other their private jets. Let their children do wedding now. All of them will come. You think when they come there, they will still be saying Yoruba Igbo for where? At all. At all. Elumelu will dine with Dangote. Dangote will dine with the Tedola. All of them will meet with. Didn't you see Tinubu going to meet all of them? Forget that. Didn't you see Peter saying that Tinubu is my elder brother? I'm not contesting him. Forget all this thing. All of them will still congregate. So we can't allow them to get under our skin. We're going to run through this and then we'll probably close. Guys who have spoken, you may wish to drop because there's a lot of people wanting to come in. I see Sino Show here. Princess has been trying to come in too. So Don, let me go. Don, I think you spoke now. Don Niger. Master. Don, you spoke, right?
No, I've not.
Also, please go ahead, Don. After Don, we'll do Master, and then we'll do Dr. Oates. You already spoke, but okay. After that, we'll do Komaya. So go ahead in that order.
All right.
Don, go ahead.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Sure.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, Don, go ahead.
I greet everybody. Doggy, I salute you. Salute everyone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm speaking.
Yes, but so, Don is speaking. Don, go ahead.
Yeah, I actually requested for the mic when there's one illustration that was a question also about someone being married and want to divorce. Actually, you can't force anyone to be in a marriage, you understand? But as well, you can find a common ground of understanding. Yet in those days, when you want to let a woman go, the woman has to return the dowry, and if it is in Poland, I think you have to break the calabash or so.
Sure.
While in the modern days, you have to go to court and settle it if you cannot settle it in-house. Now, taking it to the political space, you have to do that through an election whereby everyone has to do what? To go and cast their vote.
Sure.
The person that scored the highest wins. So that is for politics. Now, I want to take us back to what happened in Edo State election, where they were saying Edo no be Lagos. At the end, they end up letting someone that is commissioning street lights and ZK now also. So we have to be careful so that we will not miss the road. You understand? A good leader is someone that foresees tomorrow, plan for tomorrow, and make provision for tomorrow. Why today is much upgoing. So now talking about Lagos, Enugu
Cross River, and others. Why the controversy and drama? You see, Lagos is an economic hub, not just in Nigeria, but I would say in West Africa as a whole. If you check the time frame, global time frame, it was recently started putting Abuja. You see Lagos, Lagos. It is a recognized city, a recognized state. It's like a country within a country. Enugu is also a mega city. Back then, it is a coast city. They have resources, they use resources that can get a region going. Cross River is a rich state that no one will want his or her party to fail in that state. Why? Because they have huge resources to galvanize, not just politically now. If your party is in power in Cross River, oh, this Cross River Calabar, right? Okay, sorry, I'm actually talking about rivers, Port Harcourt. Sorry. Also, Cross River, yes, they have recreational center and the rest that can bring about great investment and the like. They also have the present governor tried to bring one or two industry into place. So, but the special audience these states are receiving boil down to something. One, one is that for the Lagos, see the NSAS movement and the emergency lovers of Nigeria. You understand? They make everyone look at it like Lagos is in a quagmire, Lagos is dying, Lagos is sinking, which is not so. Lagos is the fastest, I repeat, the fastest growing state in Nigeria. When you look at in terms of progress, yes. If all states or 1/4 of the state in Nigeria can grow or develop the way Lagos is developing now, we'll be having all these issue like unemployment and the rest. Understand? Lagos is receiving more pressure from states within. You get me? So they want to. It is an ED agenda, not just for these emergency lovers. You can also move with me with history. Remember the Civil War when the Biafrans they were trying to cross down to Lagos and they were stopped at Ondo, I think so, or yeah. So that agenda is still on. It's not dead. It's not dead.
Which agenda?
So
Which
that
agenda?
is one agenda.
Which agenda, please? Go ahead.
No, who's talking?
It's Chidi. It's Chidi. Please make us understand. You say that agenda.
That Biafra agenda. You know they are trying to move to Lagos, right? They are trying to move to Lagos, and they get to. If I'm lying, you can check me now. They get to.
Okay, let me tell you something. Okay, Don, listen. My platform is not that kind of platform. Okay, I let.
No, I'm not trying to push a negative
it's not negative.
agenda or whatsoever.
It's not negative. No. See what I
you
like.
Understand?
See what I
the
like.
reason why I'm saying this. Okay. Let me listen to you first. Okay?
I don't want to. Yeah. Listen, please. When people accuse me of cheating, I don't let people talk. I let people talk, but I'm responsible for what is said on my platform also. All right. I can't. Okay. If I'm here talking and I tell somebody, tell me your opinion. Say, Shore is a madman. Shore slept with somebody's wife, and I won't let that person. I will say, oh boy, cool down, because I'm responsible. So when you say that Igbo people, that when they were crossing They're coming to
I
during
didn't say Igbo people. I didn't say Igbo people. Please, don't
Biafran
misquote
people
me.
during the
I didn't
Biafran
say
war.
yes.
During the Biafran war.
During the Biafra war, it was not just Igbo that fought that war. Remember, there are some non-Igbo that was also cajoled
say
into
this so
it.
that you won't lose your line of thought. I don't want you to lose your line of thought.
Okay.
We're coming back to you. So what you said is that during the Biafran war, when they were trying to cross Ore, they didn't succeed. And that is what they are trying to do now in Lagos. There is a united front. They are still fighting that war. Isn't that what you're saying?
Yeah, and the reason I have reason for saying that.
So
You understand? I have reason for
I don't
saying that.
tolerate. Let me tell you why I don't tolerate that kind of thing. I don't tolerate it. You see, I'm not here to. Those are the kind of thoughts that I don't know what they are supposed to achieve. I need you to bring it down to real facts of what is happening now. They say
yeah, that is, you know, Mr. Shidi, can you just, I get your point. You understand? You're trying to protect your space and trying to protect the narrative. You get, but the reason why I actually said what I said is based on what is trending. Is based on what we are hearing, what we are seeing, what is happening presently. Now, there was a video that went viral before. Was it? Yes, was it before the presidential or after the presidential election? I think somewhere in Abia State that they were saying we will do anything to take Lagos.
My brother.
Not that was there. Hold on now. So I want to prove. I want to prove why I said that.
Sorry, I'm going to block your
phone. I want to prove why.
No, please. You see, this is too. It's becoming very annoying. This is not me. It's not us. It's not the way we talk. Okay, this with due respect, it's not how we talk. It's becoming more and more mundane. Like, it's. Do you understand? I don't know how to describe it. Hearing this coming from young people of 2023, this our age, comrades talking like this, it's annoying. It is scary. These are narratives that were put out there deliberately for this, and we are talking it and we are re-echoing it. Why would you be saying that a war that was fought and people were killed? Do you understand what happened at that Ore? You're saying that's what they're. Who told you? Who told you they did a meeting and they did that? People came here and they said, this is why this is happening. Somebody said something. Somebody said another thing. You want me to tell you now that because the Oba of Lagos said they should throw Igbos inside the sea, that is the whole of Yoruba people? It's not now. We hold that person responsible. No. You see, sorry, my brother. I need to move on. No, I need to move on. I need to move on. No, I need to move on, my brother. No vex. Please, just bear with me. Let's move on to another person. We'll come back to you because there is something when you put up a space. It's for us to dig something out, but when we start going certain ways,
can I ask you a question, Mr. Ashidi? Do you know that nobody is against? Let me just be frank with you. Me as a person, I have Igbo friends. I'm not against. In fact, I still maintain my friendship with them. You understand? I have no issue with
them. Okay, you see, let's just leave it.
With them
I'm begging you, my brother. Let's move from here. I will come back to you. Okay. Let's go to Obasi Chikezie. Go ahead, Obasi. Good evening, my brother.
Actually, I just wanted to say something. It's not like I'm contributing with respect to what transpired between you and the last speaker. You see, I think we may need to have a day for people to ventilate. Why do I say so? I realized that each group of people actually have things they bottled up against the other group. And if we think that we might wish it away because people have grown, it's not going to work. Honestly speaking, I can tell you for free. And when I'm a medical doctor, I've traversed in Nigeria for reasons based on association politics. And I must tell you, there is need for all of us to settle down to talk. There are so many unwritten languages that occurred in the last election. And if we think that the narrative we hear ourselves alone, it may not work. Those narratives we hear that happened in 1960 actually it still moves down to today. We might decide not to hear it, but I can tell you these things are reverberate. So I will urge that something like that is what the last speaker said. You may not really accommodate it, but what may be right a little bit is you allow him express that and you correct him. Now, but we may need to have a day whereby we would find a mechanism of getting a lot of people, even if the federal government doesn't want to initiate that, but there's need for people to ventilate. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think it's Kennedy or Komaya. One of you will go now. Kenny David.
Can I go on?
Okay, either you or Master. I don't know who was because I don't know how the thing is going now. Master.
No, Komaya can go and then I'll follow.
Okay, go ahead, Komaya.
Okay, thank you, Master. Good evening, Mr. Chidi. Good evening, Energy Doggy. Good evening, everybody. It's been a wonderful conversation. I'm a pan-Nigerian and pan-African at that, and I'm very optimistic. I'm a very optimistic Nigerian. Hope I'm audible, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
I believe this country is going to a high place, though we might not be there right now. It might not be looking like it. There is hope for a better future. You see, I'm a Lagosian, and so many conversations around Lagos, which I also want to talk about a little bit. You see, Lagos in landmass is less than 0.5% of the whole of Nigeria. And the irony is that it occupies over 10% of the total population. So if not well managed, it's a crisis. A lot of people trying to squeeze themselves into a very small environment. And we cannot wish it away because you cannot stop anybody from moving. Even our constitution does not allow that. So Nigerians have every right to live and stay wherever they want to stay. So when people come up with the conversation of let us beam the searchlight on other governors too, like we are asking people to go back to their state or asking anybody to do it. But when we come up with that excuse of Lagos have seaports, Lagos is more developed, I think we are creating excuses for those governors to continue to underperform and justify reasons why people keep trooping out of their states to other parts in search for greener pastures. You see, Nigeria is a unique country, and every state are unique in their own kind. If you look at our constitution, education, agriculture, health are majorly on the residual list. Do you know people can leave Lagos for health tourism in Benue, for health tourism in Kogi, if they have world-class health facilities there? People can leave Lagos for education tourism in other parts of Nigeria if the governors invest well in those things. You don't have to build ports. You don't have to build the best of roads. But just look at what is unique for you. Take Benue, for example. I see no reason why factories cannot be there. I heard that there was a time that these Chi companies that produce juice wanted to acquire land and set up a factory because mangoes and orange and the likes. But because they could not agree among themselves on whose land the government will hand over to those people, and because of that, the company have to leave for Lagos. All these elders, farmers clashes, these are cases that can be handled by governors. But these are the governors that will go on the streets. They are killing my people, and you say that for the whole of 8 years. And when it's about 2-3 months to election, you started setting up vigilante groups. I was born and brought up in Lagos. We used to have intertribal clashes in Lagos. We used to have gang wars in Lagos. It took leadership to just sit down and look at it and how can we solve this problem? Lagos State Security Trust Fund is an initiative. This is a combination of private and public sector coming together to provide security for the people. These are ideas that can be emulated in other states so that
People migrate. Security are one of the reasons why people migrate. I served in Osun State. I don't want to come back to Lagos, despite being a Lagosian. The stress of Lagos is killing on its own. But the jobs are not there. So you have to still come back home. So let's stop making excuses for these governors. Because anytime we keep saying why Lagos is what it is, we are making excuses for those governors that are failing, that are continuously failing. And I thank God. You see, when we focus on Lagos, it's helping Lagos. I won't lie to you guys, because it's putting the leadership of Lagos on their toes, and they will continue to raise the bar. But you see, I cannot say you should stop. Let's focus on Lagos and spread our attention. Especially we the guys in diaspora. Let's call on those people. Beam the torchlight. What are these people doing? Every month they go cap finance to Abuja, collect allocation, take it to their country, state, pay salaries, and that's it. Governors are meant to go out of their state, travel out of the country to woo investors to come and invest in their states. These are sole responsibility of governors.
Okay, my brother.
So that's just what I want to contribute. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Master, is it Master? Yeah, I think it's Master, right?
Oh yeah, it's me. I think I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
Does Kenny want to say something? I see his hand is up.
Kenny has spoken before.
Yeah,
no, you've not spoken.
I haven't spoken before.
Go ahead, Kenny. Okay.
Then I'll go after you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I really appreciate the message from the last speaker, Kumaya. People are focusing on Lagos and giving excuses for other states not to develop. It's just making those governors lazy. Because if you look at a state like Bayelsa specifically, Bayelsa State has a very little population, and they have a lot of 13% derivation and other oil benefits they are getting. So if you divide the population of those people, matching it with the amount of money they are getting, Bayelsa State citizens should be the richest in Nigeria. But everybody give excuse. Oh, Bayelsa State, they don't have land, everywhere is occupied by water, blah, blah, blah. River State also, they are making a lot of money from the oil derivations. And compared to their population, if they manage those resources properly, an individual person in River State is richer than a person in Lagos State, looking at the population of Lagos State and the resources in Lagos State. But everybody come around and give excuses. Oh, Lagos State has seaport, Lagos State has airport. We forget that all these things are federal controlled infrastructure.
Kenny, hold your thought. Let me ask you a question. Quick question. Sorry. If you were the president of Nigeria and you've identified all of these things happening in the states, do you think there's any way you could influence them, or what would you do?
Oh yeah. See, I know the federal government of Nigeria has limited amount of power on some of these states, but what I can do is to diversify some of these resources, and also probably give special privileges to some of these states, especially the coastal states. Coastal states like Bayelsa, Delta, Cross River, all of these states very close to the sea. They have a lot of benefits. So I would I know there is a need to disintegrate all the resources in Lagos. There is a need to do that. Lagos State is having all the seaport, airport, but the major reason why this thing is so is because of one thing is the crisis in the Niger Delta. There was a time I could remember.
You're going. See, I don't want you have. You seem like you have a lot of things that you want to say, and I'm going to listen to you. I'm going to hear that. But the reason why, when you see me interjecting, is because someone is making some points that I think they are very, very vital. You know, when you started by saying, and because you're re-echoing what the last person has said, I hope whenever people call me, it cuts me off. Okay. So because you're re-echoing what the last speaker said before you, that's why I'm making it a point to bring it up. because when you say we leave these people to, we make it easier for the governors, and then you come back and say, yes, Lagos has this, has that, and it's a federal government initiated projects, So I'm thinking, as a president of a country, and some other person has spoken here and said, so every place, every state in Nigeria has something that can be developed, and
Yeah.
as the federal government that you are and the president of a country, you don't think that the inability of the federal government to at least do their own part has a direct influence or a direct effect on the development of the state? You don't think so?
Yeah, the problem, the federal government has their own fault, but I think the other fault has to do with the people, the mode of thinking of the people, and the lifestyle of the people. The federal government definitely have their own fault, because I could remember when the Niger Delta people were clamoring for their share of the resources, and the federal government couldn't listen. Then they were kidnapping the expatriates, they were kidnapping and causing crisis, and that was the reason why a lot of those headquarters relocated to Lagos, thereby adding more to the IGR of Lagos State. Also, we can look at the crisis in the southeast now. They are clamoring, they want referendum, but the federal government is not listening. All companies in the southeast are relocating to Lagos. So in that case, I think the federal government needs to listen more to the clamoring of the people.
Thank you.
Call them to the table, talk to them. Okay, what do you want? What can we do for you? Because when Yaradua interfered in the Niger Delta crisis, they calmed down. They started sending some of them abroad for studies and all of that. They started giving them monthly allowances, and the crisis went down. But despite that, all the companies that went to Lagos, they didn't come back.
So so in summary then, Kenny, would you now see
Yeah.
that a government that those um sees those problems within the states, sees that the governors are not doing enough, and sits back, because the federal government doesn't have its citizens. There is no citizen of federal government. There is only citizens of Lagos, Enugu, Kaduna. It is all local government. Even there are citizens of the wards, local government councils, villages. These are the people that the federal government is looking after. So the federal government looks after these people through their state governors. So the reason I'm saying this is, when we think that, because people like me, we are holding the federal government by its blockers and we're saying you failed through the years. And when we try to look at the state governors, I'm trying to tell you that a federal government or a president that sees that the people in a state are dying because of the activities of that governor, and is not able to do anything to stop the killing of the people in that place, either through economic hardship, either through violence or insecurity, that president is a woefully failed president. That president does not deserve to be called a president. Do you agree with me? Because they failed in their primary duty of protecting the life of the people.
Dr. Chidi, but will you also agree that the governor has also, because will you also agree that those governors has also failed? Because I think one of the problems we have in Nigeria is we only look towards the central. And I believe this is a discussion I still had with my mom recently, because she's a very big advocate of this Yoruba nation. And guys, if you think Twitter space is funny, make sure you tune to Yoruba Nation's YouTube channel. You will laugh your head off. Like, you literally laugh your head off.
It's okay. I don't want to. We cut Kenny, so do, and let's get back to Kenny.
And the reason why I said that is, this set of people successfully only look at arguments in one side to say it's only the Constitution and it's only the federal. Everybody in the states, they absolved them of their responsibility, right? No. I'm from the southern part, for instance. I do not like Tinubu by any means. But if we compare Southwest Lagos to all other states in Southwest, Lagos is like miles and miles ahead. I'm from Osun State. Yes, we have good roads. Yes, it's peaceful. But nothing happens. Literally nothing. No investment. We attract basically nothing. I stand to be corrected.
So what do we hold the federal government? What do you hold the federal government responsible for?
I understand the part of federal government, sir, but the state government has also been found wanting.
Maybe like you don't understand the energy. The state governors, see, what I'm trying to tell you is, you see, that's why I say the buck stops at the table of the president.
But the failure, you know, Dr. Chinde, that these guys, they got all their allocation, everything from the federal.
No, there was a period. So energy. That's the same question I asked this guy. You, when you have 1 million naira to distribute to the states, to everything, who is the final person? Who is the final beneficiary of that money that you are about to spread?
But I can only fault the federal government on what is just on the exclusive list of the federal.
No, I'm just asking. No, I'm coming somewhere. I'm coming somewhere. That money
I understand what you're trying to say.
So answer now, who is the final beneficiary?
The final beneficiary of anything should be the people, right?
So now, as it is the people now, you that is about to share the money, you that is about to locate the money, is it not expected that your wisdom and your style of leadership and the skills with which you have appointed people around you will make you understand that Governor B in state B is a rogue, is a thief, he never gets the money down to those people?
So Dr. Chidi, I just want to humor me, for instance. Let's say something that is on concurrent list, federal and states. The federal government, and I'm not holding praise for the federal government, but let's assume the federal government allocated the money, like they always do, security for everything to the state governor. The state governor fails to do their job. What do you think a president will do? Is he going to imprison the governor?
Okay, so no, you didn't ask the question. You didn't. You see, you ran away from my line of thought, because the same question you asked, I'm trying to tell you that the last time you gave money, the money did not get to the people, and so 1,000 people died. These are 1,000 Nigerian citizens that you were elected to protect. So you now bring the next allocation to distribute, and you are telling me that you are about to give that same money or go through protocol to that same governor that made
it doesn't have an option but to, because if they go to court,
exactly,
they're going to win to win him anything.
Energy. Did you hear your answer? So your answer is this: that the president now fails, and these people will keep dying every day.
There are some, unless, Dr. Chidi, unless, that's why I say concurrent list, right? And I say I'm not holding brief for the federal government.
You do know why I chose a very, a very basic example? I chose a very basic. If you answer
Dr.
me,
Dr. Chidi, hold on, Dr. Chidi. See, that's why I said, number one, everybody on this space will agree that the president cannot just wake up one day and say, because I felt like you're not doing your job, I'm going to withhold your allocation, your derivations, and everything. I mean, Buhari, I don't know how true it is. They tried to give the local government their direct allocation, and they took him to court, and they won, right? Because Buhari cannot just do that. It is unfortunate, but he cannot just do that.
So what does the president do? What does the president do? How does the president? Because there are no Nigerians different from the Nigerians in the
That's
state.
why I said there are things that are on the concurrent list. Concurrent means both of them could work on it together. So at that point in time, the only option the presidency will have is to now start focusing on the things the governor should have been doing. So then that puts a lot of stress on the presidency. So there is no way to look at this angle. If we are blaming the presidency, we should not fail to blame our senators that are collecting constituency funds money, our governors, and even our stupid local government chairmen.
Why are you the president? Why are you the chief commanding officer?
We're not running an autocracy where somebody is making.
I'm not talking about autocracy. I'm not talking about autocracy. I'm asking you now, if the president is so helpless, if the president is so helpless that he cannot, why is he the president? You know, energy. Do you know what you will do? 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 Let me tell you what you will do. What I suspect that you will do, you will use every manner of creativity. You will investigate. You will find out what is going on in that state. You will block that leakage. You will make sure that either EFCC or somebody arrest. You will arrest. Arrest doesn't mean
EFCC will arrest a sitting governor.
No, I'm not talking about arrest. Hey, okay, at the energy between, because then
Dr. Chidi, the solution is, as we're holding the presidency block course, like you said, we need to start holding our respective governor block course.
A good president.
We cannot just say we hold the governor, the presidency.
It still goes back to the president. Your ability to set something in motion. I'm being ambiguous with what I'm saying. I'm not breaking it down. But you see, I'm not about to do that, because that's why they became a president. You see that gap between the person who finally needs that thing, who is at the bottom of the ladder, and the money on top. Everything that happens in between, as long as that person doesn't get that money eventually, that president failed. But a smart president.
Dr. Chidi, I agree with you.
So if you agree now,
that president failed, but the way I disagree with you is you fail to say governors need to also be held accountable, because that is the way it will ever work.
Maybe because
the presidency cannot just wave like a magic wand and say, "Oh, something is wrong with your state. I'm not just going to step in." Presidency cannot just step into a state.
Okay, so eventually, do you know why?
It's not under your exclusive.
Do you know what is happening?
Right?
Do you know what is happening?
You can't just say I'm stepping in.
So energy. That is why Boko Haram is killing people, and nobody can do anything about it. That is why there is no food in so many places. Nobody is doing anything about it. That's why there's accidents on our roads. Nobody is doing anything about it. That's why there are no hospitals. There are no drugs. Nobody is doing anything about it. That is why police is killing people. Nobody is doing anything about it. That is why there is no electricity. Nobody is doing anything about it. But let us please go to Kenny. Kenny, please finish, and then we'll go back to the people who have not spoken. Kenny, I apologize, but you hit something important, and that's why.
You and energy no say energy no dey stop.
Oh yeah. So I'm just gonna round up quickly. But for the gubernatorial elections, I see the LP guys are trying to ride on the wave of the Peter Obi movement. Yeah, it's very good. GRV, I watched his interview. He speaks very well, but I think the guy he wasn't prepared for the tax ahead. He wasn't prepared for the tax ahead. Even Jandor also is not so prepared for the tax ahead. So I think someone who should come back, someone who deserves to come back. Yeah,
all right.
Cross River is an APC state. I think APC will likely
get Cross River State back in the gubernatorial election. Looking at the presidential election, they have two senators. They have two senators for the APC, and they have a lot of House of Rep in the APC. I think Benayade is doing a good job over there. But for Enugu State, I really don't know much about Enugu State politics. I know Shimaroke has been the PDP guys. They didn't give him a lot of space to work, but I think LP might take Enugu State. I think Frank Iweke Jr. is contesting, and he's a good guy. He was in Obasanjo's cabinet, and he did very well. Yeah. So those are my predictions for those three states. Lagos State specifically, someone who needs to come back. GRV is not prepared. He's not prepared to take up the tax of the fifth largest economy in Africa.
All right.
He went to MIT. Nottingham, but he doesn't have the work experience. He has failed in all the political contests that he went through. For local government chairman, he failed. Lagos West Senatorial, he failed. So such a failure cannot rule Lagos State. If you fail in small things, and we can't give you a bigger thing to manage.
All right.
You're necessarily gonna fail in it.
Thank you.
That's my position. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Kenny. I think we're gonna go right back. Everybody has spoken. Dollar, I see you.
Master is to speak now.
Oh, sorry, Master. I thought you spoke. Go ahead, Master.
So I thank you so much, Dr. Chidi, for the opportunity and energy, and Doggy and all the amazing people here. I think I'll follow the conversation. I don't want to go and dig into a lot of what has been said already. So I will just go ahead with the Lagos State thing. I think there's a lot of attention in Lagos, and for obvious reasons, because it's a center of economic activities and a lot of things. And like someone rightly said, the country itself has been going through a lot. Nigeria has been going through a lot. I remember in 2014, 2015, when I moved to Lagos, I went to Lagos and I saw a place that was totally different from many of the places I had been living in around Lagos. I've been in Lagos, but going back then, a lot of crises in the north, and I went to Lagos. Saw my friend town. It was a town. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. It was a time at that time, like I could go out and I could come back at 9, 11, 12, 1 p.m. It was funny, because I was coming from a place where, there was so much crisis, many things were happening, and so today when I see, I'm not in Lagos right at the moment, right now, I'm not voting in Lagos, but when I see what's going on in Lagos and I see people shouting, talking anyhow, I'm like, we don't even know what we have. We don't even know what we have. Lagos, we should not allow, and this is to everybody, we should not allow Lagos go that way. And even though we say this is something that happens, only during elections, no, it's not happening well. It's not happening well. If there could be a way to measure what's going on right now, you will see that it's not going on fine. This is not good. We can go into politics, we can do this, but we should, reduce all of this, all of these topics that really cannot help us as a nation. Topics like all this tribal bashing and other things. These things cannot help us. By the time we reduce Lagos to that level, then I tell you, see, I keep telling people, I tell people that, you see, I've experienced a number of states that today I will tell you that no matter, somebody was saying governors should do things and this, I say no matter what you do, those states will find it very difficult to grow. You know why? Because there's no peace in those states. There's no peace. There is no peace. So people are saying, oh, how do you get foreign direct investment? No, there's no peace. Even this election, I know states that the election is strictly on religious lines. Strictly on religious lines. That if you are voting for this candidate, it's like you're voting an enemy. And it's serious. And people are telling me, if this person wins, this is how this state is going to be, and if this person wins, this is how this state is going to be. And it's just like that. How do you expect people to go and invest in those states where after 1 month, 2 months, 3 months of the election or of the new government, your houses, your businesses could be razed?
You know, it's terrible, and that's what I don't want to see. Like, I've been in place. I've had family members who were killed, and we never saw their body, and we heard about how they were killed. You know, and because of all of these useless things, tribe, religion, other things. So when I hear people making that mistake also in places that have sustained this country, I tell you, Lagos has sustained this country. I stay in Lagos and I see different people. So when I hear our people saying, "Oh, nobody can come and take over our place," "Oh, we want to take over," I'm like, you guys don't know what you're doing. You guys don't know. Start that conversation and let it continue and see what will happen. Whether you even have a state. I have about 2-3 states that I've lived in, seriously, with some states I was born in, that I know today that I keep telling people, ask me, why is this state not progressing? I said, do you know what has happened in this state? Do you know what is happening? There's a state right now in Nigeria. There's a state right now in Nigeria. If you follow through on the politics going on right now, it's teetering on the edge of a crisis. It's teetering on the edge of a crisis because they are saying, "Oh, this person is a card." It's not. Lagos is even the toy. I mean, it's still a toy. A joke because it's not that serious. Because I still expect that Lagosians are very intelligent. But at these places, they are saying this particular person, though this person is my brother, but it's like this person is connected to people of this particular religion, so we are not going to vote for him. And this person is saying, "No, I'm your child. You're going to vote for me." And you know, like, it's terrible when you hear this conversation. And that is what we are expected to vote around on Saturday. You know, so why I'm happy to join this space is that Dr. Chidi has helped in really removing that terrible, that evil conversation that really will not take us anywhere. The idea, what we are supposed to do as individuals, is to see anywhere these kinds of conversations are going on. It's easy. People feel we have to talk about it. Yes, you don't talk about it, because in talking about it, I have friends who that's the only thing they talk about. These are very educated people. That's the only thing they talk about. And for me, I'm like, okay. So I mentioned this to somebody. I said, you know what? I said, do you know that unless we continue fighting and burning our country, our states and everything, if we are looking for progress, do you know that person, that tribe, those people that you hate, one day, if this is a democracy, one day they will rule in this state. And when they look at me and they're scared, I'm like, if it's a democracy, if there's progress, these people, because if you have me in your state and we are going, everything is going fine, and we are all contributing, is that right? And you people have ruled, even if you rule for 70 years, don't you think somebody in the 74th year will rule? I don't know, people are not thinking about what progress really means when it comes to nationhood. It's only when you decide, so okay, you don't want progress at all. But if there's going to be progress, then see, the power is definitely going to shift hands. If you are going to be accommodative of other people, then power is going to shift hands. You understand? There are states who will tell you, oh, a Muslim or a Christian will never rule. And I said, the only way you can keep that is to not accommodate people totally. And you will not grow. You can never grow if you do not learn to accommodate people, especially in a nation that describes itself as secular. And you are coming around to say, oh, some people don't have a right because of their religion. You know, there are states, especially in the Middle Belt, where I know, where the idea of a person from a different religion, even if the person is indigenous, I'm using that word indigenous, which is a terrible word these days, but indigenous, but because the person is from a different religion, they can never, I think it's like an abomination.
I know.
And I'm like, for real?
Sure.
This is your brother.
Thank you.
You know, so for me, I feel we need to elevate the level of the conversation we are having, because if we don't have this kind of conversation and direct it this way, I'm telling you, we are also going to be consumed with that conversation.
We're already being consumed by it.
And at the end of the
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dollar, I think you and Sinosha, I don't know who wants to go first.
Sinosha can go.
Okay.
But Sinosha, if you want, go for it. Then I'll go after Sinosha, if that's all right, Dr. Chide.
Okay, Dollar.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dollar. My actual contribution is quite simple today, and I think it will go thus. How does it matter where any Nigeria stays? when did it become the duty of any Nigerian, right, to usher development in any part of Nigeria? I say this not because Nigerians will not contribute to the development of their societies, but because we set up government really in the real sense so as to put in place structures within which this kind of development can be properly aggregated. So anybody who is in Lagos today, who's doing one business or the other in Lagos, is generally contributing to the development of Lagos, and indirectly as well contributing to the overall output, which is going to be the growth of economy, of the Nigerian economy. So I am going to ask again, how does it matter that a Nigerian stays in any part of Nigeria? What does it matter? I will also go a little bit further to say, when you now take the conversation a little notch higher, why are people doing businesses from one places to the other? It is not recent. It is not new. That's why somebody will say to you that, oh, there is somebody who's a vice presidential candidate whose ancestors were from Mauritania. That's why they will tell you that. Because people move from one place to the other, and you all, really, when I look at the ways most of us, don't let me say you all is somehow not proper. We all make this mistake of thinking that people were just dropped from heaven and they settled where they were dropped. No, we all have moved at one point or the other. This doesn't in any way undermine the conversation of saying, yeah, there are indeed indigenous people in places. Yeah, there will be always. Yeah, the people that actually perhaps were some supposed first settlers, or perhaps the people who actually won the land by the virtue of conquest, there will be, and we must respect them. But the point still remains that it is not a direct responsibility of the citizenry to usher development. We have government as an institution of the state for a reason. And when we say government as an institution of the state, what we are inherently explaining is that, okay, the state knows that it needs development. And for that development to happen, it needs a focal point, some kind of person who will be responsible for the articulation of these plans, for the implementation of this plan. That was how government came to be. So when we now say, okay, there are some people that need to go back to some places in the country to go and support development, what we are inherently doing is, getting ourselves caught up in the political jimbo, which has become a thing. Don't tell any Nigerian to go back to go and develop anywhere. It shows that you are deprived of the ability to properly reason things out. And I'm not trying to attack anyone, please. Don't take it as an attack. Take it as an opportunity to think about it again. The concept of saying people should go back and go and develop their country is exactly what you call xenophobia in South Africa. That thing that all of us dislike, where we are saying, no, do they know what Nigeria did for them during the apartheid struggle? All of these things. Some people have done something for the people wherever, maybe in Jos. Because Jos people also told me to go back to where I came from. Jos people told me. Right? Only to one thing or the other. If you have misunderstanding with people, they start telling you to go back to where. What is your insecurity? Tell us. What exactly is your insecurity? And in most cases, I have seen from my observation that it is not a matter of insecurity of the citizenry. It's the insecurity of the people in political position. And they have projected it rightfully on you because that's what they want to do. So you are practically being the mouthpiece of the people that you don't even like. So when you now say, go to, like me, if you tell me, go to Ilesha and go and develop Ilesha, I will tell you, there are no investment banks in Ilesha. The environment is not such that will propel such establishment there. That's why I'm in Lagos. But am I paying my tax to Oshu state government or state of Oshu? No, I am paying to the state government in Lagos state. My pay goes to them. So in one way or the other, I am contributed money that the government of Lagos in one way can use to pursue what they intend to pursue so that I can live a good life in Lagos. And you know what is funny about this thing? Oftentimes when we talk democracy, I think what reads in the mind of Nigerians is plutocracy. Right? That government that is reserved exclusively for a group of people. No, democracy is not reserved exclusively for. If you want to do democracy, let's do it. If you want to do plutocracy, set for plutocracy. Don't say you are doing democracy and then start doing plutocracy. Anyone can be governor in any state of this country. I know we are still growing. In reality, we have not reached that stage really. But Lagos is even one of those states that has reached a level that we can reasonably say, due to its cosmopolitan nature, a lot of people here who are residents here in Lagos can become governor after having met perhaps some provision of the legal system in Nigeria. So how does it matter that anyone is here and then because their state is not developing, they should go and develop it? How does it matter that the political party who is probably even running the affairs of the things in the state where you are telling them to live is the same political party running the affairs of the state where you are telling them to go back to? How does it also matter? For instance, if you tell somebody in Benue to go back to Benue and leave Lagos, for instance, what you'll be saying is go to insecurity. Was he the one that ushered in insecurity? When governance fails, people turn on each other. It should not be. And you know, I will end on this note. You will say, I have been saying, how does it matter? Why does it matter? All along. It's so you could think about it, that what you are even saying at times, it is not a byproduct or a direct product of your own thought process. It is something that people have put in the atmosphere. You cut a grasp of and then you start taking all around. Now, anybody in Lagos today, for instance, we are doing our bit to develop Lagos. If I am supporting Akim Olayiwola of the AAC and someone else is supporting GRV, the argument we can have is GRV competent? Is Akim Olayiwola competent? Is Bennett Eze competent? Is Jide Sanwo-Olu competent? But we are not having it because the politicians have successfully infiltrated our camp and they've planted this seed of discord because they know we are not that sophisticated politically to quickly see what they are planning from afar. And it's painful because you see PhD before our name, you see MSc, you look at my own, you see ACA, you look at some of my friends, or you see CFA. We have gotten educated to all of this level. And primitive things, such as understanding that the concept of development is usually anchored on the program of the government in force, we don't know. So we start using ignorance to relate with each other. And that's why we fight each other. I don't need to fight you. All I just need to remind you is, should Sanwo-Olu continue? And I will ask question, is there water in Lagos? Is water supply constant? Is it okay? Okay, what about housing in Lagos? Oh, they built some housing estate in Ikorodu, both federal government and state government. Can people take it? If I go a little bit further and I say, okay, what about flooding in Lagos? Has it reduced since Sanwo-Olu emerged? We are taking the conversation to issue-based, and that is where it should be. But if we take it there, most of the people in government today, they will not have a place there. And that is why they plant all of this seed of discord amidst us all the time. That's why you, a person whose ancestor were travelers that settled in Lagos, by the virtue of your surname that I can see, we tell somebody who is also a recent settler to go back to their state and go and develop it. Meanwhile, your own state yourself is also culpable of the underdevelopment. So please, let's just look at things more closely. Let's see our enemy for who they are. Like Dr. Shiri said, there are just two tribes in all over the world. The haves and the have-not. What the haves do is they have the media. They have every instrument that they can use to manipulate us, and they do it seamlessly over the years. It is time we wake up and face their era out so that we can usher in a period where a lot of us, a lot of Nigerians, a lot of people across the world will be able to reasonably say they are a citizen of the places where they call country. Because why? Those countries, those constituencies cater to their need, and all their needs are met. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. Dollar, You thank you so much,
Yeah,
Sinex. I really
yeah.
like your contribution.
Doc, honestly, for me personally, I just think of it this way, in the sense that I consider myself somebody from Festac, from Lagos. I've never, even though my parents were both from Ondo Delta, I've never been to Delta or Ondo before. But I was raised by Igbo people, which is, it's a bit funky. It's a bit different. So, so now, Dr. Chidi, Coca back in the day. Coca,
Yeah, Coca bus stop.
Coca, the place Coca. How more fear than raise me? More fear. You remember Risco Bumper?
Erisco Bumper. Yeah. I remember that company.
Exactly. So sometimes I know why people they go that way. I just don't understand it. Then I think go to
dollar. The problem is even when they call the local name, your as you they speak and when they come out from your mouth, it begin sound like another thing. So make they blame us.
The thing with that, because sometimes because my name the lie the of course about my name be that, but the reality be say we be one people.
Sure. Go on, dollar. Don't mind me. Just go on.
We want people. I know, when I go and say to somebody, say, I get mentor from Adamawa and all that, then go say, oh, what do you mean by that? You know what? The reality be say, we are one Nigeria. No problem about it, kind of thing. But I don't know why some people they choose to separate. That's not why for AAC we did a little bit different, Dr. Chide. We did a little bit different.
See, dollar, with the things I'm hearing now, I'm seriously wondering whether we did a little. I am shocked to my bones, but go ahead.
Yeah, but we did different for ASA. We did totally different kind of thing. And if I tell my story, if everybody tell their story, it go there totally different kind of thing. So now where they tell you my story, doctor, now some where they say they're a little bit different, but you they hear say now people will raise me be this. That's how we know the discriminate. I don't know where this discrimination come from, honestly. I don't know where it from come.
We just played into all these people's hands. You see, dollar, sorry to cut in here. You see, and that's why maybe I became very emotional in my reactions this evening, because we have just survived something terrible that happened to us in AAC, where somebody, Leonard Nzenwa, out of his own mischief and clear ulterior motive, ganged up, just mashed up stories and narratives that were completely wrong and sold that to a few people, because that's what always happens. And those people bought into it, and we ended up having our party hijacked. You see how that kind of thing is not good, and it has grave implications. And you and I know that is one of the major things that made us really not perform well this year, because we were busy.
No, Nigerians are suffering for it now,
we are busy in court when we should have been coming out early.
That's for it. Honestly, because the thing is, waiting they happen now is now we go to subsidize waiting they happen. I remember when you took show to meet the Canadian, was it the Canadian?
The mayor in Toronto.
Yeah, and when you facilitate him and Mazen Ambikano and all that, so all that, it doesn't, the reality be said, there's nothing different. I don't understand why they do it, but then they do them because of the bad people. That's the way I look at it. I just look my best mate. I just look now. 12 years ago, on X16, my best mate, Uchechuko Swago, we were in Afghanistan together with a fight together kind of thing.
Sure.
But we know they see ourselves differently from, but I don't know why they do that kind of thing.
It's just election. It is election, and I thought our people were wiser. I really thought our people were. Honestly, when I came into this space, okay, because what happened with me was after the presidential elections, I'm like, okay, we're done with the presidential election. What else to do? I wasn't interested in what was going on in my place, but I said, charity begins at home. Let me go back to Enugu State and see what's going on there. And I went there and I started getting more information about the governorship election and what people were saying. And before you knew it, Enugu was also in the news. Like, things were happening. So I became more and more interested. Then as that was going on, as I was getting more and more interested in the governorship race, because we also wanted to cover other places, and I started looking into Lagos and see what was happening in Lagos. And with every day, it grew, the narratives changed, and everything was moving so fast. And I was laughing until it no longer became funny. By the time, and I hope people who are listening.
Could I get hand up? African, you get hand up. You get hand up.
Okay, African. Oh, African. Yeah, African. You want to say something, but let me say what I wanted to say. Let me learn. So the thing is, as I watch this thing, and I hope people listen to themselves, because as much as I respect people's opinions, when someone opens their mouth and they say it is just like what they were saying about Omoyele Sowore, they didn't realize it was a script that they were saying. People say, "Oh, Sowore should go and run for EFCC. Sowore will become EFCC chairman." Immediately, it was shown out there. People were saying it. They don't even know how that thing came to be. They just say, Sowore should become EFCC chairman. They just hear themselves saying it. That's what just happened. Someone sowed these seeds, and they've just grown wings. They've developed a life of their own, and they're just moving. So people just
they have been outpicked, though, Chide. They've been outpicked.
Anyway, let's hear. Let's hear from African. Dollar, we need to be closing in the next 15 minutes. So, African, if you want to say something, let's go ahead and hear you. The Fab, I see you. If you still want to take the mic and finish what you were saying before you got angry, you can go ahead and do so.
The Fab, they always get very angry.
African, go.
We get Dr. Ademola as well.
Okay, so go ahead. Okay, Doc is here. Okay, I see. African, you want to go ahead and Dr. Ademola will go.
Yeah. Good evening or good morning, everyone.
Go ahead.
I've been having issues with my network, and that's why I've been going on and off. Yes, I just want to say my own submissions. First, I believe that leadership is not a function of where you are from or your ethnicity or your religion is a function of character and competence. It's a function of result, and it's a lot of things. But one thing that you wouldn't attribute to leadership is your tribe and your religion. No tribe has more better leaders than the other tribe, and no religion has more better leaders than the other religion. It's a skill set. Anyone can acquire it if they put the right effort. So this idea about whether you're indigene of a particular state or you're a Lagosian or not Lagosian, or those are not real functions we should discuss when it comes to selecting our leaders at this moment. These are things we should discuss at the moment is whether who is competent enough. The only time you can bring into ethnicity here as a decision, have two people who are competent, really competent enough. And can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I saw something. So when you have two people who they have almost the same, let's say the same competency and the same level of character, they can do the job. Both of them are good. It's so difficult to decide who should lead or not. That's where you bring the idea of, okay, this person, is it truly from this origin? Who is more localized? Because the person who is more localized at that moment will have something as an edge. One, because number one, people would really relate with that kind of person, and then people would want to, he will definitely understand the cultures of those places. That is when you have both people that their competence level is the same. Well, in an issue where the competence level of one party over the other one is like two poles apart, I don't think you have conversations around ethnicity. As if we really want Africa, if we want Nigeria, if we want our states to be developed, I don't think we should have those conversations. I strongly believe in the potentials in Nigeria. I strongly believe in the potential in Africa. So I still remain an optimist no matter what. I only just see Nigeria as a work in progress, and I see that we can do much better, and I do not tolerate the fact that we celebrate mediocrity. But however, I wouldn't put a blind eye to some of the progresses we have made in our own as a country. So I think we should maintain some level of decency and moderation where we are not too critical about every single person other, and then we also forget ourselves. I believe for any nation to be better, it's a collective role of the government, the citizens, and everybody would play a role. The citizens have to be good citizens because it's from the citizens that the people who end up leading them comes from. If you have good citizens, definitely you have good people voting for good people, and then we have good leaders. This is a democracy. It's not a monarchy where it's one family or one particular race is leading, whether they are good people or not. But this is a democracy where it's a function of numbers, where the people decide who becomes their leader. So if you have more good people aspiring for leadership, and these more people that are aspiring for leadership definitely will come from the citizens themselves. So I think everyone plays an important role. Like I said, we wouldn't celebrate mediocrity. You cannot, for 8 years, come and do street light, and then you call Arise News, Channels TV, and every single media in Nigeria to come and commission that and show you that you are working. That's not the kind of project you should be talking about in 2020 or 2023. So we should also not also be too critical, because we need to understand that there is no perfect leadership, and there is no perfect leadership systems in this 21st century. If not, there will be no need for people to vote every next coming year. It's either a leader, especially in a democracy, wherever a leader stops, that's where another leader is coming to continue from. So there's always going to be a problem to be solved in every country, both developed and developing countries. Only that everyone, we are not in the same level. But one of the things that makes the comparison that critical is because we live in a global village right now where you can be from any part of the world and have information and access to any part of the world. You could just spend 5-10 hours in another different country. So that's why it's easy to compare and contrast and, look at your neighbor. And whenever you look at someone who is higher than you, definitely you wouldn't value your own again. So I strongly believe in Africa. I've been raising funds for Africans. So I would always want to push the narrative that we can still do better, but we are not as bad as other. Nigeria especially is not as bad as other African countries, even other developed countries. Nigerians can still do better, while I wouldn't tolerate mediocrity. Thank you very much.
So much. Thank you very, very much. You rounded it up very well. I think everyone has spoken. Doctor, I sent you, Dr. Ademola, I sent you a request. I don't know if you want to say something. I don't think you accepted it.
Doctors are ridiculous for accepting stuff.
They're very funny.
So no problem.
Okay.
Ademola no go accept them. If you accept them, na privilege.
Okay, no problem. Energy. I wanna be rounding up. I think we've had a robust discussion. It's unfortunate we are where we are. I don't want. Some of us are caught into this thing already. I inclusive, because even when I hear myself say certain things today, I keep wondering, when did it get this far? But these people, they succeeded in dragging us into their mess. Let's keep being vigilant and let's stay true to our mission and our cause. Okay, we are comrades. We stand for everybody. We are the beacon. We are the light that people go to see how to make things right. That's what we'll continue to be.
Before you Dr. Chidi, please push my candidate, Fethiasa, a bag.
I did a program for her 3 days begging people to come, and okay, doctor has actually requested. I did a program on my YouTube channel. I give people free time to come and advertise themselves. I was begging, so I don't know. Everybody that wanted could have taken opportunity.
I go chase her again. I go chase her again.
Okay, no problem.
She needs to win Benue Makode.
Sure.
Yeah, definitely. She's going to win anywhere.
Okay, no problem. Energy, you want to say something, or you want to let doctor? Oh, doctor, I accepted. Maybe your network is doing something to you, Dr. Ademola. I saw your request. I accepted it, but it's not. It's not. Okay, you know something is going on. Energy, go ahead.
Okay, I'm interrupting my dinner. But I think it's okay. Good discussion so far.
Yeah.
I think we could all do better. And I strongly believe that the issue of everybody can vote or be voted for anywhere. I mean, especially like you can contest anywhere. I support it. And it's the way I feel as well. However, I believe we're not talking about it in depth, considering the other side. Because in the reality, Dr. Dab can never be president of America. I can never be president of America.
Why?
Do you know why? I was not born in America.
But so, it's in their constitution, right?
Nope. You can never be president of America. So at some point when we want to have this robust conversation,
no, let's be clear. Let's be clear with what we are telling people. Energy.
You cannot. That's why Obama has it well. That's why Obama. If you remember when Obama wanted to become president, that's when he has this barter issue.
Yeah.
That people are about saying, oh, he was not born in America, blah, blah, blah.
So I'm asking you, in the American Constitution, does it say you cannot be president unless you are born?
You can't if you're not born here.
So I'm asking you, is it a constitutional provision?
I don't know. I just know.
That's why when I tell so energy,
they're not born in the US.
Energy. No, that's why.
Me, I be president of America, by the way.
Even though I wasn't born in America, I could be president of America.
Dr. whenever it comes online. That's why I said as we're embracing civilization, modernization, whatsoever you want to call it, these are not just questions of we just wing it. These are robust conversations we need to have. If people can contest in any place, what should be the citizen require? Like, what should be the residence requirements?
That's why we ask for a new constitution. That's why we ask for a new constitution.
Things like that are robust conversation we need to have. I said this on a space. There was this guy, an old man, by the way. I believe he's from Enugu. And he was telling his people that somebody cannot become governor of Enugu, that his grandfather is from Ebonyi State.
Yeah, I understand. I understand.
If you look at that video, I'm not seeing it from that man. I am seeing a man that is conscious, that is like, in his heart, it's like, his heart is broken.
No.
I see something
let me inform you. No, that energy. Let me help you there. No, that man, he was very divisive. His utterances were demonic.
I'm not saying his statement is not divisive.
That particular one is demonic.
What I'm trying to say is there's something in there that we have to come together and say, see, like somebody said, the only way you can say nobody will ever become governor or nobody will ever rule this place is if you said we are not going to grow.
Energy.
If you want to grow,
energy. Point of information. Energy. See, so that when we say something, we know why we're saying it. I just Googled online, and what it says is this: status as a natural born citizen of the United States is one of the eligibility requirements established in the United States Constitution for holding. Listen. For holding the office of president or vice president. This requirement was intended to protect the nation from foreign influence. Do you see how very clearly it is stated?
Dr. Chidi.
Sure.
Dr. Chidi, you're trying to find a reason to it.
No. I'm not trying to find a reason.
Hold on. You're trying to find a reason to it.
No.
But at the same time,
I'm here now. You can't tell me what I didn't say. I'm just trying to.
Okay.
You can't bad me in my absence. I'm here. See.
Okay. Tell me. I'm listening, sir.
Doc, let me Canada you there.
No, don't be like that. Listen. What I'm trying to say is this. What I'm trying to say. You see, when we come, I told you that we are the chosen. We are the chosen to educate people. When we are here and we are saying something to people, re-educating the people, we just can't throw things out there. When Shore is asking for a clean slate, a start, a reset with a brand new constitution, and I mentioned this before, it is because of stuff like this, because the people will be able to say, based on our past experiences. Remember, constitutions, they keep on ratifying it, they keep on updating it, they keep on doing things to it, right? But they would say that at this point in time, based on what has been happening, based on what we see would happen in future, that's why we are proposing that you say this, put it for us in the constitution. Then there will be a debate. After that debate, if it is carried that this is what the people want, my brother, it will be there in the constitution. It will help to clear a lot of things. Our Land Use Act, do you know that our Land Use Act has been messing up villages? A governor will wake up and say the federal government owns the whole land. Go into people's ancestral home and just take acres of that land and say, isn't that what happened with Ned Ned Moket, what's his name? Uh, 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 Ned Ned Nwoko. He went to his people and took their land. The same way government goes to a village in all parts of Nigeria and tells them it's federal government law. They own the whole land. They have CEO to everywhere. They will take their land and tell them they're going to do something. Years down the road, they'll just split that land amongst rich people. And imagine a whole central land of a village. So the point I'm trying to make is that we have to make effort to make sure that we sort out all these things, concretize them, and say this is what it is, so that ab initio, when somebody is preparing to go into that thing, they know what they're going into. It's not that when we get to the middle, they will begin to not just move the goalpost, we'll begin to look for goalpost. Where is the post? There's no post. No, it's up. It's basketball. We even say, no, it's not football we're playing now, it's basketball. We have to play it into the net. I think Dr. Demola finally succeeded. So you just round up for us.
I've not finished my submission, Dr.
Energy.
Chidi.
Oh, I thought you finished. Okay, go ahead.
I did not took it from me. So what I'm trying to say is,
sorry.
As they're giving reasons to, the US, this is reason why they're doing it.
Sure.
And they already put it in their constitution.
Sure.
Right?
Oh, Energy, something happened to you.
It's our people.
Energy, they don't jazz you. They don't jazz you. If I say that Dr. Ademola jazz you. Okay, Ademola, go ahead now. Since you don't cut Energy, you want this very bad. Oh, yeah.
He's not. He doesn't respect his elders. Don't mind that. All right, thanks, Judy. I just caught like a glimpse of what's happening there in the page. I said I should command people, but I like listening to you. So thank you for bringing me up. And I think you actually said the major.
We like problems. We like problems. That's what we do. We're fighters.
Okay.
That's what we do for a living.
The first thing, and I think I tweeted this maybe like 6 or 7 months ago, is that number one is that we don't try to solve problems for the most part. I don't see Nigerians as a problem-solving society. For the most part, what we do is palliate. We just, how can we quickly go around this? And we keep it moving. And I've seen that over and over. Let me give you an example in the health sector. When was it Ebola or whatever hit Nigeria, we do makeshift tent. And when the thing is out, everything goes back to square one. We don't learn from it. Energy, are you back?
No. It's
okay.
Not bad. Go ahead.
We don't learn from it, create a system and improve on it. And that is one of the issues. And we keep repeating. It kind of like takes us around this cycle every time. And that is one of the issues with this ethnicity problem. You think in the constitution of Nigeria, there are just 4 criteria to run for governor of any state. You have to be a Nigerian. That's number one. You have to be a member of a political party. You have to be 35, and you have to have SSE certificate, period. It does not say any other thing. So I can go to Enugu and decide to run for office if I have those 4 criteria. It now depends on the electorate to decide if my grandfather or my great-great-grandfather is from Enugu or is from Ebonyi. Or they will now start using their head. Everybody will be fighting if it's Christian, if it's Muslim. There's nothing constitutional about the religious affiliation. You can be anything. Just meet the 4 criteria. Your home and what's it called? So, but when we encounter issues, my hope is that we solve them. Look at what you read about the American Constitution. It is clear there. You have to be American born. Your parents can be from Nigeria or from Niger, but they must give back to you on the soil or in the airspace of the US. Once you meet those criteria, you can run for office. Now, it depends on if people want to see your nose is shifted to the side, you're not black, white enough, those things does not matter. So in the case of Lagos State, the guy clearly meets the criteria. But
Where I have the problem is this. And well, before I hit the problem side, so I'm like, okay, fine. If you meet the criteria to run for governor, if you bring up anything behind that is your own palaver. I mean, it depends on how strong it is. It's your own palaver. I saw one of my guys, saying that the guy went to greet the Obas and he didn't remove his cap. If you do that in Osun State, it's a serious crime. Because I actually mistakenly did it once, and I think Sheyi was part of the team, so I think it was PTSD that was worrying him when he saw him. Yeah.
No, who did it at Ataoja's palace?
Well, Ataoja, I don't know, but I have. I'm talking from personal experience. I wore a cap, and it was almost a disaster. Do you understand? So they're like, no, and they compare it to the place of worship. That if you go to church, the reason why Yorubas remove their cap is because you reference, you're like, God is, or Jesus is what's it called? So you cannot. It's a sign of respect. So they will start judging you. Blah blah blah. Those are personal things you can make deductions from. Like I said, the issue I have is this. I don't like when we start shifting goalposts every time. You see, I think I have something for consistency. When we say Naira policy is bad, even if it's going to benefit you, say that it is bad. Don't say, oh, it is this and that. No, because you think it's going to benefit you. No, that is where I start seeing the problem. If I go to your state, can I also run for governor there? And you will not bring up my ethnicity. If you can do the same thing, then I'm fine with it. If you don't want us to have that conversation, I mean, let us have a fair, what's it called? Justice. There's fairness in fairness in justice, or what do they say about it? When we started, everybody said there's something about structure. It's always good for a party to have structure. Like, no, we don't need structure. It's a structureless party, blah, blah, blah. Now you're saying you want to vote top to bottom. You need your own structure. I'm like, okay, I thought you said structure is not important. No, it's important. We have to vote top to bottom. Is it that you're saying we were fool when we were saying all this, or you just came to realization, and when you came to that realization, everybody must just jump along that your new found what's it called? So I mean, it's good to be consistent, even if you know the truth and you think that, okay, this might hurt me, but say, okay, I agree that this is bad, but because of this and this, I'm still continuing that part. So Nigerians, we should not be using morals or our brain to judge everything. It shows how weak our constitution is. We need to fix it. That's number one. There's so many things that are too basic that we should not be caught on and say, oh, because he can't do this, he can't do that, it's not from this place. It's our constitution. What does it say about this issue? Do you understand? Don't let us be using our morals. So let us strengthen our system and let us be consistent. I think those are the two things. If we're saying APC is bad today, believe me, it's because of this top to bottom madness that they do. That is how they got themselves into this mess. You will see some of their candidates, you want to cry. But they have their structure and they'll just vote for all of them. Go and look at Osun State, for instance. Most of them are PDP. Now, the one that cannot function, 85-year-old, all of them winning seats and everything. Unfortunately, it's the populists that will what's it called? That will lose out and everything. So don't let us, if we've seen APC, PDP, and these old parties fail doing the same thing, now we're shouting already now. No, we have not gotten to a time when a lot of parties have ideology. And I'm not trying to boost your ego. I think AAC is one of the parties I respect and I think has ideology. All other parties are just a flat line. People have said, oh, come and join Labour. I said, I was in YPP yesterday. Now, because of this new vision, if I join Labour, what do you think people will say of me?
But Doc, can you even see what is happening in Labour? But see, I analyzed something and I'll just say this, sorry, quickly. I told people that come back to Labour after this governorship election. Let me see what will happen. Since Labour has told his people, they were saying Labour, but I thought Labour was obedient and obedience was Labour. Now, Obedient now says, no, we are not labor.
Where the political suicide, and I'm telling them, you know what will happen. I so much
political suicide. They just finished, and so now people go to APC, go to PDP. After this election, you come back. What are you going to call yourself?
As much as I'm always trying to say I like the movement, because let me tell you one of the reasons why I say I like it. Someone like this, I think APC is already sleeping, for instance, in Lagos already. Do you understand? They are not even that putting energy into what they are doing again. They just don't see PDP as a good alternative. But with this Labour, at least, I think the party is awake. They know at least they need to do some other extra stuff to please the people. And great competition always helps when it comes to democracy.
Sure.
If there's no competition, the other person will just be having a good time. But the thing is that, you see, they don't. A lot of them don't understand politics. I say this. Obi might not even win the ticket of Labour Party if they continue like this for next election.
Of course. No. I don't see Obi remaining in Labour Party. He can't. Let me tell you why. Because what he ended up doing, and I know Labour people will not, obedient people will not like. You see now, before we were saying Labour, but now we've separated them. They said they are different from Labour. I don't think obedient people will like what I'm saying, because Obi clearly told Labour that you are you're not obedience is different to obedience can go and support an APC candidate somewhere, support PDP candidate somewhere, support APGA candidate somewhere. So when they are supporting that PDP candidate, they have to stay there and do PDP things with them to win election. When they are supporting APC candidate, they need to stay there and do APC things.
Do you know what that is screaming? That is screaming a party without ideology.
So at the end of the day, we will now, when you come back, you are not going to be able to say, we know they give shishi, we know they rig election, because you can no longer talk, you've been tainted. You're no longer that one pure obedient family that knew what you wanted and what you didn't want, because right now, it's okay. We can tolerate APC, we can tolerate PDP, we can tolerate this. And then Labour will want to say, but you guys are Labour. Say, no, we're not Labour. And we are now a movement that we are using our movement as a bargaining chip. If you don't treat us nice, we take off, and we can choose to go to PDP. We can choose to go to APC. We can even choose to start a new party. So Labour cannot lay claim to obedience. That's what they have just said. And it's going to be a big issue.
It's a political suicide. Unfortunately, I was speaking with one of their leadership, and I was really mad at him. I said, you see, you have the opportunity to be that real thought force. To actually, you have done politics, and I believe he has done a couple of politics. But we are not seeing that politics in this, what's it called? I'm not seeing the leadership. Like, even if it is for the competition, for you to wake up these sleeping, I always call them the men with the golden chair. You see all of them. They
have no school there, honestly.
Okay.
You have no school there.
We have an opportunity here to wake up a lot of these sleepy heads in office. But the way you're shifting it, obedience, Labour Party, I mean, I'm not a spokesperson for your party, but we have seen it over and over. Obi might not even win the ticket of Labour Party next election, because clearly you're not putting in the
when? Honestly, we know when. Let's not deceive ourselves.
And when we have seen some of these things, like I did, if you look at my timeline, you see me do a space on structure, what actually structure means. And they're like, no, we don't want structure. We don't do this. We don't do this. Well, all the best. So, well, to get off the space and recap, I think, Chidi, we need a really strong system. I hope the Labour candidates, House of Rep, they are willing to put in some energy into constitutional reform. At least change the constitution a little bit.
Which constitutional reform? When people don't know whether they go enter. So you use it.
Labour didn't even say that. Labour didn't.
They've entered already now. I think they have about 34 of them.
Don't go anywhere to do anything.
Labour didn't say anything about constitution. Energy, close off.
That is to hospital. Are they going to perform? They're not.
Okay, energy.
No, you see, You see, the thing is that if they don't perform, we will be the one to suffer it. That's the unfortunate part of it. Do you understand? We will be the one to suffer it. So I usually don't wish politicians bad luck, except it's near election, and then I'll look at their score sheet and be like, okay, fuck off. You even do it, because the people will suffer it.
Exactly.
That's the thing. We have so many loopholes in the constitution. INEC is independent, but it's still being sponsored by the presidency. It's part of the executive arm. It's the president that chooses the chairman and the 12 commissioners. So what is it?
And you want them to conduct an election.
What would have been guys put your energy with ASA, but you didn't. You could have said that.
Okay, it's enough. Next time.
No, Chidi, I get problem with
Ademola.
They could have. There was the option, but they didn't. Now we are here. Where we are.
Ademola, he said you should have run under AAC, but you refused.
Yeah, they could have
Run for what?
Run under AAC.
The government.
No. He ran already before. So what do you want him to run for now?
I ran in July.
He ran for governorship in July.
Before all these.
No. You mean doctor?
Yeah, I didn't get your question. So what's the issue you have with it?
No, I'm saying that you should have collapsed your structure for ASC for 2022.
Okay. I think we should just round up, guys. I hope everybody can still hear me. Energy, you want to say your last words?
Well, thank you, guys. I really appreciate us for kicking it with us tonight. Again, these are kinds of conversation we want to be having, a robust one. I know it's hard conversation. Sometimes it might be an ugly conversation, but guess what? These are the conversations we need to have to move the country forward. What is important is your mindset when you're having this type of conversation. It cannot come from a place of hate. It cannot come from a place of we don't want the nation to move forward. As long as it's coming from the place of let's move this country forward, the objectivity will be there to listen to both sides of the arguments and let's drive this country forward. We're going to be holding casino space tomorrow with Tayo. I'll be holding the space with Tayo tomorrow, so you can come and place your bets on who's going to win the governorship election. Ramsey, make you come bet money. Thank you.
Are you betting real money? Are you betting real money?
Yes, now Dr. Chidi, but Abola, you with people as well.
Anyways, thank you so much, Energy. I told you to say your last words.
Thank you, Dr. Chidi. Thank you, Dr. Ade as well.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Sinoshaw. Thank you, The Fab. Thank you, Ify. I think she's gone. Every other person is okay, even with all the violence and everything. Everybody's okay. All right, guys. Thanks for also coming to be with me in this space and making it fun. Let's keep the conversation going, like Energy said, and let's continue to be the difference. Anytime we find ourselves in a gathering, let them always identify us as different. Let's not just melt into.
We are different, Dr. Chede.
Yeah,
we are different.
Let's not melt into the crowd. Let's still stand out, because we have been consistent. We don't compromise, and we are the light that everybody will eventually come to depend on. All right, guys. Bye-bye. Good night, good morning, good afternoon, everywhere. Bye.
Yeah. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yeah. All right, for those of us on YouTube, I'm going to end it here. Thank you so much. I understand the audio was not very fantastic. It was just a test that we did. Please up your volume to get everything that was said. Okay. So thank you so much, everybody, on behalf of Dr. Erica and everybody who works behind the scene to make sure that our broadcasts get to you. I'd like to welcome you to our next broadcast. Thank you so much, and bye bye.